Well, that didn't work to plan. That was supposed to automatically transition onto this screen. Mind you, OBS did crash before I came on here, so I had to restart it. Maybe that had something to do with it. Good evening, everybody. How are we all doing? Wow, there is a huge delay on my end of about 20 something seconds. Wow, that's a big delay. That's a big delay. Hello, family law. How you doing? You can hear me breathing. I don't know what's going on. Again, that wasn't the case last week. You know, this is me we're talking about. You can't trust me to run a StreamYard without something going wrong or ballsing something up. But yeah, I don't know what happened there. But there we go. How's everybody doing? How is everyone? Everybody have a good weekend so far? Got bank holiday tomorrow, I believe. Is it tomorrow? Last Monday, yeah, last Monday of the month is bank holiday, isn't it? So I'm hoping you've all got some plans for tomorrow. Breathing is always a good sign, Roger. Absolutely. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I know. Well, you're a bit like me, Tiff, at the moment. Tiff's just spent a couple of days. Well, I hope you don't mind me saying it. I won't go into it, obviously, but Tiff has spent a couple of days in hospital, as I've spent most of the week in fucking hospital. Again, I'll explain about that shortly, obviously, just to give people an idea of what's going on my end. But I'm not going to get into what's going on with Tiff. It's absolutely nothing to do with me in that sense to explain anything. But I hope, Tiff, that you are feeling a little bit better now. Hello, I'm a Swinger. Hello, Roger. Hello, Mickey Mouse. Hello, Lost Souls. Hello, Anarchy Television. Hello, Brian PC. Hello, Live Your Dream. Hello, Mans B. Hello, Kaz. Hello, Mrs. W. Lynn Jones, good evening. Stitch, Joseph Benoit, Lee Beck, Gamer Guy, Justin Riley, Jack Dorr, good evening to you. Danny Austin, London Audits, Dr. Kersey, Bearded Vet, nice to see you. DJ Sonic, Douglas, Rob W. Have I missed anybody? Michael Doolan. If I've missed anybody else, I apologise. If it's censored, it's true. I'll see you there as well. Food is nice in hospital. Nice food when you visit. Yeah, but that's because you can go to the canteen and get food. My God, what Tiffany showed us, the picture of her meal that she received, I was like, wow, it's got colour. It actually had colour on the plate. Mine didn't. Mine was just a bland blanket of like brown and grey, and it wasn't very nice. It wasn't very nice at all. So, have you all got plans for tomorrow? That's the question. If you got plans tomorrow, give us a 1 in the comments. If you haven't got plans tomorrow, give us a 2. I'll start with a 2. Good evening, Manda. Oh wow! So far, it looks like most people aren't up to much tomorrow. Hi, Paulette. Hi, Neil. Rubber Chuck. Good evening, Parker. Good evening. Social Storyteller. Hello to you too. Hello, Surf. Nice to see you. Did Everton win then, Michael? Because I was told by the taxi driver on the way home from the hospital this morning, because I had to go in for a scan, that if they lost today, they dropped out or something. I don't follow football these days, so I don't know who's what or where. So so they did. Okay, fair play. Your plans are coming to see me. Oh, Swinger, I don't think I'm in a fit state. Oh dear. They did win. Oh, fair play. Fair play. Right, we're going to do normal tonight. Well, I say normal. It hasn't been normal for quite a while now, and I do apologise for that, everyone. But we're going to do what we normally do. We're going to have the phone in first, and then we'll, providing that works again, and then we will move on to the panel a little bit later on. Now, Justin Riley, I've not been able. I was meant to put reports out this week. This was my first week back after some time off, and I might as well explain it now. 100 odd people, and I'll explain now. On Monday night, I've done a live stream on Monday night, if some of you remember. And whilst I was sitting here, I started getting pins and needles and numbness in my left arm and the left side of my face. I probably should have thought about it more at the time, but I didn't. I just thought to myself, I've been getting pins and needles and dead arms and dead legs since I come out of hospital 2 years ago. So I'll just put it down to that. But then I still had it 24 hours later. So on Tuesday evening, about 6 o'clock, I phoned 111 to get into the walk-in centre near me. You have to call up. So I phoned 111. Explained to them what the situation was, and they said, right, can you get to the hospital? I was like, no, I can't get to the hospital, but there's a walk-in centre near me, I'll just go up there. And she was like, no, you need to get to the hospital. So I was like, but the walk-in centre's closer. And she was like, no, you need to get to the hospital, and if you can't get to the hospital, we're gonna have to send an ambulance for you. So I was like, oh bloody hell, all right, fine, I'll go to the hospital. So she said, right, we'll send an ambulance to come and pick you up and take you to the hospital, but because it's because you're gonna have to wait, it might take an hour and a half for the ambulance to get there. So I was like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Anyway, about half an hour later, I had a phone call from the ambulance service, and they wanted to triage me over the phone. So she started asking some questions. I answered the questions, and she said to me, okay, she goes, I'm not going to triage you anymore. She goes, I'm going to call through to the ambulance and get them to attend on an emergency. So I'm sitting here thinking, oh, fuck me, what's going on now? So anyway, ambulance came, picked me up, took me to the hospital. I was meant to, by 1 o'clock, so I got there about 7. At 1 o'clock, I went to reception. I said, look, this is ridiculous. I said, I'm not hanging around anymore. I want to go home. In fact, I'm going to go home. And she said, well, if you want to go home, you need to go and knock on door 3 and let them know. So I went and knocked on this door number 3. And just as I knocked on the door, my name got called out to go to door number 3. So I've gone in, and they've checked me over and that. And they said, right, we need to give you an MRI scan to see whether you've had another stroke. But we can't do the MRI until the morning. So I was like, okay, I'll come back in the morning. No, you won't. We're going to keep you in overnight. I was like, oh, for God's sake. So I got stranded in hospital overnight on Tuesday night. And on Wednesday daytime, I had a CT scan. Sorry, no, I didn't. I had the CT scan on Tuesday night. Sorry. The CT scan didn't show any bleed in the brain or anything like that, so they were happy with that. But they said to me, it could be a stroke, another one. It could be your brain trying to rewire itself after the strokes that I had in 2021, and it's not doing a very good job of it. And therefore it could be rewiring it wrong, causing this partial or this lack of sensation that I've got. It's not been bad enough to, I've not been paralyzed by it. As you can see, I can still move, but I have a massive desensitization of the left side of my, and it's weird. There is a line, almost a physical line that I can feel. One side is pins and needles and the other side isn't. It's really, really odd. I've got to say, very, very peculiar feeling. My arm is now weaker than it was before because of the pins and needles, and it just feels heavy all the time. If I'm trying to pick a bottle up, for example, with my left hand, which I showed them in the hospital, I couldn't grip it, and I ended up dropping it. So anyway, they kept me in. They done some tests. My blood pressure was very high. It was 186 over 104, I think it was, which is quite high. Well, it's into the danger zone, basically. Which obviously, if your blood pressure is that kind of high, then that can cause heart attack, strokes, and other issues. It's classed as a medical emergency when your blood pressure is that high. So that I think led them to believe that it could potentially have been another stroke. But again, we don't know yet. So they kept me until Friday. They got to Friday and they said, right, we can't get you into a MRI scan until Sunday, 11:15 Sunday morning. So they let me go home. They've put me on, they've increased some of my medication and they've given me some more medication. They sent me home. I had to go back in today. And this is the weird part is I've gone back in today. I've gone back in today for me scan, MRI, which is different from, it's almost the same as a CT scan, but it takes longer. So I've gone in for MRI, got on the bed. I've gone into the machine. Machine's done its thing. And as I was coming out, it was the technician that actually took me out of the machine. Now, I don't know if you've had MRI scans or what. They have a technician and they've got like a helper, right? So the technician stays in their little room watching, monitoring the screens and everything. And it's the other person that comes out and gets you from the waiting room and takes you in and tells you to take your earrings out and you take your keys out of your pocket and all that stuff. And they're the one that put you onto the machine and strap you down. Well, it was the technician that came out. And as soon as they came out, I just thought to myself, that's odd. Why has she come out? She was quite fit, to be honest. I was glad she did come out. But this woman's come out and she's brought me out of the machine and she's gone, sit up a minute, Dan. And so I've sat up and she's gone, have you ever had any surgery on your brain? I went, no, nothing at all, no. She goes, have you had any like inner ear surgery? I went, no, absolutely nothing. I know if the only surgery I've ever had is an appendectomy. So she said I was like, why? What's the matter? And she goes, there's a bit of metal in your head. I went, come again? She said, there is a bit of metal in your head. I was like, what the fuck? Now, I'm presuming it's not a large piece or anything like that. I'm presuming if it's anything, it's going to be like a little shard of something, like tiny, tiny thing. She said it was on my previous scan as well in 2021. So, and it's in exactly the same place. So it's been there for at least 2 years. And I was like, what? How the fucking hell have I been chipped in the head? No, how have I got this thing in my head? And but by this point, because I've been stuck in the machine for like 15 minutes, and as I come out, my anxiety was playing up. I was sweating, and I wanted to get out of there, and I didn't ask any more questions at that point. I was just like, So, I mean, she didn't look concerned, but she looked really, really confused, like very confused. And she let me go. I mean, if it was something that bad, I'm sure a doctor would have come in and said, well, hang on a minute, you can't go anywhere, we need to see what that is. But yeah, it was just completely out of the blue, something I never expected anybody to say. You got a bit of metal in your head. I know there's not much in there, but do you know what I mean? Filling it up with bits of metal is not something I was expecting, that's for sure. Now, they did say to me that, and I won't go on too much because I don't want to bore everybody off. They said that it could be a stroke, another stroke. It could be my brain trying to rewire itself, or it could be something completely unrelated. We still don't know at this time. They said if the MRI scan shows any more scarring on my brain, then they know it's another stroke, at which point I've got to go and see a specialist to find out why I've had 5 strokes at the age of 44. And I know some of you will go, oh, it's because of your diet and this, that, and the other. And so what? When I had my 3 strokes, I weren't eating as bad as I eat now. And before that, I wasn't eating as bad as I've ever eaten. I was eating quite healthily before then. So I've actually had strokes when I've been healthier than I am now. So it's just mental. It's just really, really weird. The feeling is so weird when you've got, it's just pins and needles. If I tap it, you know, if you get a dead leg and you tap it and it feels like it vibrates, that's what my arm's like the whole time, and my face. If I tap my face there, it feels like it's vibrating afterwards. It's properly weird. So because of the information I've received today, I've decided to call myself Lord Pat the Cyborg. Locucius. Some of you will know what that means and some of you won't. But my screen name today is Lord Pat the Cyborg. And yes, for everybody who's asking, I've seen Lost Souls trying to explain, I have not had a jab. Okay, I have not had a jab, and I will not have a jab for what they want to jab us for. Okay, I won't do it. And you know, I couldn't sit here and say how I feel about that. If I'd have had a jab, I'd have to tell you that I've had the jab, and you know, if I felt I made a mistake, I'd say that too. But I've not had a jab, so very, very clear. Pap calling Orson, coming Orson. Hang on. Yeah. No, I can't do it. No, I'm busy. Talk to me later. Sorry. Anyway. Thank you, Parker. To be honest, I don't feel that bad. As I say, it's the strange feeling that, you know, that I've got. It's just peculiar. You know, I'm thankful that this is just a bit numb. I can still move it all, thankfully. But other than that, I feel okay. You know, as you know, relative to how I normally feel, that is. Yeah, I'd say I'd be the same, Stuart. If I'd have been coerced or tricked into taking it previously, I would be here and I would be honest about it, and I'd say, do you know what, I've had it, but I'm not taking any more. Or even if I did want to take more, I would be honest about that, you know. For health and safety reasons, Dan has to take his microphone with him to the toilet. No, listen, if I need to go to the toilet, I'll take my phone with me. If you don't hear back from me by the time the comfort break music finishes, then there's probably an issue. So yeah. Right. Anyway. Have I ever had a PC test? What's a PC test, Mark? Or am I being stupid? Right, we'll get these phone lines open in a moment, and we'll take some calls first. Oh, PCR test. I think I have had a PCR test. I think when I went into hospital with the strokes back in 2021, they stuck something up my nose, and you know, that was fucking horrible. But they only done it once, and I've not had one since. But that came back negative, and I've never taken anything else. Yes, I got nasally raped. Oh fuck me! Now I've just gone on got this live stream demonetized. Oh God, I'll tell you what, it's warm this evening. It's really warm up here this evening. My ears are sweaty. God dear. Hello, Graham, watching from Bangor in North Wales. Hope things are okay over in North Wales. Mind you, you're not that far from me, to be honest. Right. Well, it's always warmer down there, Crafts, closer to the equator. Not by much, a couple of, 250 miles, but still. CNE, I believe they're still looking into it at the moment. To be honest, I've spent most of this week in hospital, so I've not been looking at anything. I came out on Friday, I slept most of yesterday. Today I had to go up and get MRI scan. I came back, went to sleep, and then I've come on here. So I've really not done a lot. It was coffee, mans. It was coffee. But I've got Coca-Cola as well. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Only Coca-Cola. Yeah, it was nice earlier. The wind, I mean, it was quite windy, but the sun was brilliant. It was really warm, the sun earlier. I don't know what it's like this evening. I have to say, I fell asleep this afternoon, woke up, came in here and straight onto here. It's Coca-Cola Crafts. Look, it's Coca-Cola. It's Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Hello, Nick. Right, let's get this sorted out. Of course I'm drinking. We die if we don't drink. We need fluids, Lost Souls Paranormal. Right, now, if somebody phones in, or so if any of you watching phone in, can you please do me a favour? Just say hello, let me know who you are, and then I'm going to ask everybody if they can hear you first before we move forward, because I've done that before where nobody's been able to hear anything. And hello, ducking. And there was an issue with with OBS where it didn't transition over at the end of the music on my way screen, which should have happened. So, but I'm hoping this works. So let's get on it. So if you want to call in 01515289590, again, say hello, say who you are, and then just give me a few seconds to make sure people in the chat can hear, and then we'll move forward with that. You can also look for Pap Dan_Pap on Skype, which will bring up my channel logo there, and that'll be me. So if you want to do it that way, you can do it that way. No, I don't want to neck it in one, Danny Austin. I want to make it last. If I drink it all too quickly, I'm going to need a wee really quickly, and I need to make it last. Right. Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Are you fucking shitting me, Daniel?
What? Hang on a minute. That's not your name. I said say your name and then let me make sure that the chat can hear you.
Angry fucking murder midget.
Can you hear her okay? Is the volume okay? Is it too low? Is it too loud? For me, it sounds quite low, but...
That's because you're not fucking listening.
Pardon?
That's because you're not fucking listening.
No, look, right. And see, normally on a Sunday, what I do is I have a full bottle of Coke and a full bottle of brandy, but I can't get through a full bottle of brandy because I have to use like 4 times the Coke to 1 of brandy, right? So I've started today with just half a bottle of Coke. I've got half a bottle of Coke. No, listen. I've got half a bottle of Coke. I've got a little bit of brandy. And a full bottle I picked up on Friday. But still, I haven't got enough Coke to drink it all. Don't have a go at me. Don't me.
I'm fucking judging you right now, Daniel.
I know. I can feel your evil looks at the screen. I can feel them, the daggers.
You are a fucking prick.
So they say. I've been called far worse things by much bigger and scarier people.
Oh, I can be scary. You know I can.
You can't be bigger though, can you?
No, but
right, well,
you should not be fucking drinking.
Yeah, it's okay.
Doctor
said it's all right.
It's not.
Doctor said
No,
it's fine.
not.
Doctor said it's fine. It's fine.
Of course. Sure. I'm going to fucking batter the fuck out of you, boy.
You got to catch me first.
You can't run that fast.
Well, if I lay on my side and roll, there's no way you're catching up with me. So anyway, look, I'm going to get told off tonight anyway because I'm still smoking.
Yes, you are.
And I'm having a little drink, but I'm not drinking loads. Just because there's lots of brandy, it doesn't mean I've got enough Coke to get shit faced.
But I thought that I would, kick off people having a go at you in style by ringing up.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
I told you, when I stop nagging you, it's when I stop caring.
Yes, I know. But look, I'm not. Look, listen, right? Because I know people go, "Oh, he's in denial. He's in denial. He's an alcoholic." I'm not an alcoholic. I drink once a week, and I only drink as much as I can.
You just happen to drink
a week's worth. Yes, I know.
Yeah, exactly. You just happen to drink a week's worth in one fucking night.
Look. Coca-Cola, 7 servings. It says there 7 servings. So 1 bottle, I can only have 7 drinks. So that's not too bad.
7
and that's
too
over,
many.
That's over a 5 to 7 hour period. So that's not too bad.
7 too many.
I'm not giving up my drink. I'm not giving up a bit of brandy.
Alcohol raises your blood pressure. Remember that.
So does lots of other things. But I don't get any of those other things to raise my blood pressure, so I might as well have a drink. This sounds like one of our private conversations. Well, hang on, before anyone gets the wrong idea, I don't mean private conversations like that. I just mean when we talk off air.
Yeah.
We have the same conversations with Roger, by the way. I don't want to upset I'm a swinger.
Roger's worse. Roger's way worse.
Oh, God, yeah, he is. He's terrible, Roger.
I would actually go as far as to say that Roger is the instigator.
Actually, I didn't think of it like that, but now you say it, I think I've got to agree. Yeah, I think I'll have to agree
anyway,
with that.
I will let you go. I just thought I would kick off the bollockins in style.
I'm sure I'll get plenty more.
Yeah, and for everybody in chat saying, do I have to swear like this? Yes, I fucking do. I use the word fuck like a comma. It is what it is. I am who I am.
Right, go on, clear the line for somebody that's not going to tell me off.
All right, then I'll fuck off and go back into chat.
Right, thanks for the call.
Bye.
Bye. Well, that told me, didn't it? Oh, here we go, another call. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, good evening. Thank you.
Hello, you're not going to tell me off, are you?
Hello. Yes.
Oh, God.
You're not lucky tonight. Right. First of all, my name's Sandra, and
Hello,
I've
Sandra.
been following you on YouTube for the last 3 or 4 months, and I think your channel's amazing. I think the serious side of what you're actually reporting is fantastic, and I really look forward to your YouTube videos.
Thank you. I
Let's get
appreciate
the
that.
telling off with.
Right,
No
go on.
problem, darling. Right. You're a lovely guy. You've got a great channel. I do think you owe people, I suppose, respect in the sense of you need to start looking after yourself. You're obviously not well. You're boozing it up. You're smoking like a trooper. And I'm not being cheeky, but you are carrying a few extra pounds.
Oh, I am.
Now,
I am.
yeah, in possibly a few years' time, you'll realise that life does have an ending, and sometimes a lot sooner than what we hoped. And
Yes.
I'm not being disrespectful, but you are a brilliant guy. You've got a brilliant program. You offer a fabulous service. You need to start looking after yourself. You really do, sweetheart.
I know. I do. I know. I honestly, I know. But it's. I hate using the word, but it is difficult. And I've had this conversation with a few of the members that have been around for a long, long time. I'm on my own.
I used to smoke 60 cigarettes a day. 60. Yeah. Now, if I can give up, it took me a week. If I can give up, anybody, it's hard going, and it draws every strength of your fiber, your soul out of you. I know how hard it is. I also know what like carrying a few extra pound, or in my case, it's a few extra stone.
Yeah.
So I spend the majority of my life on a very controlled diet, so I don't balloon up. So I do totally understand. Unfortunately, before I got to the stage of understanding that I needed to look after myself, I'd done the damage. I ended up being type 2 diabetic, thyroidism, arthritis, and all the usual crap that comes with it and stuff like that, you know? So I'm not somebody standing on my soapbox preaching without some severe knowledge, if you understand what I'm saying. But to wrap it up in a nutshell, please, for the sake of everybody out there that watches your channel, that thoroughly enjoys your reporting, please start looking after yourself. Have fun, but start looking after yourself.
And I will. I know that again. That's another. You know, when you say I will do something, that's another way of putting stuff off in some cases. But I will. I mean, this is something I've been to the doctors. I did ask the doctor last year. I said, listen, I'm getting fat, and I know I am. I said, you know, it's a struggle. I live on my own. I can't cook properly because I can't stand in front of the oven for long because my back and my legs hurt since the strokes. So I can't stand and cook. Like, I'm a chef by trade. And not being able to cook is embarrassing. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I can cook, but I can't stand there and cook like I used to. Yes, I can get a chair, but again, that's awkward sitting in the chair, you know, turning to one side and all that crap. It's just a nightmare. So I've been eating shit for the last couple of years. I said to the doctor, you know, help me out here. You know, I don't mind going to the fat clinic or whatever. I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes. And they're still not bothered doing anything about that at the moment. Because I'm on my own.
Find yourself a partner.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say. It's difficult. Find yourself a partner.
It's difficult when you.
It's not bloody difficult.
No, it is when you've got the kind of mindset that people that watch this channel have. Yeah, like you know, it's very difficult to find somebody with a similar outlook on things. You know, a lot of them are Labour supporters out there, and you know, I'm not a conservative or a Labour supporter. I don't like any. I think they're all bollocks. It's two cheeks of the same arse. But most of the women out there seem to be Labour supporters, and you know.
Well, shall I tell you the name of one of my dogs?
Go on.
Boris.
Right.
Right, and the reason why he was called Boris is the breeder named him Boris because he was blonde and dippy as a puppy. Right. I kept the name because he grew bigger and bigger, and Boris is now 3.5 years old. He's 14 stone. He's a big boy.
Well, I know
people
that.
ask me, do I vote Conservative?
Well, mean, maybe I should vote. I don't vote. I think, as I say, they're two arse. The two cheeks are the same arse. It doesn't matter who you vote for. There's a plan in place.
So right. You are so right. I mean, I am bored to death with the Conservatives and how they are screwing us over, and I'm bored to death with the Labour Party, how they intend to screw us over. They are so far up being woke and supporting totally woke idiots, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
They're all in the same shit bowl. The whole lot of them are.
Yeah.
I mean, I did have a lot of time for Nigel Farage for the first time in my life, and I'm in my 60s. First time in my life, I actually went to a sort of a talk that Nigel Farage gave in Durham area. I thoroughly enjoyed it, but I did feel quite let down when he decided to resign from it and obviously go into television and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't blame him because the poor guy got a hell of a lot of abuse from an awful lot of people. But I really honestly thought at the time, going back 3-4 years ago, you know, I was actually looking and listening to hopefully a new style of Prime Minister. But unfortunately, due to circumstances, he decided to come down from that. So, I mean, since then, I've just scanned the whole lot of them, you know, as bad as each other. Very similar to you. I don't have any definite politics. As far as I'm concerned, you know, they've got their hands in your pockets and they're just take,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and I've, to be honest, don't get me on about these economic migrants because that rattles my cage no end. You know, we've got people in this country that are homeless.
Yeah.
People that have been in services. Now, I come from a service family. You've got over 5,000 ex-service people living homelessly, but they haven't got accommodation. And yet, if you come across on a boat from France, you're housed, you're
handed
fed,
on a plate. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. And that makes my blood boil until they start getting that sorted out. I mean, they were reckoning it was £1.5 billion a year to fund these economic migrants that come over. You know, what would that £1.5 billion do for our own people that are in desperate need, that need decent housing? You know, it really does. I mean, I do tend to keep quiet now because once I get on my soapbox about that, I let rip. And I don't care if I'm called racist. At the end of the day, you look after your own. And once you've got the vast majority of your own on their own 2 feet, yes, help others. We're not. As far as I'm concerned, what the Conservatives have done over the last 13 years is let people rot. All the difficulties that happened, even through all COVID and stuff like that, they let people rot. I'm not an advocate of letting asylum seekers into the country and supporting.
It's where that saying "charity begins at home" comes in, isn't it? Let's face it. It's like if you would make sure, as a parent, for example, you would make sure that your children are clothed and fed and everything else before you think about giving out to other people and helping them. Of course, we all want to help people that genuinely need, because we could be in that situation ourselves in the future. But we have to make sure that we are.
How many are running around in? How many are running around in Adidas or Nike trainers or mobile phones and watches and all the rest of it? Okay, they've thrown the passports over into the water, but you just look at them and how they're actually dressed.
Yeah,
you know, they're paying these people tens of thousands of pounds
and running post offices,
get over here.
Running post offices and car washes.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I've got about 5 car washes all within a couple of miles of me, all operated by, I would certainly say, non-white, foreign-speaking people. It's very interesting, but it's like, well, the government's not going to clamp down. I don't think they're ever going to come out. They say we need workers. If you've done free university degrees for stuff that we need, like police officers, like nursing, like doctors, like mathematicians, teachers, specialised scientists, if you did free degrees for people, that we'd have the best well-trained workforce in the whole planet. We don't. We screw students down with so much debt before they even complete their courses. The vast majority of students from working class background have got 50k hanging around their necks before they even start employment. What future are they going to have? How are they going to get on the housing market? It's like we're doing everything backwards, totally backwards. But if you come across on a little dinghy, we hand it over to you. It's wrong. It's got to stop before we can start to get ourselves back on our own 2 feet and actually starting to help ourselves. I mean, just with all the gas and electricity prices, especially before Christmas, how many elderly people have sat in the cold? Not just elderly people, but I'm talking about young families here as well, have sat in the cold, shivering through winter because they're so terrified to put the heating on. You know, it's crazy. What sort of support? Oh, there's £301 coming some people's way. What's £301? So what's actually happened to the energy prices?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And when it stops as well, it goes. Everyone starts struggling again. And even though they've said that the prices have come down a bit, what people aren't realising is it's let's say it's gone up by £1,000, it's come down by £300. You're still £700 more than you were paying. So although people are going, oh, thank God the prices have come down, they haven't. They haven't come down. They haven't.
They were singing and dancing last week about was it the inflation running at only 10.1%? Hang on, the food's gone up 19%. 19%. That is life's essentials. A total. I'm not talking about gatos or steaks or stuff like that. I'm talking about your basics, your bacon, your pasta, your rice, your bread, your milk, your cheese. Basics has gone up over 19%. You know, they treat us like idiots. You know, they spawn the stupidness across all the news channels, because I don't believe any of the news channels, and we're supposed to take it all the time. And I've got to be honest, we do. We just soak in what they tell us, and we believe it. I'm not a militant person, but there needs to be a total change in the whole of the system. And like Donald Trump, I'm not a great supporter of Donald Trump, but as he said, you put America first. We need to take a huge dose of, we need to put the UK people first. Full stop.
The thing I found with Trump is that because he was a businessman and not a politician, and as you've just said, right, put America first in Donald Trump's view, and that's as a business, when you're running a business, you put your business first, because if you don't put your business first, you can't hire people, you can't pay them, you can't do anything else. And the thing that I liked about that is the fact that there was no wars, because he wasn't looking at spending money on wars and depleting the country's reserves and stuff like that in that respect. He didn't want the war. He went to see Putin, didn't he? He went to see old Nut in North Korea. I haven't seen any of the others do anything like that and try and prevent it from happening. They're more, let's print some more money, let's send some weapons over, let's take over some, let's show our dominance on the world stage and whatnot. It's ridiculous, absolutely. And everybody like us suffers for it.
Absolutely. And again, what people forget is just little different things. If you go back to COVID, the very start of COVID, when they started producing vaccines, and again, I'm not pointing a finger, but a lot of our pharmaceuticals came from countries like India and stuff like that. As soon as India got into difficulties, they shut down the pharmaceuticals towards us. Even though we've been supporting India for years and years, that's the first thing they did. There's so many other countries playing political games with not just to do with COVID. I'm talking about putting their own needs first, and we tend to forget all about that. I'm not instigating war. You need to have a good working relationship to develop. But when people or countries keep doing you bad turns, you need to sit up and listen. China has been building up arms for years and years. There's a lot of suggestion and evidence how they're treating the Uyghur people. And yet we're giving them, and this is what I've learnt so far, we're giving them £20 million a year so they can reduce smoking in people. £20 million a year we're giving to the Chinese, and look what they're doing to us. It's like, the politicians in this country are so wrong. There are so many games going on, and we just sit there like lame ducks. Okay, we'll just hand out the money. We'll hand out the money. You know, yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full. We're supposed to have left the EU and Brexit 2016. Well, hey, yes, I voted for Brexit. Look what Rishi Sunak's doing now. You know, all the tactics and games that's going on. I don't see an uproar going on. You know, they're taking away the majority of people who voted to have Brexit, and they're going back on it. Well, hang on, who's taken that vote? Yeah. You know, we haven't got any power now because we just hand it over. It's wrong. It's wrong, and it's very sad, and I don't see it getting better anytime soon. I really don't.
No,
I
don't.
But I am a happy person. Oh, bless you, sweetheart. You know. But anyway, I better get gone. But thank you very much for listening to me have a little moan on.
You're very welcome.
I'd say, if nothing else, you need to start taking care of yourself for our sake, not for your sake, for our sake. And that's all I'm going to say. Okay.
All right, no worries.
Okay, right, sweetheart. Have a good evening, and I'm watching you.
Too.
Okay.
Thank you for the call. Care. Lovely to talk to you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, that's 2 bollockins I've had. I'm sure I won't get through tonight without some more. 01515289590 if you want to call in. Lines are now free. Or search Dan Pap on Skype if you've already got Skype, and that will bring you through. It doesn't cost you anything if you call in from Skype to Skype, and it doesn't cost anything if you've got inclusive minutes on your phone. So don't be afraid. Get on the blower. Give us a ring. Because if we go too long without a call, then I'll stop taking calls and go straight on to bringing people up on the panel. Oh, God, Danny, don't say things like that. Tina's already told me off today. Oh, dear. Do us a favour, guys, if you're watching and you enjoy what I do on this channel, apart from be off sick or be in hospital, apart from that, but if you like the stuff that I put out on the channel, do us a favour and hit that like button for me while you're watching this, and give let's mess up the YouTube algorithms a bit, because we know YouTube doesn't like my content, but the algorithms will kick in first. So if you start if everybody likes, and the algorithm will say, oh, this must be an interesting video, and it will push it out to other people. So hit that like button for me, folks. Good evening, Lisa. Bumblebee, you can give an update if you wish. Yeah, of course you can. I won't disagree with that, Loafer. Most of the time it is deserved, to be fair. Can't argue with that. Fair comment, mate. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
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 You all right, Dan?
I am, mate. Who's that? Ricky.
It's Ricky.
Yeah, hello, Ricky. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. Not too bad. I'm just trying to find the volume on this tip of the phone. Okay, mate.
Yeah, mate.
Case wasn't too good and wasn't too bad, mate.
Say again, sorry.
The court case.
Right.
To be a 3-day trial. It went on for 5 days.
5? Fucking hell. Okay.
4 charges. Stuck with 4 charges. They charged me the first day. I went back in court with another charge. So the judge was arguing like that. How come you're bringing it this late? But it was in the case files or something. I don't know. So I ended up with guilty and a guilty not guilty for assault, are guilty for racially aggravated fucking whatever. Interview to the who interviewed me. I'm just looking to go back now. Next month.
For,
he says
for sentencing, is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. To be honest, the whole racially aggravated thing is so easy for them to push on people these days, because it doesn't. There's no bar. There is no bar. There's no. It needs to be worse than this, but not worse than that. There's if somebody feels, and this is unfortunately the way it is. If you feel that somebody has committed a crime against you because of your race, colour, sexuality, whatever it might be, so it only takes your feeding for them to label you with a racially aggravated or something else charge. And because the courts and the police want to make it look like they're doing something about discrimination, they are a lot harsher on those particular things than they are on like normal offences, shall we say. And it's pathetic, really.
You hit me first with the what's the name? What is it? Harass, alarm and distress.
Yeah.
And then they upped it then. Actually aggravated.
Right.
Like, it's just one of them things, isn't it?
Assholes.
But the judges take that. Me barrister give a little speech, see if he could deal with it on the day anyway, and happy like, so, come back. Arrangements for your kids, he said to me.
He said what?
Arrangements for your children.
They say that anyway, to be honest. They try and
Mate, I know, listen to me. Dan, honest to God, I played this game, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
From the day it happens. So it's only one game of chess, do you know what I mean? I've lost. I can get my case going against them, what I've had from these after it all happened. Of assault on my wife and it's on me, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
See how that goes now. Speak to my barrister on my solicitor on Tuesday. All rolling on that. Honest video evidence, body worn footage. Pushed my wife over the bin.
Right.
Afterwards, because he got CS gassed as well. And gas it was. He must have got himself with it. And he was walking around, breathing, getting his breath and that. He walked past me missus, and my missus goes to him, "You pushed me over, you didn't you?" And he went, "Yeah, I did." It's there. It's all on his body worn evidence. He can't deny it.
Right.
So, this one going now, round 2.
Fucking nightmare, isn't it, mate? Nightmare. I'm sorry they found you guilty of and I say bullshit charges, but I don't know exactly what happened because I've not seen the videos and stuff. But my point is my point is about bullshit is this racially aggravated thing. Okay, when they stick that label on it, it's so easy for them to push for that because it makes them look like they're doing something about discrimination when there doesn't need to be in most cases.
But they wanted me to drop they drop all the charges and just do me for the piece or whatever, causing a harass, alarm, distress or whatever it was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just told them, nah, no chance. This is going all the way. Like, you know what I mean? No scare tactics on me.
Well, if you what's the word I'm thinking of? Oh shit, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Fuck it. I had a word then in my head and it's gone. But if you stand by what you've said and what you've done, then you've got to go through. You've got to push through. There's no point in going, okay, I'll take a fucking deal or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? If you don't feel you're guilty about something, but they're saying that you are, if you take a plea deal, for example, or say, okay, charge me for that and let me offer that, whatever, then all you're doing is making yourself look a twat because you've given up. You fucking fanned out and you've gone, I don't even trust myself. I don't even trust my own instincts. And if you didn't do something, but you're being charged with something that you did, that they say you did do, you've got to stand your ground.
I think it was something like, I don't know, legislation or whatever had been brought in on the 5th of November, I think it was. And I got nicked on the 6th. They give them the power to arrest you.
Yeah.
And on the 5th of November, I think it was, at midnight. I'm not sure, though. I mean, the power to arrest you. I was like, oh, how quick can you're going to know that this power's been brought in the day before? Oh, it's what's done's done, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get on to the next one now. Like, listen, I'm going to let you go, mate. I'm going to see if my daughter can sort this thing out, and I'll try and get on the line.
No worries, fella. You look after yourself.
Problem. I'll speak to you later.
All right, take it easy, Ricky. So, mate.
Right.
What's happening? Pappy's lucky his face didn't droop after 5 strokes. It might have done. We can't tell underneath all this fat. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan. Hello, everyone in the chat.
Hello
this
there.
is Blitzer speaking.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
I just wanted to ring in relation to that last call, and I'm absolutely disgusted because this one of the most terrible things that has happened to this country in the last 20 years or so is the trivialization of racism. I mean, that word has become so misused and so abused and so watered down that it can mean almost anything these days.
Yes.
And it can be applied to almost anything. You look at a black cat the wrong way, you're racially prejudiced against the cat.
Mm.
It's just, it really boils my blood. I've been through similar to what Ricky's been through, and I hope he'll come out the other end okay. But it just really sickens me. They talk about racism all the time, and they're the ones glamorizing racism.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And they have a very selective view on racism. You know, you so much as say something factual or constructive that offends someone. Oh, you're racist. But
well, that's unfortunately all it takes. You said the magic word there, offend.
But,
you know.
Yeah, but if you're white or Jewish, especially if you're white, you're fair game.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could call us anything you like. Honky, snowflake. No, the police haven't got any problems with that. In fact, they'll probably celebrate you and give you some sort of community achievement award. Congratulations for sticking to honky.
Well, you'll probably notice when I do my videos, I don't like using the words racist, transphobic, homophobic. I use the words discrimination when and where I can, because that is the overall, that word encompasses it all, right? You discriminate against somebody because of a reason. When you start breaking it down into racism, homophobism, transphobism, misogyny, all of these other words, okay, what all you're doing is you're creating, again, smaller pockets of society that have then got a problem with everybody else, and it causes all of those arguments even more. So I don't like using that word. I don't like using the word racism. Yes, there is people out there who have discriminatory views against people of a different race or a different colour. I get that. I'm not suggesting that racism doesn't exist, but it's discrimination and it happens to everybody. It's just that, as you've just said, some people can get away with, abusing the fact that they can be discriminated against, and other people can't.
Yeah, which brings me to Mizzy. Oh, talk about black privilege. I mean, did you see that video of that four-eyed, pimple-faced young cop who was talking with Mizzy and giving him a rap sheet or something? Oh, please take this, Mr. Mizzy, sir. How have I done on my technique questioning you?
I don't know who's Mizzy. I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's a 18-year-old single father, believe it or not, who goes round just terrorizing London. He goes into people's homes uninvited.
This is that dickhead that was, this is the dickhead that picked up the old woman's dog and ran off with it and then took it back to her, yeah?
Yeah, and then he goes around touching teenage girls, asking them, do you want to die? And
right, yeah, I did see the video, actually. I didn't know what his name was. I'll tell you what, some of the people that he'd done that to, I can't believe that they didn't punch him in the face. So, there was some men that he'd done it to.
The thing is, though, if you had defended yourself, the police would have arrested you for racism.
I wouldn't have given a shit if somebody come up to me and said, "Do you want to die, mate?" I'd have punched him in the face before I'd done anything else. I would. I couldn't give two fucks.
Yeah. But he, after pressure from the public, the police finally went through the motions, took him to magistrate's court, slap on the wrist, £365 fine, and some sort of community order. I mean, Dankula got £800 fine for a joke.
Yeah.
And then a day later, he's rearrested for breaking his court order. And now he's on remand until tomorrow, where he'll probably get another bloody soft sentence because he has black privilege. And even he was said on Piers Morgan when he was invited onto the show. I don't know why they invited him on the show. I'm not against people having a platform. I'm not one of these no platform lefty nutters. Yeah. But it felt like Piers Morgan and Talk TV were bloody rewarding this guy.
Yeah, no,
for being a terrorist.
I
want to be a terrorist. I mean,
at the very least, it's alarm, harassment, and distress. With intent. At the very least, it's Section 4A, public order, which is alarm, harassment, and distress with intent. At the very least, and that's worse than a Section 5. I know people that have been, seriously done over on a Section 4 or Section 4A. But to allow him to get away with it, which is ultimately what they've done, and again, it sounds to me like they've done it due to, the fact that he's non-white, shall we say. Is absolutely disgusting. It was a guarantee if I went into somebody's house, that would be aggravated trespass again at the very least. There's some serious offences that he's committed there.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the term anarcho-tyranny?
I haven't, no.
Well, it was coined in 1992, and what it said, what the term means, anarcho-tyranny, the people at the top of the food chain, they can get away with anything.
Right. The
criminals at the bottom pretty much get away with most things because of a ridiculous sentencing, like you only get a couple of days in prison for murdering a child. Bit of an exaggeration there, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And then there's us in the middle who get bloody hammered for the slightest infraction or perceived infraction.
Yeah. Magic word there as well, perceived, because again, a lot of it is how you feel, what your perception of an incident. There's no bar there. It's ridiculous.
Well, if we're going to send people to prison for hurt feelings, I'd like to send all the people who are doing down this country to prison for hurting my feelings. I'd like to see Philip Schofield go to prison because he hurts my sensibilities.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot. I've made this point even came up during my trial. You can't have subjective law. It brings the whole edifice of civilization into disrepute. And another example of anarcho-tyranny or selective policing was yet another Just Stop Oil protest. And some poor van driver who was trying to get to a job to feed his family.
Yeah.
They were standing in the road blocking him. He gets out. He does the police's job for them. And they're standing right there letting them. And then they tackle him to the ground and arrest him and let the the eco-nutter Marxists
Yeah, I saw
get
that.
away with murder.
I saw that, and they went straight round his neck as well. I saw the video. As soon as he pushed the guy, the copper's got his back to what's going on. He looks round, sees his pleb on the floor, sees the guy that pushed him. Him and his colleague ran over, and from what I could see, they put their arm round his shoulders, over his head, like that, round his neck, like that, and tried to pull him down. I mean, what? The geezer wasn't being aggressive. He was trying to get to work. He's trying to make money so he can feed his kids and pay his bills and all the rest of it. Okay, these fucking dickheads standing in the road ain't got jobs. Whose mum and dad give them allowances every week, or they've got some shitty GoFundMe going where idiots are fucking paying money to, allowing them to do what they do, allowing them to cause this disruption. And I feel sorry for I feel sorry for the guy. I genuinely do.
I guess whose side the caring, tolerant, be kind left took?
Oh, the protesters, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you'd think the way they were reacting to this poor working man, you'd think he should be on death row.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, they were at Twickenham today causing trouble, and there was some bleating nonsense about how the government is pouring petrol on climate change and blah, 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 the usual lefty commie bollocks. This is not going to end well. I'm surprised that things haven't got more serious already. Someone's going to die. Someone's either going to get run over by an impatient motorist.
Yeah.
Or someone's going to bloody snap, or they'll just pick on the wrong person.
But that will just that will just strengthen the narrative that's being pushed. That will just turn. That will if somebody does it, if somebody loses their shit, they've not been able to feed their kids. I don't know. Let's say there's a protest going on, and somebody can't get to work for a full week, for example. Okay, they're not going to get paid for that full week. They could lose their job for not getting into work. Can't feed their kids. Can't pay their bills. Yeah, of course, it's easy for somebody to snap. Okay, and if somebody does, what'll happen is they're going to be called a far right nutcase terrorist, whatever. Do you know what I mean? And it's wrong. The police and the government are doing fuck all.
This is going to get worse before it gets better.
Oh, of course.
But I'm telling you now, it'll come eventually. It may take 2 or 3 years, but they will pick on the wrong target. And when the police come to the aid of the perpetrators rather than the victim, who's being impeded by these nutcases.
Yeah.
You think public trust in the police is bad now? I think we could see vigilante justice being doled out. We're going to see riots bigger than what we saw in 2011. We're going to see the public rioting against the police, and it won't be the usual suspects. It'll be normal working people. It'll explode. It'll be just like East Germany in 1953 when the government pushed the people too far. They rebelled, and unfortunately, the rebellion was crushed by the Soviets. But we're heading that way, and all because these fucking idiots want to virtue signal at the expense of decent people based on a Marxist fairy tale.
And it is a fucking fairy tale as well. Let's have that right as well. It's ridiculous. You know. I think everybody that's watching this, or at least the majority of people, there's 230 people watching at the moment, and I think the majority of people agree that number one, the whole system is an absolute joke. There's absolutely nothing that they're doing or have done, okay, that is making things better for anybody. All right.
Just to point to Loafer Sheffield in the chat, I can see where he's coming from. Hungary was 1956. East Germany was 1953. But similar situation there. But that just proves the point. All dictatorships are anarcho-tyrannies because, look at Stalin. The place was in bloody chaos because of his policies. That you had a genocide in the countryside. You had peasants fighting city dwellers, and the whole thing could have collapsed on a pin overnight, and it's surprising that it didn't. But it's all dictatorships, all tyrannies are a narco-tyranny, and just because you have the illusion of choice at the ballot box doesn't mean you don't live in a dictatorial, tyrannical police state.
You know, I think if the police and the government actually focused on things that matter to the everyday people, which they say they are, but I mean, you know, like the public order bill, they said they put the new public order bill in place to protect the normal everyday person. But the normal everyday person tried to get to work the other day and got arrested. So it's clearly not working. If they put their focus on things like the systemic paedophilia in these massive organisations that are in a way affiliated with the government, because the BBC is the only fucking company, really, let's face it, where the government say you have to pay a limited company money in order to access their TV, whereas nobody else will.
I suspect if the police and the courts really went after all the paedophiles, there'd be no politicians, no police officers, no judges, no prosecutors left.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But at least it would show they're moving in the right direction, you know. But again, they don't. They're not interested. They're not interested in people being physically hurt these days. They're more interested in people thinking that they're being upset, and that's a complete and utter joke. And you can't have a society. You know, you're never going to have a decent society full of people who get away with saying, "Oh, he's upset me. Right, we're going to arrest them and knock them up." I mean, you can't do that. But that's kind of where we're headed at the moment. It's pathetic.
But it just brings us all back to. I was going to say something else about Mizzy, but it sort of slipped my mind for the moment. Let me gather my marbles for a little bit if I can. It'll come to me.
That's all right. I have the same trouble.
Yeah, it's just you know, we're being taught that paedophiles, religious nutcases, they're the gods of society. They're our betters. We're supposed to obey them and look up to them. And no.
Their rights matter. Their rights matter more than their victims.
Yeah, I mean,
says a lot, really, doesn't it?
I'm still pissed off that Anna Soubry got away with persecuting Based Amy. I mean, that is the most blatant example of abuse of power I have ever seen. I mean,
I've got to say, I'm not sure exactly what incident you're talking about, to be fair.
Well, apparently, Soubry cried foul when some woman called Amy criticised her, and then she saw this Amy woman again at another event, and then Soubry decided that because she was a political opponent of hers, and she'd seen her twice in the vicinity within a few weeks, that somehow constituted harassment. Right. And then the judge agreed, the police agreed, and they banned Based Amy from campaigning in Soubry's constituency because Based Amy was standing against Soubry in that constituency in 2019.
Right, and that shouldn't have been allowed. It definitely shouldn't have been allowed.
I mean, she wasn't even allowed to attend, you know, the count. And then after the election, she got a 28-day prison sentence over Christmas, and the left were howling and whooping, going, "Yay, you go, Anne girl."
Sickening. Based Amy was arrested for pointing out that religious prayer was prohibited in royal parks. She was arrested for that. Well, it is illegal. Not illegal. It is prohibited in royal parks. Even and nobody can do anything. You know, do religious activities in the royal park. Even I believe even getting on your knees and praying to Jesus, I believe, is prohibited. if that's what you want to do. But yeah.
I'm telling you now. I don't know if you were listening to the Revs stream yesterday, but when I was a child, I went on a short family holiday to Saudi Arabia, and you think our police are bad. They've not only got the normal criminal police over there, they've got the religious police.
Yeah.
And it's only a matter of time that we start having, well, the police are already behaving like a religious police in this country, but wait until it becomes formalized.
Well, I believe
shut this channel down, and
I do believe in some
do other
areas.
things.
I do believe in some areas they do have like it might not be Jewish, but I'm sure it is. They've got like Jewish police in some areas.
Yeah, they're not an issue. I will defend. I agree that there should be one law for everyone in the land, regardless of. But yeah. I will make it. Jews are not a problem. They're not going around imposing their way of life on us. And don't you dare anyone in the chat say otherwise, because they're decent people, and you need to scrub your brain of all that Nazi propaganda if there's anyone like that in the chat. But they're just trying to defend their own people, because their people have a history of being persecuted, and they're often persecuted because they're convenient scapegoats. But but the religious police I'm talking about are the militant kind that I would compare it to what we had in the 15th and 16th century in this country.
Yeah,
with Catholics and Protestants taking turns to exterminate each other. We're heading back to that. But this time around, we've got nuclear weapons. We've got biological and chemical nerve agents. It's going to be a whole lot worse this time around.
No, I personally, I don't think that anybody is going to use the nuclear weapons. To be honest, I know America did. America's the first and last, I believe, to actually use them against anybody. But I genuinely don't think that anybody really, even Putin, who everybody seems to be, well, not everybody, but people seem to be claiming he's a nutcase and is capable of anything. I don't think that that he would use nuclear weapons. I could be wrong, of course, but anybody knows that as soon as they fire one, they're fucked anyway. They're dead. If you want to try and kill somebody, you're dead as well, mate, because everybody's got a system that will engage as soon as you launch your own, and you'll get some heading towards you. And
I mean, the situation in Russia is very delicate. I mean, we talk about a multicultural society in Britain. I mean, Russia really is a multicultural society. I mean, you've got different religions, different ethnic groups, different languages, different dialects, all scrambling for their own interests. And Putin has to tread carefully with dealing with all these groups. And you get people like George Soros funding white supremacists within Russia to cause shit. And Putin's, he can't allow that, because these people, if these white supremacists in Russia, funded by George Soros, the Nazi collaborator, ever did achieve the power, I mean, Russia, nothing, you wouldn't recognize it. Same with China, with all the ethnic tensions there. If Russia and China fall into civil war based on ethnic lines, which is entirely possible, and religious lines, which is entirely possible, the world will enter a new dark age. And as much as I hate the Chinese Communist Party, as much as I disapprove of Putin's behavior, be careful what you wish for, Westerners. You may not like what comes as a result. Anyway, I've forgotten my point about Mizzy. Thank you, Dan. Thank you to the chat, except anyone who was upset that I defended Israel and defended
everybody's
Jews.
allowed. Everybody's allowed their opinion.
Yeah,
You know,
go take a leak on a live rail, anti-Semites.
I might not agree with some things people say on the channel, but you know, that's my issue. If I don't agree with them, do you know what I mean? Then I can either argue with them or just accept that that's how they feel, you know, and move on.
But they should have the right to express themselves, no matter whether we agree or we disagree.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take away people's freedom of expression, because there will always be dangerous unintended consequences. And that's what these hate crime laws are doing. They are causing unintended consequences.
Yeah. All right. Listen, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take a very quick 2-minute break
And,
while I go make myself a
Thanks
coffee.
to all the decent people in the chat.
Which is most people, to be fair.
Yeah, which is most people.
Listen, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem. Speak to you soon.
Look after yourself.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Right, guys, I'm literally going to take a very quick 2-minute break to go and make myself a coffee. And then when I come back, I will get the lines open again, and we'll take some more calls. So please don't go anywhere. If you do, come back soon. Literally, I've got a very quick kettle out there, so it'll literally take me less than 2 minutes. But I shall be back in just a moment. So I will see you in a few.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content.
Well said. Don't forget to click the subscribe button and click the bell so you get notified when we upload new content. Anyway, moving back to the calling, let me just turn the volume back up on that. And there we go. 01515289590. I told you I'd be quick. There's my coffee. How long does gonorrhea last? You'll have to ask DJ Sonic. is the only person that's ever said he's had gonorrhea. I do have some brandy here, Steve. It's just that I've been ear bashed by a couple of people tonight. So yeah, so I'm making it last. Thank you, Brummy. Thank you. If you go, when this stream finishes, if you go back to the beginning, in the first, I think it's 5 minutes or so, I explain what happened, why I was in there. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Dan, you're a legend.
Who's that? Okay, I'll take that. Well, thank you, caller. I know it says on the screen, call me names, but, you know, I wasn't quite expecting that, but, you know, I'll take it. Come on, guys, 01515289590. Got about 35 minutes before we go on to the panel. However, if you don't want, if you want calls rather than panel, then you need to call in. Otherwise, if we go too long without a call, then we'll just do the panel early, rather than you just sitting here looking and listening to me yabbering on or rabbiting on, yabbering on. Yes, I know. Again, I had, because I got told that the noise gate on this was cutting off the beginning of my words on, I think it was last week's live stream. Just the very first sort of letters of the words I was speaking. So I had to turn it down, and now you can all hear the young girl upstairs singing in her bedroom. Don't sing anything that algorithms might pick up and copyright me, will you? Yeah, see, I've only got, so normally on a Sunday I'll have a bottle of Coke, right? And just to, you know, just put this in perspective, a bottle of Coke, 7 servings, okay? So at the most, I'm going to have 7 drinks on a Sunday night, which was nothing. You should do more than that, and that's over a period of 5 to 7 hours. I'd normally do that in about 2 hours on a night out, you know, probably more than that. But no, got to be moaned at just because I've had a stroke in the past. sorry, no. But 7 drinks, that's all. But this was only half a bottle of Coke tonight, so we're talking, say 4 drinks. I've had 2, 3, 4. No, probably 5 drinks out of that, actually. She's not actually that loud, Parker, to be honest. I mean, I can hear it, obviously, as you can hear it, but my microphone's above me, which is closer to the ceiling, whereas normally it would be down here on the desk, but it's above me. She's closer to the ceiling and probably picking up the noise a lot clearer. So I love the sound of kids. Do you know what I mean? Not when they're annoying, obviously, but just generally. I like the sound. I like the sound of kids. That doesn't really bother me. You know, the thing that does bother me is on a Sunday morning when she doesn't do it now. She's a bit older. When she used to get on her trike, she had a trike upstairs, and she used to ride it around on wooden floor. And I could wring the parents' necks when that happened on Sunday morning at 8 o'clock in a bastard morning. It was like, what the fuck are you doing? But it's a lot better now. Hearing kids, you know, singing and playing and stuff like that, I like it. It's background noise, you know. It's like when I used to have Daisy and Alice and they used to snore when it was dead quiet and all you could hear is them snoring. It was actually really relaxing just listening to Daisy and Alice snore. There's a lot of people that will never get to experience Daisy and Alice snoring on my live streams. Whereas I know some of you do remember. But if you go back in my video catalogue and go back to some of my early streams, when I had hair as well, fucking hell, I had hair. I wasn't quite so grey and I wasn't quite so fat. But you can hear the dogs snoring in some of those live streams. The noise that annoys me the most, Mans, is repetitive noise. So if I'm sitting in a doctor's surgery, for example, you probably all remember, not so much these days, but years ago, sitting in a doctor's surgery years ago, and you've got the clock on the wall, tick, 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 tick. That repetitive noise fucking does my head in, and I feel like killing people. The same as when they're bouncing a ball outside. You know, and a bounce. After a while, it's like, oh, you know, and it just does your nut in, and you just want to. Well, for me anyway, I just want to murder people. Shouldn't say that on a live stream, should I? But there you go. I've said it now. It stays out there. You weren't grey because you dyed it. No, I wasn't grey initially. I did dye it a few times after I started going grey. But don't try and make out I'm vain. My snoring's not very comforting. That's probably why it's probably why they let her make that noise. I remember being out in the backyard in the summer a few years ago, and she's leant over her balcony at the top and she's gone, I could hear you snoring last night. I was like, what? She goes, yeah. She goes, you kept me up. Your snoring was fucking horrendous. I was like, oops. But then again, maybe I shouldn't have said that in case there's any women watching this who are, you know, looking for a fat, greying, balding, you know, boyfriend. Just put you all off now, haven't I? Never mind. Oh, I don't shave my eyebrows. I do shave them. I have to run when I have a shave. When I trim this or shave my head, put a number 3 grade on the clippers and run them over my eyebrows and just trim them down a little bit, and then maybe get the cutthroat razor and just shape them a little bit. God, I sound like an Essex boy, don't I? I don't bleach my arsehole, by the way. Just let me get it, you know. I don't shave my legs and bleach my arsehole. I'm not one of those Essex boys, to be fair. You can't imagine me with hair. Oh, Gabby, go back through some of my live streams. Right at the beginning. Yeah. Is God bless in the house? Oh, there he is. Good evening. I am an Essex boy, that's right, but I'm not one of those Essex boys. Oh, I don't wear skinny jeans. Oh God, no. Oh fuck no. No. Skinny jeans where the waist of the jeans sort of hangs down, you know, past their arse crack, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing, lad? Pull yourself together and smarten yourself up, you absolute fucking meth. But there we go. I do have sleep apnea. Yes, I do. So, right, well, listen, we've not had a call for over 10 minutes now. 13 minutes we've not had a call for. So I'm going to get another 2 minutes. If we don't have a call in the next 2 minutes, we're going to move on and we're going to open up the panel. And if anybody wants to come on a panel, you're welcome to. Again, I do need people to show their face when they come in initially to StreamYard. You don't come straight on screen, by the way, so nobody's going to see you apart from me. But I need to make sure that you are a real person looking to come onto the panel. So I will ask you to do something like touch your nose, touch your ear, wave with your left hand or something like that, just to prove. Oh, here we go. We've got a call. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Hello,
This
who's
is
that?
Jonathan calling.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you doing?
Very good. So, Mike, can I stop talking? Am I live?
You are live, yes.
Good stuff. So, yes, I just caught the tail end of the last conversation. We're talking about Ukraine, and it's more along the lines of the West versus Russia.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to ponder the question: if we align ourselves with the West versus Russia, what is the West? We can't agree on what a man is or a woman. We're destroying ourselves because of past slave trade, which I think we long addressed with the abolition of slavery, aligning the Royal Navy to destroy the slave trade. We fought against tyranny, which ended in 1945. We stood alone against the world. So we're a country that's really prided ourselves in our contribution to humanity. But when we say again back to the West, what do we stand for today? We are actively destroying our economy based on a false paradigm, which is climate change, and it's a fraud. We are surrounded by a sea of information, I should say an ocean of information that you can do your research. Climate change is a fraud. We're a country that will never be successful or prosperous in any way because energy is being garroted. You can't afford to heat your house. Open up a factory. You're dreaming if you could do that.
Yeah.
Make, produce, invent, innovate is impossible. So what future does the UK or the West have? We can't defend ourselves. We don't have a military anymore. We have a non-army army. We have a handful of ships. And we have a culture that, can't agree on what a man is or a woman. So you have Putin, who would never have invaded Ukraine. He just needed the guarantee Ukraine can't join NATO. This man actually, not that I'm saying I'm a supporter, he actually stands for something, which is what a man is: Christianity, Judaism. He's allied with Israel, and the other side is the West, and we're very dysfunctional.
Well, when you put it like that, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. We are a joke of the world now. We are. There's no two ways about that. Some of the points that you made there, we can't describe what a woman is anymore. Well, we can, but the people that make all the decisions, the people that make the decisions struggle to decide or struggle to explain what a woman is or whatever. Do you know what? Actually, here's something for you. I was in hospital today, right, for a MRI scan, and I took a photo of a form. I forgot about this. What you've said just reminded me of this. So bear with me just a second. It's called a Diagnostic Imaging and Nuclear Medicine Inclusive Pregnancy Status Form. Okay, so it's a whole load of made up bullshit words, right? Basically, I was asked to fill in two sides of this form. The first side was, have you ever had surgery? Have you had this, that, or the other? Because I had to go on an MRI and make sure there was nothing in my body that could get ripped out by the magnets. On the back of the form was this. It was this. What is your preferred name? So I didn't pay much attention to this. I just started filling it in. So I wrote down, what are your pronouns? At which point I thought, what? I thought, this is ridiculous. But I filled that in. I said he, him. Then after, I couldn't answer any of the rest of the questions because I read through it after. I thought, what the fuck is this? So I read through it. And I thought, I'm not filling this shit in. So what it's saying, your doctor, healthcare professional is required, as a radiographer, it is our professional duty and legal responsibility to ensure that we protect individuals from unnecessary exposure to radiation. Basically, this form they want to know what you was born as, what you identify as, whether you think you're pregnant, Okay. So you don't even have to be pregnant. They want to basically want to know if you was born a man and you now identify as a woman and you say that you're pregnant, then they will treat you as a pregnant female, okay, and probably not do the scan on you.
It's dystopian.
It's ridiculous. It's fucking madness.
The thing is this. What you're saying, it's a microcosm. Just saying what your gender is, we can't agree on that. What if I told you, hey, I'm really 16. I want to change my age. In fact, I don't want to pay taxes anymore.
Yeah.
Because if I'm a lower age, I don't get to pay tax. So why can't we change our age? And even that is, if you can disallow these laws of biology, such as what gender you are, and if those things are fluid, then the truth can be fluid. There is no truth. There is no cohesion. You have complete, perfect dystopia.
Yeah.
It's sick. And just to take a little step further, these are all probably low in a lot of information. And this isn't a criticism. Do not take this as a criticism. You use curse words a lot. I think it's a good thing. Yeah, but it's a good thing because it just means that you're not compromised. You're not going to be swayed by this bullshit that we live in. You are not surrendering. And now people, they watch their P's and the Q's, they're stepping all over the toes to be polite. In fact, we've become emasculated as a people because we don't speak our mind. We're too busy worried about offending people. If you're worried about offending people, then you can never have any new ideas. You can't contribute to a conversation, to a dialogue, anything, because you're worried about offending people. So that's why you shouldn't watch your P's and Q's. You follow what I'm saying?
There's only two people that I don't swear in front of, and that's my mum and my dad. They know I swear.
Oops.
They know I swear, but out of respect for them, I don't swear when I'm in front of them. I mean, they've heard me swear, don't get me wrong, but I don't go out of my way to swear whilst I'm talking to them. Do you know what I mean? But anybody else, I'll just, I'm still respectful to people, but I'm myself. My parents brought me up, obviously. And it's just how I've grown up not to swear in front of them. So I still don't. And that's more of a habit than anything else. Whereas, my habit is to swear around everybody else, and I'll fucking swear around everybody else.
You should. I think you should. And it's like you're sticking that flag up in the air that I'm not dealing with the bullshit anymore. I mean, if I go to get my fishing license, this is how it works. You just got to say the truth. When you fill it out at the post office, they'll ask you a question. They'll ask you if you're male or female. And it's my word. It's fucking common sense. If you've got to ask me that, and you want me to tell you, if I got to pull my pants down for you to see,
does it really ask that on a fishing license? Does it ask that on a fishing license now?
This was some time ago. I went to a place called Scorton in Lancashire, and I had to fill out the test for fill out for a license. I forgot if it was part of a fishing club, and she wouldn't assume what my gender was. And I remember I got to use a couple of 4-letter words, and I was poised to pull my pants down. I said, "What do you need?"
Do you know what that might be? Do you know what that might be? Sorry to interrupt you, but it might be that when you're leaving, if you were born as a woman, when you leave and you smell a fish, they might leave you to it. But if you were born as a bloke and you leave smelling a fish, they might check you for nicking some of their stock.
It could be.
Sorry. I'm not. You got to make jokes, otherwise, fucking hell, we're just going to end up.
You go mad. The next question I've got and there's probably people listening. I see there's lots of people commenting. All those people on your channel, they could go out now and Google or use DuckDuck and look at the truth on climate change, right? If they don't do that, they're resigning themselves to paying high energy bills, not being able to afford to drive their car, not having a decent paying job. The government's just going to print money and have you stay at home, be comfortable, don't do anything, stay at home. Your life is going to be dystopian. You're going to be trapped. Go out, read, research, see what the truth is. The most single thing that is destroying your life is that you can no longer be an entrepreneur. You can no longer express your ideas, make money for yourself, help yourself. You're dependent upon a check from somebody else. And you just got to go out there and find out, hey, Jonathan, you're wrong, you're full of shit, but at least do the work to refute or substantiate what I'm saying. And you'll have a better life. If you have 60 million people that go out and read and see that things like climate change is a fraud or racism is a fraud, you can have a better life and you stop electing 650 Muppets that don't give one fuck about you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Can't disagree with that. It's do you know it gets to the point where you don't know what to say? Do you know what I mean? You just you're just lost for words. That some things that we have to deal with in this bloody world. It's
the word is verklempt. People are in a state of being verklempt. What the fuck do you say? It's just like impossible. What you see in the news is such a perversion, a moral inversion. Upside down, down is up. You don't know what to say anymore, and it's accelerating. It's getting worse by the day. It gets absolutely worse. I don't know what to say either. The word's verklempt. Anyway, I think I've talked your ear off, Dan. I'm sorry to do that.
No, it's fine. I've had people on longer than this.
Listen, I wish you well. Your listeners, I hope they go out and do their diligence and research. There's oceans of information at your fingertips. Don't drown in ignorance. Look about climate change. Look at the history of this wonderful island that we live on and the wonderful things we've done for humanity. It's a wonderful country, great country, innovations, inventions, something to be proud of.
Oh, definitely. And we should never be ashamed to be British, or English, whatever you want to say. As you say, this country has done some amazing things that people soon overlook in favour of the bad things that people perceive are happening. Because a lot of the bad things that get talked about aren't even, it's just because somebody thinks that it's bad or feels that it's bad. And again, we can't live our lives on worrying what other people think. It's down to them.
And that's why we curse, because we don't give a shit what they think and we speak what's on our mind.
Fucking right.
Fucking right. Have a fucking great Sunday. Take care of yourself, and thank you for taking my call, Dan.
You're very welcome. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Bye. Oh, it was a new caller as well. Sorry, I didn't realise you was a new caller. I didn't ask you. I didn't recognise your voice, but your number's not shown up on the Skype as a previous number, so you must be a new caller or calling from a new number. But if you're a new caller, thank you. Appreciate it. We need more new callers. There's lots of people out there that want to talk, but so many people that are afraid to come on and talk for some reason. Every Sunday, Medway, we do a live. Well, hang on a second. Hello, caller. Just give me 1 second, please. I just want to respond to someone in the comments. So yeah, every Sunday we normally do a live, unless I'm not well. But the first Sunday of every month is a members live, where there's less people in there. We're able to have we're able to have a chat with a lot less distractions, shall we say, and it's a lot more fun. But every other Sunday is a public live stream on the channel, unless I'm not well. Sorry, caller. Apologies for that.
I'm going to be quick. You are an absolute fucking legend.
I thought he was going to. Oh, I thought he was going to call me a wanker then. Well, what are we? Well, I can't. Look, that's two calls. I don't know if that was the same person or not, but that was 2 calls. I appreciate that. Oh, don't know what to say. Not used to getting compliments. Yeah, I know, Lost Souls. I know. I genuinely thought he was going to go, "You are an absolute wanker," and hang up. Right. 10 minutes and we move on to the panel. Oh. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Daniel, it's Janine. How are you?
Hello, Janine. I'm all right, thank you. Don't tell me off.
Oh, no. I've already promised Lost Souls that I'm going to give you a bollocking, mate, and I'm going to give you a right fucking bollocking and all.
Hello, Rev.
Seriously, though, Dan, you've got to look after yourself, mate. I'm sorry, but, you know, I don't want you to end up like my dad, right? And I know you say you're not, but you're drinking far too much, Dan.
I'm not. I drink
Seriously,
once
mate,
a week.
You are.
I'll drink once a week, and I only drink as much as a bottle of Coke will allow me.
Yeah,
That's
but you
it.
think about it, right? You know, how many shots of brandy do you put in that glass of Coke?
Maybe 2.
Oh, come on.
It is.
Be serious, mate.
Seriously,
Come on, be
seriously.
serious.
If I put more than that in, I wouldn't even be able to talk on my live streams. I'll do a double at the most.
Right, because, you know, I mean, like, I like you, right? I think of you as one of my best friends now, yeah? And
Right.
the last thing I want to see, Dan, is you going downhill again, mate. I mean, you know, we've all been worried about you this last few days. And, like, I just don't really want you going down that way again.
Listen, once I get myself a woman, I won't need the brandy.
You don't need the brandy anyway, mate. Trust me. You know, you don't need that brandy, mate. You don't need any alcohol. Like Tina's going to tell you as well. She probably already has, right? But go for the non-alcoholic stuff. You won't know the difference, to be honest, as well.
Let me just point something out, because somebody's just said it in the comments as well. I think it was DJ Sonic. That it's called 3 barrels. I don't drink 3 barrels.
It doesn't matter. Honestly, it really doesn't, mate. So I'm glad to see you're okay anyway. Put it away. Put it away. Seriously, I'm getting like face aches scouting at the screen at you.
No, look, I've had 2 tonight, and then I've made myself a coffee. Right, I'm being good.
Good.
Right, I'm being
Stay
good.
on the coffee. Put that brandy away. I don't want to see that bottle come out again anymore tonight.
What, that 3 barrels bottle?
Yeah, any of them.
Oh shit! Damn it. What about that one?
Any of them, Dan. Put them away. You can have the Coke, but you can't have any alcohol in it.
Oh, I can't afford Coke. I'll just have to have a Coke.
Come on, you've got a little bit of Coke left, you know, but no alcohol in it. Put it down.
I'm not touching it. Look, my hands. Nothing in my hands.
Now, do I have to get my bitch from Devon to come with me, and we'll both give you a bitch whacking?
Who's the bitch from Devon? Who's that?
Tina.
Oh, Tina. No.
Yeah.
No. Let's leave Tina out of this.
Nah, she's lovely. She'll probably kick my ass for it anyway. But seriously, Dan, it's good to see you back. You're back on live anyway. But please, just do be careful, mate.
I am. I'm being careful. I am.
Good. And for all those,
honestly,
and I know you're probably thinking, have I had any more grief off the old Bill? Well, you know, the answer's yes, but not as much as I was having at the old place, which is good because I've moved now. And
you want to start behaving yourself then, Janine. Keep yourself off their radar.
Well, if it wasn't for that trans person constantly putting me on their radar, they wouldn't be chasing me down every 5 seconds, would they?
Yeah. Well, if you've moved and there's, you know, and there's less opportunity for her to say that you was around or she saw you or anything like that because you're not in the area, for example, then
she keeps going to my old place.
Oh. Leave her to it. Fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. Let her do what she wants to do. She's the one who's going to come a cropper.
Well, I'm glad things are easing up a bit in that respect for you.
Yeah, and I've only got a month left on the restraining order, so it's all good.
Excellent.
4 years I haven't been able to go into certain parts of Southend, and I can't wait for that month to be up now.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've only ever had one restraining order, and that was when I left my kid's mum and I took my kids with me, and I had to give them back because the solicitor said if you don't let her have them back, then we're going to go after you for kidnap. So I gave them back to her, and then it was a case of every time I wanted to speak to the boys, I'd phone up, right? And this is back before we had voice recorders, as in phone call recorders and things like that. So I'd try phoning, right? And it would normally be a weekend. So I'd try phoning, and she didn't answer. So I'd phone again 20 minutes later, maybe a half an hour later. You know, I'd try a few times in the night. And what she'd done is all you had to do back then is show the police the amount of phone calls, the time and the date of the phone calls, and say, look, he's harassing me. Right, and that's what it was, right? And I got a restraining order not to phone up, so I couldn't speak to my boys for a while, right? And it's ridiculous, but that's the only time I've ever had. In fact, it wasn't a restraining order; it was just a warning. It was a harassment warning back then. They gave me a letter that said you're not to contact this person, blah blah blah. So it wasn't an actual restraining order as such, but it's the same sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? If I'd have gone against it, then they would have nicked me and whatnot. So. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the arse. But there
Tell
we go.
me about it. Yeah, but anyway, Dan, I think Holly and the others are probably like laughing in the comments. I can't see the comments because I'm on the phone, you know.
Yeah, well, they were sort of applauding you for telling me off a minute ago.
Oh, bless them.
You know, one of them things.
All right, mate. I'm gonna go anyway. Let someone else jump on.
No worries. Well, I'm gonna open a panel up now anyway. So.
All right then, mate. You look after yourself, and I will be watching you.
Yeah. All right. No worries.
All right then.
All right. Take it easy. Right. With that said, let me change that to that and close that, open that a bit. Right. With that said, Blitzer, excuse me, I will answer that question. Unfortunately, I don't think it's so bad now, but 20 years ago, everything was in favour of the mother. And I know it still is now, but it's not as bad as it used to be. It was all everything was in favour of the mother. Welcome, Medway Hospital protest. Thank you. Just joined as a PCSO, new member. So back then it was a case of, you know, even though you're the father of children, okay, if you take those children without the mother's say so, then yes, you can get done for, or you could, again, I don't know what it's so bad. I don't know if it's so much now, but yeah, they could, even if it wouldn't go through, just getting arrested for that is bad enough. And a lot of women would use that. Family law has just said it's nowhere near as bad. I know family law knows a lot more about that kind of stuff than I do, to be honest. In fact, I've spoke to family law about my situation in the past with my kids. And she said it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be, but it used to be horrendous. We literally had no rights, even if you had parental responsibility, which I had for my two youngest. You could still get, you know, if you don't get permission from the mum, you could get fucked up, basically. So, right, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put the StreamYard link in now. And yes, we do normally have the same faces on here. But if you are new, if you haven't been on before, by all means, please come on. If you want to come on and have a chat, even if it's just for a few minutes or for longer, it doesn't matter. If you want to come on and you want to get involved in the conversation, when I put the link in, feel free. Click the link. You basically go into like a green room. I'm the only one that can see you in there. And I will ask you just to prove that you're actually, somebody that wants to come on by touching a part of your face or waving or something. And this just shows that you're not a video. It's not somebody playing a video waiting to come on. If you can't come on camera, unfortunately, I can't let you onto the stream. So I need to see you in the back. I will give you a few seconds once I've confirmed that you're a real person. I will give you a few seconds to turn your camera off before I bring you onto screen. So if you don't want to be seen by everybody, I will respect that. But I need to see you at least. Dan, tats on the hand is bad. You're going to take it to the next level and get one on your face. No, I'm not going to get one on my face. I don't like the idea of tattoos on the face, but I quite like the idea of the tattoos on my hand. But thank you for your input. Right, there we go. Pin the message. If you want to jump on the StreamYard, there's the link. Feel free. Hit me up. Let's get the conversation started. Get the party started on a Sunday night. I can't seem to save my fucking life, and I can't believe I just done that. But there we go. If you think tattoos on the hand are bad, you can tattoo on my cock. It says Ludo, but when I get hard on, it says Landudno. All right, Fiery Blaze, I can confirm. Roger Whittington, I can confirm you.
You don't even need to do
Evening,
it. I
guys.
just laugh at anything,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Evening,
DJ
Gabby.
Sonic, you.
Sonic.
So there we go.
Oh, there he is.
Hey guys,
He's got a hairdo. Look at him. He's got a mohawk.
I've always said the Mohawk man. I've just spiked it up for a change.
He's got a landing strip.
It looks more smarter than it looks smarter than it usually is.
Sonic Brazilian. You know what you find under a Brazilian, didn't you, Sonic?
Aye, come you.
Hello, Tina.
Hello,
Hi,
Tina.
everybody. How we doing? Hi there. One of Dan's favourite naggy people.
So what are you today then, Tina?
Me, just nagging Dan on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Keith, good evening, mate. Long time.
Don't talk. Who are you doing, Keith?
Oh, Keith Whitty in the chat.
I know. I see him. How you doing, Keith?
Yeah, I sent quite a few messages to him nagging him, Jack.
Yeah. Well,
Take better care of his health.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, unless he bans me from the chat, I'm going to keep nagging him until he gets it fucking right. So
I'm not going to ban you from the chat.
Just keep ringing him. It's fine.
I'm going to. Don't worry. I don't care.
How are you all?
Absolutely wonderful.
Doing good, Dad. Doing good. What about yourself? How do you feel after coming out of hospital? All right?
Tired?
Yeah, you would be in there because you can't really rest, can you?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter how much you sleep in hospital. You
no.
You don't get rest, which is a pain in the arse.
When I've had surgery in the past, they know within 2 days of the antibiotics stopping, I'm fucking out of there, mate, because I'm already packing my bag. Yeah. You can't leave. You've got to stay a bit longer. Oh, kiss my ass. I'm going home. I'm not staying in here.
Well, I wanted to leave. There's two points I said to them, I'm leaving. They were like, well, we're going to do this now. I was like, right, okay, so I'll stay and get that done. And then they didn't do it. It was like
I was going to ring the hospital and get him sectioned.
I'll be honest, Roger. I'll be honest. They said to me, they said, what do you want us to tell anyone if they phone? I said, nobody will phone. Don't worry about it. I said, if they do, don't tell them anything.
But they can't generally do that because even someone on a 136, Roger, has the right to refuse medical treatment under law.
Oh, yeah. I've walked out several times.
Even if you're if you're under a psychiatrist and you're on medication, you still have the right to say no and walk out.
Speaking of, here's a question for any of you that might know. Yeah. I mentioned it on Roger's live stream, but I didn't really say a lot about it. But it was like to do with hospital appointments and stuff like that, right? We're still getting the instructions from I don't know, say we're going to a hospital appointment, that that it's supposed to mainly be the patient that should only be going, no one else.
That's not right.
And because the other day, Mum rang up because she received a letter. Basically, they've been prolonging our appointment.
They send out that advice with every single appointment letter, Jack.
Yeah,
Just ignore it. They can't. A patient is allowed to have somebody with them, an advocate, a family member, a representative to protect their rights. That's law. They can't reject it. During COVID, they tried the same thing. But I said to people that were going in to visit relatives, they can't refuse you. You have the right to see that person.
I think so. So it wasn't necessarily on the letter. I don't think it was when, because Mum can't get that herself, she uses the tassel, the patient transport service.
Yes.
And obviously the last time she went by herself, she I don't know why I remember it, but it's just some things like this stick in your head. I think it was either sometime last year or the year before, where me and my brother were at home. Mum had not long just gone to the hospital. I think it was either the General or the Royal in Leicester. And then we received a phone call on our landline, which is really unusual, and the number was really unusual as well, because we rarely get any calls on our landline number. And it was actually the hospital to say that Mum had 2 fits, one after another. Well, we seem to think that it was a constant one. So in the past, she's had more than one, you could say, one after the other, but I would just continue that, call that a constant one, a constant or one long seizure or fit, compared to if it, like, I don't know, if it stopped and then it started again, then I would probably say that would be 2. But that's what they said. I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't know what happened. Apparently it's been going on for over half an hour. Again, I don't know. But ever since then, we've been going with her to hospital appointments, as we should be anyway, which is fine. But when Mum rang up last week
guys sitting in the back waiting to come on, give us a minute and I'll bring you up.
To book for an ambulance, like the private one, the Tesla one. Well, they wanted to know what I forgot it was now. I think Mum mentioned about how she's bringing me along, or in other words, her son. That's what she said. And they were like, oh, you can't bring no one else along, right?
Yes, you can. You're a carer.
And then Mum turned around and said, well, he is my full-time carer, so he has to come with me, right?
Exactly.
And they, what did they say? I don't think they said. They said they then questioned why I still had to come along, and she says, "Oh, because I have seizures." Why would they need to question that? Regardless, they shouldn't be questioning why.
The hospital.
You don't have to answer it. You don't have to answer it.
You don't have to answer that. That's medical issues.
Yeah.
They're only drivers to drive the patient to and from the hospital. They're not specialist doctors. They're just paramedics. Their job is to get you from A to B. That's it. So when you have an advocate or a member of the family that is a carer for you, you can go to every single appointment they need to go to protect them. Like your mum, she's got a lot of health issues. Some of that could be memory related, or she can't remember things. But you're there.
Yeah, no worries. You carry on, Dan. You carry on.
No, just 1 second. Medway Hospital, can you do me a favour? Just put your left hand up in the air for me, just so I know you're right. Sweet. You can turn your camera off, and I'll let you up in just a second. Okay.
So what I was going to say was because I think a while ago, I think there was one time actually, because I am Mum's legal carer, right? Compared to Jacob or my dad, I am the full-time carer, and so pretty much whenever I go with her to hospital appointments, I am the one that's privy to any of her medical information, right? Mum has, and it's not that I've made that decision. Mum has obviously said that Mum has said that herself. Well, my son or my carer is entitled to all of my medical information, so that way, if the hospital can't necessarily speak with Mum properly for whatever particular reason, they can speak with me about it. Now, I think I remembered a while ago one time where I went to the hospital with her, but I was a young carer at the time. I wasn't over 18. I think I was 16, 16 or 17, and they didn't want to tell me mum's medical information. They didn't want to tell me. I said, you've got to. And I showed them, because at the time I had this little young carers card.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I don't have that anymore because I'm not a young carer anymore. I know you can get those types of cards. I mean,
You can get an adult carer's card from your local council. Yeah.
But at the time, I had a young carer's card that was issued from the NHS, or it said NHS and Leicester City Council on it and stuff like that. Had an expiry date and stuff. And basically, on the back, it tells you what information you're entitled to, medical information, all these different things. And Mum didn't need to say anything. They said, "Oh, we're not entitled to give you that information." Even though I was a carer, I was like, "Yes, you are," and I showed them the card, and they said, "Oh, okay." And then they kind of ummed and ahed about it, but other than that, that's the first and only time so far that I've had that, where they've originally denied to give me any information on Mum's health, because I don't know how much her condition has progressed. Because I can't. Well, I'm not saying now, but back then I didn't know because they didn't tell me. They only told Mum.
She can write a letter to the GP and to the NHS to be put on her file, putting all of her details on it, giving you direct permission to know everything about her medical health issues, and that they must
there's no issue now.
with you.
Yeah, well, there's no issue now, because it's like the last time Mum went to hospital and in an ambulance, and I went with her. They tried to get me, the ambulance people, the people driving the ambulance. There was someone driving the ambulance. There was someone else to help her. There was two people. They were both, I think, one or both of them actually asked me to put a mask on. Now this was this year, so this was probably a few months ago. They asked me to put a mask on, and I said no, because the rule that you're referring to is no longer in place anymore, and it's a guidance for the hospital. It's not mandatory, compulsory.
Yeah.
So, and also as well, I already explained that I actually have an issue with wearing face masks myself, because I actually feel.
Oh, sorry, Jack. On Tuesday when I went in myself, over the speakers, they had this automated voice that says that face masks are not mandatory anymore. We ask you to wear them, but it is a personal choice.
Yeah.
So I've never worn one. I've only ever worn one once, and that was when they wouldn't let me out of the ward to go for a cigarette. I know that sounds really bad. Just had 3 strokes. I wanted to go out for a cigarette and inhale some dirty air, and they made me put a mask on so I didn't inhale any dirty air.
they all know me at my one. They daren't ask me to put one on.
But putting a mask on won't stop any of that stuff anyway, because what they didn't understand before was they're not protecting the eyes or the ears. Anything which allows air in, which is your nostrils, your mouth, your eyes, and your ears. All of that. All of that.
That's out, Roger.
I was saying it depends on how heavy you suck.
Oh no!
More than once.
Right, guys, I've got a couple of people in the back. I've got Saul waiting to come on. I want to bring Saul up, and I've also got I can't remember what you said your name was now. There it is, Medway Hospital Protest.
Yeah, it's the new member.
Yeah, and when you bring them on, is it okay if I just finish the rest of what I need to say?
Well, if you must. Yeah, no, of course.
I'll go and get a drink because I heard it all on Friday.
Hi, Saul.
Hey, everyone.
Hello.
How you guys doing? Everybody okay?
Good news, Saul. How are you? How's the lady wife?
I'm all good. I'm all good.
How's the wife? She all right?
Wife's fine. She's here. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
She's fine.
How's Breaking Bad going?
Hello.
Hiya.
For real, I don't like your lips are moving then, so.
Sorry?
Did you get a message on the screen a minute ago?
Yes.
You did?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Just checking. Just making sure I've taken it
Yes,
off now.
I've got the emails and I will respond accordingly in email, no phone calls.
Right,
I've got a
cool.
lot going on myself at the moment, so it'll just be an email.
No worries. Right, I'm going to let Jack finish what he wanted to say, and then as a new member, I'm going to go down to see what Medway wants to bring to the conversation. So, Jack, if you finish what you're saying.
Thank you very much, Dan. So yeah, the hospitals. So I was fairly polite about it. I wasn't. It's not like I was. Oh, I'm not fucking putting that thing on or anything like that. I wasn't like that. Although I was quite adamant that look, I'm not. I've had issues. I've had issues with face masks in the past, so I'm not going to wear one.
You don't have to, Jack. No.
Yeah, I know. It's not like they were pushing it in my face, but it was almost like they did say, "Oh well, hot dog," because I think we're going to the Royal at the time.
Right, what you want to ask Dan for, Jack?
Just want to say first, like, Dan, glad you're home, mate. Hope you're all right. We've been worried about you, and just thought let you know. And the missus was worried about you too. Just checking up on you, mate. All right.
Yeah, mate. No. I've still got the numbness and the pins and needles.
Yeah.
It's not completely numb. It's just like it's like a dead arm. It's like, you know, you've been leaning on your arm too long, and you've got the pins and needles. It feels like it's vibrating. It's just the same, but it's like a definitive line down my face, and one side is pins and needles.
That's the time to put something in your hand when it's vibrating. You don't have to do any work then.
Sure, join a good fucking wank tonight then, wouldn't he?
I haven't got Parkinson's. It's just a slight, just felt like it was vibrating.
No, where's your fucking Parkinson's?
Can I show Jack your card, Dan? Right, this is the medical exemption card that Dan's got. You should get one off Dan, because on the back of it is the laws that protect you, okay? These are the laws protect you under law. You do not have to explain what your disability is. Yeah. And that tells them you do not need to wear a mask, all right? Mask exemption.
Yeah.
Besides which, Jack, if you check through the hospital rules, they actually announced that all the COVID restrictions were being dropped.
It's hospital to hospital at the moment. Some hospitals are still doing it because they reckon there's other bugs. Really?
Send me your address, Jack, by email. Send me your address by email, Jack, and I'll send you one of them cards.
Okay.
It's been a long time. You've been a long time supporting the channel. I'll chuck it your way for free.
What you can do, Jack, when you get it, Jack, punch a hole on the edge of it, put a ring round it, and attach it to your keys, so you never forget it.
A refund on mine then, because mine.
Where can we go?
I've been a part of this channel since February of last year.
Wow.
Oh, not as long as I thought. Then you can pay.
That's about the same time as me, Jack.
Right. I want to go down to Medway now, because Medway's been sitting there quietly.
Welcome, Medway.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. I wasn't really expecting to do this tonight, so I haven't washed my hair or anything.
You got some bloody wash.
Don't worry.
I haven't either.
I've just not washed my hair. Right? Anyway, I was interested in what Jack was saying, because I've asked my daughter to come in with me at the hospital before, and they've said no, you know. So, and I've had to go in myself, and I've got a lot of bad things have gone on at my particular hospital, and I've started a protest out there, which of course they don't like. But in the past, I've actually sued the Metropolitan Police and sued the London Borough of Lewisham. So I have got lots to say, but not tonight. I'm not feeling that great, and I've still got to do washing up.
Well,
you don't do work.
You're actually a member now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So next Sunday, there won't be half as many people in here, and you get more time and room to chat, because we normally have the panel open from the beginning.
Yeah. If you want to jump on to the members live stream next Sunday, then it might be a better place to chat.
Yeah, I thought that's what I'd do, and I'll be a bit more prepared. So I'll wash my hair.
But in regards to hospital treatments, GPs, they cannot refuse a carer or an advocate.
No, they can't.
If you say you need someone with you, they cannot refuse the access. Remember that.
They did, and they told me they were going to call the police and social services. They were really yeah.
Well, on the hyperacute stroke ward I was on, and on the door it said only 2 people allowed in visiting at a time. Now, I remember going out for a cigarette, and when I was talking to Roger and some of the others on Discord voice channel, and when I've gone back in, there was 3 people waiting at the door, and this woman's held the door open, and 2 people have walked in, and I said, "After you," and she went, "No." She goes, "I'm not allowed." I went, "Yeah, you are." She goes, "No, it says only 2 people allowed at a time." I went, "Just go in." I mean, what are they going to do? They won't drag you out. Just go in. You know, you've got family members.
There are no restrictions.
But she said,
can I talk about the piece of the thing you talked about in your head? Have you don't know whether you've told everybody on here? I
did mention it earlier, yeah.
Okay.
Have you tried to stick a magnet to your head with it?
Well, it must have been very small, because otherwise he wouldn't have gone into the right. So let me just bring something up for you. Hold on. You're going to be surprised at this. People don't understand that a lot of this is going on. Okay. So in 2021 to 2022, 291 patients in England on its own had parts of metal equipment left in their body and had to have secondary surgery. What the worst one was, somebody left an entire scalpel in someone's stomach.
Wow.
And they had bleed. They've had fragments, basically the small bit it could be, because you've had no major surgery. If you've had any kind of surgery, it could be a small part of a blade, a scalpel, because they're very fragile. They snap off.
She did say it could be she said it could be an artifact from previous
Yes.
from previous surgery.
Yeah, and if it's small, what could have happened is, if it's small, wherever you had the surgery to, I don't want to know, whatever part of your body, but it travels through the veins and the arteries. So if you like as a kid put a pin under your skin on the flesh here, that will travel up through the vein all the way to your lungs, your heart, your brain. So it's the same with foreign objects in the body. This is not a unnatural thing. This is just England we're talking about. In 1 year, 300 people practically have got bits in them.
Foreign objects in the body, don't you, Sonic?
It's like, see, we went for an X-ray to confirm it, and they said smile for the camera, and I went
So that's the truth of what's happening, Dan. When you've had previous surgery and they break something off, they don't usually report it. It's the standards have gone down so low in hospitals now, so they won't tell you unless something occurs.
I'd notice if they broke something off.
Oh, they know.
Yeah, I've only had two surgeries. I had an appendicectomy, and I had 4 inches removed from my penis, so I could be a normal little boy.
Very funny. Right, the appendectomy could have done it. Having your appendix out could have done it, because that is scalpels.
Yeah, I mean that was over 20 years ago. That was.
It doesn't matter if it's small; it just moves around the body. So basically, it wouldn't be traced. It's only because you've now got an MRI and picked up.
I was just about to say that, Sonic.
I know there's going to be people watching now that didn't see the beginning of the stream. Just to let you know what we're talking about here. I had an MRI scan this morning, and the technician, when they took me out of the machine, she looked at me with this puzzled face, and she said, "Have you ever had any surgery on your brain?" I went, "No, nothing at all." She goes, "Have you had any surgery in your inner ear?" I went, "No, I've not. The only surgery I've ever had is an appendicectomy." And she went, "Right." And she had this really confused look on her. She didn't look worried, but she had this confused look on her face. And she said, "You've got a bit of metal in your head." Well, come again. She said, "You've got a bit of metal in your head." I was like, "Okay." But by this point, my arse was already falling out because I'm having anxiety from being on the machine for the past 15, 20 minutes. So I just wanted to get out of there. So I was just like, "Oh, okay." And obviously if it was something that was, dangerous in a dangerous place or something like that, obviously it was a brain scan that they gave me. If it was something that was dangerous, then they wouldn't have let me leave the hospital. But
it's the aliens.
Yeah, I've been implanted.
Just thinking, man, is that not what a proctologist says to you? Come again.
What's that?
Come again.
Oh, I don't use the same proctologist as you.
They found a bit of metal in yours. When I had my MRI for the blood clot, they'd found my skull about 10 years before. I never knew about it.
And it's up in my head somewhere.
So that could explain what I'm saying is, if it's there, it could be interfering with a couple of nerves. and that would explain the numbing just down one side. You understand what I'm saying? It could be pinching a nerve. What they'll do is they'll review it over the weekend, and basically you could get somebody getting in touch on Monday or Tuesday saying we're going to have to go in and basically try and get it out. That's what could be causing your issues, and that's what I said about those numbers of people that have had things left inside. One woman didn't know for 40 years she had half a scalpel right under her rib cage.
For a piss, Dan. If my camera freezes, I'll swap it over when I come back.
No worries.
Okay, so
Sonic had to go have a hamster removed after.
Yeah, oh God, don't go there. No, but she had rib pain and kept going to her doctor about rib pain for almost 40 years. But she had a fall and got an X-ray on her chest, and they found this scalpel, half of it, tucked right underneath her rib.
Probed.
And she was so lucky.
Right, got Plastic African sitting in the back here waiting to come on, so I'm going to bring him on as well.
That's a good name.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Hey. You know,
African. That's a great name.
You know, somebody went to an MRI scan, right? They bought a 100% silicon butt plug, all right. And the weird thing was, it had a metal core, so they went in there, and the thing shot right up here, like as literally one of the fastest bullets ever. Bah! He survived. Can you believe it? He's suing the company that he bought the butt plug from. And that makes you wonder, why would he wear a butt plug going to an MRI scan? You know,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, it was 100% silica. Okay, yeah.
Wow.
So you're lucky that butt plug isn't in your brain, bro. You know,
imagine if it'd be vibrating while you're in the machine, though.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, oh my God. It was like what the technician said. It was like a rail gun, because it just instantly went from there to, and he survived. I'm sure not well, but hey, that's life. And a funny fact that's recently happened. And I hope certainly, Pap, that your issue resolves itself in any way, manner. Honestly.
Well, I mean, to be fair, and I want to make this clear. They've said to me that it could. The issue that I've had this week, it could be another stroke.
Yeah, he said. I listened.
It could be my brain trying to rewire itself from the previous strokes and doing a fucked up job of it, or it could be something completely unrelated. Now, so I don't want people to think, I'm not saying that I've had another stroke. I don't know yet. This MRI scan will tell me whether I have or not. But until I get that, all I know at the moment is there's something going on. It could be a number of different reasons, but because of my past, because of the strokes I've had in the past, the first thing they're going to think of, because of the numbness and whatnot, is another stroke, and that's why they put me onto the stroke ward. But I don't know if it was another stroke. I'm not going to say it was, and I'm not looking to outdo anybody, Roger, by saying I've had another stroke to catch up on numbers, because it could be something completely different. So, but I will find out in the next couple of weeks, and as I always do, I tell you guys pretty much everything anyway. So you'll know at some point.
By doing that, though, Dan, that's the highest care you can get. So that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It may not be a stroke, but I know the anxiety levels would go up for you, but essentially that's the best thing they could do, because you're putting you onto emergency ward with high care. So
yeah, Night Paranormal Channel.
Did you see the video of the copper being dragged by her hair, and then the male copper not being able? Yeah, did you guys see that in London?
I did.
She was throwing her around like a rag doll.
That's awful, for an officer to be treated like that, and a male officer to just stand there. I would have plowed the woman, get off her. She's my colleague.
But straight. What you don't see in that video is what they were doing to her before she grabbed hold of them.
Okay, what
you've only seen part of the video.
Okay, well, elaborate then.
Because that's the only one that's online, and I've seen it as well. We don't know what led up to it, and we don't know what happened after.
Oh, I see. Of course, context is everything.
Can we not call them officers as well?
We talk about this regular on the plastic, that people see clips of videos and they don't see the whole of the story.
Oh, Plastic Africa must feel like he's being jumped on now, being told off. No, I just said as well. I just said to him, "Can we not call them officers?" I don't like the way that they use the term officers. They've done nothing to deserve that rank. Okay, they're police constables. They get given this term officer. It gives them some sort of additional perceived power. They're constables.
It's also when you engage with any policeman or anything, it's how you go into that engagement for their fact as well. Once you start talking like some sort of sense, they realize, hang on, who am I fucking with here? You know, they just start thinking, whoa, hang on, because you don't want to fucking be playing around. You know, I've helped a bike leatherman, you know, and his bike take down a badass before, because he was the only one in a fucking. I was at a pub drinking, and I just saw this guy in his leathers and another dude running away, and I thought, hang on, that guy needs help. So I helped the guy, took down the assailant, if you will, and he was cuffed, and I was given a commendation. But I had to help him. Like, it was in my blood, because I knew that other guy looked fucking wired as fuck. And the lone officer, I'm sorry if you don't like it, or police constable or whatever, he needed the help. So there is a rule why we have a policeman. You know, there is a position where it is. Yes, it's corrupt, fucking corrupt.
I don't think anybody discounts the fact that we need the police. I think everybody, you know, when all this defund the police stuff was going on, I was like, no, you don't want to defund the police, because then people will literally run fucking riot, and we are the ones that are going to suffer from it. Yes, we suffer at the moment through the corruption that's going on, but it will be a lot worse if we don't have something in place to try and deal with people that break the law. The problem that we've got is they don't law breakers anymore. They deal with fucking hurty feeling boo-boo makers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nobody goes to a robbery anymore, or when your house is burgled or your bike is stolen. Here's a crime number, get your insurance on the go, and your phone insurance is the AI right now. Hello. Or it's in India. But hey, that's the circle of fucking justice we got going.
It is bad for the actual burglaries. In my area in Devon, they're now saying that if you report a burglary, you've got to log it. That's the best thing you can do. Make sure there's nobody in the house. So if they're in the house, they may turn up, but they'll come and see you in 2 weeks to take a statement. So I told them to fuck off on the phone. Don't worry about it. I've dealt with it. I chased him out of my garden with a baseball bat. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So turn up immediately if you don't agree with somebody over their thing. But if your house has been robbed or you've been mugged in the street, then they'll come and see you when they've got time.
Did you see the announcement?
Hang on, sorry, Tina. Can I just say on the panel so everybody can hear it? Type in whole messages in capitals in the chat are being flagged up by YouTube. Now, I know one or two of you have got issues with sight, which is fair enough, but please bear in mind that we have to authorise every single one of those.
I didn't know that, Roger. That's weird.
Yeah, YouTube have been on it for a while. They see it as if you're typing in all capitals, you're making a threat or something.
What? How the fuck did they get that?
Crafts, I think because I know Tina said earlier that she's got stuff going on at the moment, and the best way to get hold of her is through email rather than phone call. So it might be better to email. But I'll ask anyway. Crafts said, is it okay if she calls you tomorrow or Tuesday?
Emails, please. I am very busy with appointments at the moment, so I'm not available for phone calls. Just another thing, Dan, the Met Office have stated today that they're no longer going to be attending emergencies relating to mental health. It's coming into practice August 31st this year. They will no longer be attending for a 136 call or whatever. So they're now putting the onus back on the mental health services and the ambulance service.
No, I don't necessarily think in some situations that that's a bad thing, because the police can antagonise situations when they turn up to a mental health calls. Personally, I think that the mental health team, or there should be a mental health team working with the police. Okay, and I know they have. There should be a mental health team working with the police. If there's a mental health call, somebody from that team goes out. If there is then an issue, then they ask for somebody to come and back them up.
They will go life-threatening.
I think if somebody from the mental health team turns up, if they're doing their job properly, they should be able to talk people down and calm people down, etc.
Yeah.
If they can't, then they should call the police to come and attend. If they can't deal with it themselves.
Yes,
But I
There's
think
too many of them have died in custody, haven't they?
Yes, indeed.
Do you guys think that the bigger problem, or a problem, is that mental health aspect is being treated as something that's trivial these days? So it's most people are going, well, I've got a mental health issue, I can't go to work, or
there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of like victim and why mental health? Why? Because of my mum and dad or whatever that is.
I think there's two sides to that. I think you've got a lot of people are using mental health as a badge, right? A bit like everything else. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I've got mental health issues, but I still try and do what I do, and I try not to. Yes, it does affect me, but I try not to go over the top and go, oh, woe is me all the time. I think I've only ever been on here once when I've been in a shitty situation, and I try not to do that very often because I don't want to be looking for sympathy over it. Do you know what I'm saying? But there are a lot of people out there that will use it as a badge of honor in some ways. But then you've also got, so it is being trivialized in that sense, but you've also got the fact that, as we were talking about with the police won't turn up and look at somebody as having a mental health crisis in many cases. Some will, but in many cases they won't turn up and look at somebody as they're having a mental health crisis. They'll turn up and they'll go, oh, fuck this, I can't be arsed with this, let's just nick them and hand them over to the fucking hospital.
Yes, right.
Right, so whatever they can.
They go to the prison cell and they stay there overnight. That is abuse.
It was like that veteran. Oh God, what was his name? Pete something or other. He was having a PTSD episode, and the police shouted through the door, and he went for them. Now, afterwards, it was brought out that the fact that he was reliving, one of the episodes that he lived through during, I think it was the Iraq War. Right. And the police just exasperated the situation by going in mob-handed. I mean, his own caseworker said if you'd have just stood outside and waited until he calmed down and then knocked, he would have been fine. But you broke in at the exact time he's going through some traumatic battle he's been through. What the hell do you expect him to react like,
Yeah.
And they tasered him and all sorts.
Yeah, but then when you say these things, that means the establishment, the state, has a more of an understanding, a mental aspect, and how they can deduce where we are in this. So they want to gather more information upon us. That way, then you can say, well, this subject is the problem here because he's, going through this method of problem, and that's more interference with the government, right? That's what you advocating. You either have something that's a state where we can protect ourselves, we understand ourselves as a community and a society as a whole, because you can't have like the police go, okay, well, such and such is going through this because of that, and this is how we'll deal with him. If they knew that.
You look back through a lot of the PAP reports. Now, you're saying the police should have a better understanding of this. How is it so many of them claim PTSD when they get in front of a conduct hearing?
Yeah,
they do. Yeah, the police in almost every case
use it more than the public.
Okay,
they've got PTSD or mental health.
I'd probably say that's because most of the time during these council events, when they're getting charged or that they don't have a doctor that's on site to actually give evidence. So when I say that, it means that you have to go under some scrutiny with a psychologist that understands the method of the brain to go yes or no, and that costs too much alone to get that sort of application done. So yes, you're absolutely right there. That there should be challenged in some sort of judicial review completely.
I think it's done for sympathy, to be honest. I think they say it because they want sympathy.
Cheers,
that's my personal opinion. They say it because they want sympathy. I mean, there are police officers that there are some that will have procured PTSD in some way or another, but most of them, I would say, have just that they've come up with this because they want sympathy, because they want whoever is charging them or whatever they do in these hearings, right? They want them to look at them differently and to give them a different outcome, right? That is what I think that they're doing, right? I don't think it's got anything to do with real PTSD. I think it's just a facade.
Yeah, I agree, Jack. I totally agree on that, mate.
Right. That's just my opinion.
What they're trying to do in several parts of this country, Devon's going to start it, I think, the end of this year. Instead of the police turning up to a mental health request through 101 or 999, they're going to send a psychiatrist with the ambulance staff, attend and treat the patient in the house if they need to. If it escalates, they've all got body cams. They can literally press a button on their radio system. That sends an alert to the police if they become violent. But they literally know the client. They read, these psychiatrists know what their temperament's like. So this is what they're trying to do. The government keeps saying there's no money. They have billions and billions of pounds of hours in the bank for the NHS. They need to start paying it up. So if you've got a mental health call for assistance, it should be a psychiatrist, paramedics to start with. Then it should be the police if that person is out of control and threatening harm to everybody else. But they've all done safety procedures. But this is what we want to put into place. Because mental health is saying currently in the UK, they are struggling with the numbers of people suffering mental health. And now in my area, there are 3 major hospitals. One of them is directly opposite the main hospital. There's 200 staff that work in that building. I have had to force CPNs and psychiatric nurses to come down and see their patients. What they're telling them to do is to walk across to the NHS A&E and go there because the staff can't be bothered to work. That's how ridiculous it's got. Nobody is forcing mental health to do their job. We have a 27-bedroom unit for those that need time away from family for whatever mental health reason. They're struggling. They can stay there up to 6 months. That is also a place which is half empty. Police will take people there to get some respite. They'll be turned away at the door. They don't want to do their job either. And it is ridiculous. This is all over the country. It is systematic abuse by the mental health staff themselves not willing to work. They don't want to know.
Precisely. I mean, what did Brummy say? I think it was now I don't know. I've not really done my own research on 136. I know that it's basically the power the police have to I think it's to section you, right? So they're in custody of you. You've not been arrested, but it just allows them to take you to hospital.
But they do handcuff you, Jack. They do.
I know they do handcuff you.
Safety.
Yeah, that's what they say. I mean,
but when you get there, what can the mental health patient do, Jack? That stops all of it. They are allowed to refuse treatment. And once they refuse treatment, they can walk out of that hospital.
Yeah.
So what's the point in taking them there? What's the point in causing someone all that distress, going into their home, arresting them, or not arresting, putting them in handcuffs, manhandling them into a car?
Well, I was just going to say, because I wasn't sure. Say you're right, because Brummy said not long ago, this is what I was confused about, because I believe I've heard different. Apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm on the police. Aren't they allowed to, or can they actually use that police power, the 136 power of MHA, to basically section you, even in your own home?
No.
No, so they can they only do it in a public place?
No, they can go into your home they'll push in your home. If you won't open that door, they're going to break in. That's what they do wrong. Just to enter that property, if that client says no behind that door, I'm fine, I don't need your help. Legally, they should walk away, but they don't because they're bullies. They will break the door down if they have to get in.
What section would they use? It's
136.
The life and limb one, isn't it? It's the
threat
protect
to
the
life.
Life and limb. Yeah. That's what.
But there is, in most cases, there isn't any. They just take them either to the hospital or to the cells. Some of these people have come out with horrendous injuries, being manhandled by the police. For what? Every human being under the United Nations laws and our human rights has the right to refuse any medical intervention, including mental health patients. So they can drag them up to the hospital. They can walk out because they refuse to be treated.
Yeah, the police can't do anything about it either, I don't think.
But that's why a lot of mental health people are terrified of the police, because they just keep breaking into their properties. And
I think there was a case.
Section 17 of PACE allows them to 4th century.
Yeah.
Preserve
I
life.
always get section 16, 17, and 18 mixed up. So that's why I never know the difference half the
So
time.
do they. Don't worry about it.
I know one's a warrant, one's to like, do you know, like if someone they're trying to arrest.
Well, it don't really matter because most of the new Met police won't be able to read fucking English anyway, so they won't be able to know
No,
what
you're
section
right.
they're talking
I
about.
mean, I spoke to someone.
Oh, wow.
No, you're right. You're right. I spoke to someone like a good 6 months ago, I think, that isn't English. He's from Turkey. But he can speak English, and they actually gave him a suggestion. Well, if you write down your what is it? Was it sexual orientation and it was your nationality? If you write that down as something like being being gay or bisexual or whatever.
Sorry, I had to put that comment up on the screen. That made me laugh.
It's so funny.
I like that. No, but they basically suggested they told him they suggested to him to do that, right? And in that he would actually be more looked upon compared to if you put like white English or whatever the appropriate option for that nationality is, British or whatever, you're white and your actual sexual orientation. Not that it particularly matters to them anyway, because it's none of their business. What does it matter? What does it matter about people's sexual orientations? It's your business, not anyone else's.
Exactly. When you go for jobs now, you have the equality and diversity form at the back, and that is not a legal requirement to fill in.
Oh, what was that form that they used to put that down? Census, that was it.
Yeah,
Them
that's it,
bastards.
Yeah, don't answer it.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
When you get the census, right, your name and address is already on it, yeah? So your name and address is on the census. That's the only information they need to know about you. Anything else is bullshit. Just don't fill it in.
Just put not applicable.
Yeah, that's right.
And if they say, "Oh, well, you didn't answer the form appropriately," oh, well, what's my sexual orientation got to do with? Why do you need to know that? You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. No.
That's like saying, "Oh, that's like saying how many partners you've had or whatever." You know, it's got nothing to do with you.
You know, like we're talking about this now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know, there's been some years past, you know, but like in the past, it was like looked down on, you know, this kind of gender thing. It wasn't, you know, it was never. People were never as vocal about it. But I just wanted to say something about this Schofield guy. I mean, he's a fraud. You know, he's been a fraud to the people that are employed. He's also been a fraud to the actual viewers as well. A fraud to his wife.
Who are you talking about?
This Schofield.
Philip Schofield. Okay,
Philip Schofield.
Okay.
Like, you know, like he's this hoo-ha that's going on right now. I mean, apart from that he came out, which I thought was all a bit contrived, right? I just feel like it's been kind of diluted, you know, that the actual what he's actually done, what he's actually been up with doing, and how he's been, you know, people have enabled him to do that. And, you know, like it's coming out at a time right now where, you know, perhaps no one will pick it up and then do something with it. I mean, I think basically the police should be involved with him. I don't know why. Perhaps something should be, you know, they should look a bit closer. But
what I don't understand is why the police aren't actively, like maybe thinking outside the box and going, hold on a minute, you know, like I don't know if they could get involved or whatever, but it's like
I think they did.
They told. Oh, what was it? They told if Philip Schofield. I mean, we already know that Philip Schofield already had a conversation with his brother about. Or his brother had a conversation with Philip about what happened, right? And he kept it on the hush hush, right? And he didn't tell anyone about it. Mm-hmm. The fact that you knew that your brother was effectively a kiddie fiddler, paedophile, whatever you want to call them, right? They were doing he was doing inappropriate things with children, right? You should have gone to the police about it. You should have spoke up about it and told. It doesn't matter if he's family or not. You know, he has done something that is completely vile and disgusting. That anyone that's found to do should, I don't want to say die, but
Well, like I
should
said, he's
stay
in
on
a kind of a
Schofield
privileged position, isn't he? You know, and like now, right? I mean, I believe, right? He's got this £2 million pad now. I mean, he's obviously got a few other millions somewhere too, as well, hasn't he? You know, but he's got this, as I say, from these TV production companies, right? Whatever project he's been working on. But I just think, right, that he's got some fucking neck. You know what I mean? To basically show himself out in public right now. Yeah.
I think you're right, Saul. But the young man in question,
he's the dog's bollocks. That's what he is.
The young man in question did make a statement to the police that they didn't have any kind of affair until he was over 18.
Still, you know, and I know that he groomed him anyway. You know, we all know he groomed him before that.
I totally know that, Saul. I know what they get up to.
Yeah, they've kept it up. You know, they perpetuated it.
grooming.
And I think ITV, right, whoever it is that he was working for, I think that they really fucking they need to be investigated. You know.
Well,
because you can't just. No one can just explain this away. Okay, I'm sorry, but they just can't.
Like Seville and the BBC. I mean,
The BBC did that. Yes, you're right. They did the same thing.
That went on for how long? And how many politicians and police? He was fucking Godivers, they say, as well as Whoa.
So hold on, let's
he never saw the inside of a prison. He never saw the inside of a prison, Jimmy Savile.
Which is surprising. To be
no,
honest.
but he saw the inside of the hospital.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree with you. I mean, to be honest,
thank you, Paul G.
I'm glad. To be honest, in a way, it would have been nice if he'd seen both sides, been in prison and then died in prison. That would probably have been even better.
Because of the massive cover-up, Jack, from the BBC for 40 plus years, it was kept quiet. He did all these things for years and years and years. A lot of it was done on television.
But he was a facilitator. He was a facilitator.
Yes.
There were loads of people around him letting it happen as well, and getting involved.
King Charles's best friend.
Loads.
It's a fucking weird story, all that, isn't it?
They've done it to Jimmy Savile. Who else did they do it to? Dan, who was the person? Who is the person you're reporting regarding that statue or that statue in London, the one you got arrested at?
Who was reporting?
You was outside the BBC, wasn't you?
Yeah, in January last year.
What was the person who made the statue called? The person
Eric Gill.
Eric Gill. Okay, so they covered him up as well, right? And they made a statue about him. So what does that tell you, right? What does that tell you about the BBC and all these?
To be fair, they didn't cover him up as such. They didn't know. Nobody knew about this until well after the statue was made. Nobody found out until 1989, I think it was. When
the BBC still kept the statue up, so clearly they didn't care, did they? Clearly
no,
they don't care.
And they're looking at repairing it, aren't they? Which is why David went back last week.
You're all fairness and all right.
To be honest, right, people that want to abuse children, right, sexually, don't deserve to live. That's just my opinion. Don't deserve to live because
a lot of sexual abusers were abused as children. Firstly, the men especially.
It's like
if you want to talk why the Europeans and white people and Catholicism has come to terms with this, is because we investigate it and we try to bring it to light. Now we ain't talking about what's happening in Hindu groups and Islamic groups and other people in our country, let alone the rest of the fucking nations that still happen. That is still normalized completely. So we're as the European, if not the Western Foundation, we're told, oh, look how bad we are, but you actually look how fucking good we are, because at least we're bringing something there to say this is happening. Now it depends on us as citizens. The contract we all have is what we do with our lives and how we bring each other to information and again, like I think it's Tina is very knowledgeable on this, aspects of how to engage a public a clinic or fucking hospital, these things that you can go through that are there for us. They're there. It's just how we've been taught not to engage that, or how write letters more. Don't just bitch at fucking Twitter and that, because they cannot ignore that. It's so very true.
MPs, everybody, write to the palace if you've got to. Flood them with letters and emails.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Because they cannot ignore these things. It has to be catalogued still. It's still there. It's still one of those things we do. But that's immaterial to how we want to see the world today and make it of just. Because the judicial system isn't what we see as justice at all when it comes to the law and order and that. Exactly, enforcement and all of that. That's why we've got to be careful of where we're going to the totalitarian or authoritarian societies that we deemed. Because most of us should understand, look, if I see some fucker fucking around, I'm going to be like, yo, bro, he's going to be running that way and I'm going to be turning him this way before, we say hello and give a kiss.
Guys, I need to go for a wee. I'm going to bring up Paul from PS&I Abusing Their Powers. He's not been on for a while. Great. I'm going to bring him up to say hello while I go for a quick pee, and I'll be back in just a moment. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Paul. How you doing?
Hiya, Dan.
I'll be right back. I need to go for a wee.
As doing really well.
Hi.
Oh, boy. Hope you're doing okay. Can you hear me okay there, folks?
Yeah, you're a bit low, Paul.
You're a bit low.
Can you hear me okay?
Your audio's breaking up slightly.
Right.
Probably due to internet.
I'll just come a wee bit closer here. I'm not going to stay on for long. Well, I hope God everybody's keeping really well there anyway.
Yeah, you've been putting some good stuff up on Facebook.
I'm holding a demonstration. Roger, thank you so much.
You what, mate?
I think you give you the videos there of the kidnapping of me away back in February.
Yeah. Is there somebody moving around and scratching near a mic somewhere? Because it's bleeding all over the chat. Yeah, I saw that one, Paul. There's God, who was it? Somebody else pointed it out as well.
That's Saul. Sort your microphone out.
So far, the police is trying to cover. The police is actually trying to cover everything up. The way they conducted my arrests, the whole lot in their GDPR breaches interview. Also, whenever at the interview, whoever they met my rights, I stated no, I didn't understand my rights, and they carry on with the interview. I'm in court Thursday week again, so long, considering they've never read a charge to me yet. That's up and coming, and also their court has been popped back with just actually a high court in Belfast for a non-molestation order.
How can they take it to court if they haven't even charged you with it?
Put back to September, considering the person that's brought out all this. I'll explain more or less in September. I'm not going to actually talk about the case of that there because there's so much perjury this person's commit and where they're lying what they're actually. I'll give you a wee quick rundown. They're actually to bring a non-molestation order on me on somebody else's name, but in their own evidence, which there is no evidence. And not only that, I've entered just 2 years of hard.
You're breaking up badly there, Paul.
Your internet quality is not very good.
Never is from over there for some reason.
It is bad over there. Is he frozen?
You've frozen up.
Yeah, I think he's frozen. Yeah,
I think his Wi-Fi's or data's gone.
He does have problems when he comes on anyway with his signal from over there.
Yeah.
But if anybody's interested, he does put a lot of stuff out on Facebook about the corruption up in the Northern Ireland police. They're way worse than some of ours, believe me, when they're arresting people.
Oh, heavy-handed, yeah, for sure. I've seen a few videos.
But
of that.
it's not that they just don't take any notice of any law.
No, they don't. They don't believe in policies. They believe in what they see in front of them, and they act on it. So
It's very simple. One rule for one, and one rule for everyone else.
Yeah.
Well, I've done public order in Northern Ireland and Pristina in Kosovo, and you know the way we train as well. They're public order, so we're the guys that come in when people want to throw fucking Molotovs and shit. You know what I mean? It is a tough job, bro. And if you've ever been in a riot, it's fun.
Go back and look at Dan's videos. There's one there of the fucking police throwing fireballs at each other.
Somebody chucks that at me, I'm running the other fucking way. So
I've done a report. I think it was last year. I've done a report about some. I can't remember where they were from now. What cops
they were? Weren't they the firearms guys or something?
No, I mean I can't remember what force they were from. But they had a Canadian sort of exchange student, if you like, right? They all went out for a piss. They were doing training, public order training. They all went out on the piss, and they've got back to the place where they were practicing, doing their training, and they've got rooms there for them to stay in. But these pissed up cops went back and decided that they would go into the stores, get out some Molotov cocktails, and start throwing them at each other for fun.
Oh, geez.
They ended up getting one of the pool cars, which is used for driving around the complex. They set one of them on fire.
Oh, damn.
Didn't want to call the fire brigade because they were afraid they were going to get in trouble. So tried to put it out by using about a dozen fire extinguishers and still couldn't put it out.
one of them got burnt as well, didn't he?
Shit.
I can't remember, probably, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I can remember.
Hello, Brummy. How you doing?
Good evening. How is everyone? I've got an invite
Brummy.
tonight, so I don't know how it's going to be.
It's very good, Brummy. Yeah, it's good, Brummy.
Awesome. I'm going to be a bit of a devil's advocate because I've been listening to obviously the mental health chat. And Tina, are they going to then be rewriting the Mental Health Act as a whole?
The Met Office have put it out, and as you know, it's coming into play August 31st, according to their website. So I'm assuming when London does it, it literally comes down in tiers to other parts of the UK. So that should come into effect either from August or perhaps next year. But they literally will change the Mental Health Act because they're saying that thousands of calls come in every week for mental health attendance for the police. They're saying it's taken them away from other duties that they need to be dealing with. So, because a lot of the times they're just going around for a comfort chat to calm the person down. Mm-hmm. That should be done by a mental health professional with an ambulance on standby in case there's a medical issue, because people can hyperventilate, become really anxious. They can literally have major problems with meltdowns. So that's what they're putting, hopefully, groups want it put in place as soon as possible. But this is something the Met Office has put up, because they're saying that they are wasting so much police time going to mental health calls for assistance when they should be contacting the mental health services, who aren't doing their bloody job, and the ambulance service to attend first.
Because the only reason I've jumped on is obviously the Mental Health Act, the Section 135 and the 136.
Mm-hmm.
That's a police act. That's not a medical act. Paramedics don't have the authority to detain someone under the Mental Health Act.
They don't. No,
it has to be a police officer.
This is what they're saying, though. What is the point of the police going in and handcuffing someone, being quite brutal with them, to take them to a hospital when a patient can refuse care?
Sorry to interrupt you. I've been on both sides of this argument. I've been on the side where I've been the one going into, we were taking voluntary patients, so in a sense they were okay to be going to the mental health hospitals, but we still had times where they would become aggressive, because at the time they says yes, it took a couple of weeks to get them into a hospital. We've come along and gone, right, we're going to be taking you to hospital now. They've got aggressive. We've needed police because my safety is more important.
They're still going.
Sorry,
Tommy. There's still going to be that element. So if a paramedic turns up with a psychiatrist on board, if there's any threat to life from the patient, they will call the police. There will be an emergency service that will attend to protect you guys, anyone that's doing paramedic work, ambulance, whatever. They will turn up for that, and it will be a 999 response.
The only reason as well is because in the West Midlands, I don't know if we're the first ones to have done it, but we have a mental health car. So we have a mental health worker, a paramedic, and a police officer. Because if we was to go in and someone was cutting their arms and high risk, we would have to have the police to attend. They would then 136 them, whether if they're in a place of public. They can then do a 135 where they can forcefully enter someone's house to detain them under the Mental Health Act, and they can forcefully take them to hospital.
Well,
and
I think
the reason they do it is because under both sections of the 135 and the 136, you have to have a mental health assessment. So you can go to hospital and you've got blood all on your arms. You can refuse nurses and doctors looking at your arms, but you will be detained in that hospital till you have a mental health assessment.
They don't have to. That's the point. I've attended hospital many times, and if a patient says they don't want to talk to anybody, they cannot force you. The mental health staff walk away.
If you're under a section with the police,
they still can't do it.
You have to have that mental health assessment.
You don't. You can ignore the psychiatrist. You don't. No. I've been there. Well, people have got out and walked out after saying no. Handcuffs have been taken off and they've walked away and got a taxi home.
And then they've been brought back.
No, they've actually gone to their psychiatrist to get support a week later.
Can I share a link in the chat that pertains to this sort of stuff? It's another link to an article.
You share it in the private chat.
Okay. I've done that to you then on the StreamYard. If you check it out and see if
it's in the private chat now, Dan.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not joking. This is what you guys are talking about here, okay? Just it's a very small fucking discussion by a professor, and that's why it's all wrong as well.
Is this have you time stamped it to the point where you want to hear it from? Or...
No, it's the whole thing. Most people won't understand it really, because it goes into terminology that people don't want to. They go, oh, what does that mean? And it takes long to kind of explain these sort of synapses of why people are there.
I'm only asking because it's 32 minutes long, so I can't play 32 minutes on.
I know that at all. Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying, if you can share it out one day too.
Yeah, I'll share the link. I'll share the link itself in the comments if anyone wants to go and check it out.
Thanks. But I've been with patients. I've taken people to hospital having a mental health meltdown. They've got there. The police have attended, but they can't keep them there once they refuse treatment. All treatment. You're entitled to do that.
But your patients weren't under a section?
They were when they were picked up by the police. They said they were going to arrest them under section 136 or hold them. But when the nurses came out and they tried to assist the person, they calmed down after a while because there was a good psychiatrist there. So they got calmed down, but they just listened. They wouldn't talk. So in the end, they said, we can't spend all night here. If they're not willing to engage, they have the absolute right to refuse any treatment. You cannot force, coerce, push, or bully. That's on the NHS website.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Oh, plastic. That's great. That's basically your right as a human being. Nobody in a hospital, be it psychiatric or whatever, you cannot be unless you are taken to a psychiatric unit. A policeman, social services, and a psychiatrist decide you're a danger to society or yourself. They can then use that power to lock you up to 6 months in the psychiatric unit. That's when they can force the issue, but not just taking you to a hospital. You can refuse.
No, you have to be a danger.
Yes.
Probably not the word that I want to use, but it's the only word I can think of at the time. You have to be a risk.
Yeah.
There we go.
You have the right to refuse treatment as a voluntary patient. So in this case, say you get
so the difference. Sorry, Jack. The difference is voluntary is if you're going in.
Okay, fair enough then.
But if the police have took you because you're at risk, you can't leave until you have an assessment.
Yeah, but
No,
you can
they
refuse.
can.
They can leave. They can
Because
refuse.
the thing is, right, is they are trying to do something without your consent, right? As much as in some cases, I probably disagree with the fact that they do. You know, I disagree with the fact that they are allowed to leave because they should get help, right? I'm not saying that they shouldn't get help, but for those that need the help, right, as an individual, it is your right to refuse treatment, unless, like what Tina and those have just said, unless you are a danger to society, or
Yeah.
you are in a position where you need to be treated there and then, and you need a mental health assessment, all these things, blah blah blah, then that's different. Now, if for any normal circumstance where you know, they've been sectioned 136 Mental Health Act, and they've been taken to hospital by police, and they refuse treatment, they have to let them go, right? And obviously, even if they refuse to fill out this mental health assessment or whatever, answer questions, they say no, they have to, right? And the thing is if they refuse to, if they keep you in hospital, right, without your consent, then they're it's like entrapment. I think entrapment and probably other things.
Yeah.
I think.
Brummy, would you class mental health intervention as therapeutic medical intervention?
There's difference, isn't there? Because if you're going in because you've been deemed unfit to stay at home, basically, you've had a mental health episode.
Yeah, if you're a risk,
you're a really high risk to yourself and others, and the police have took you into hospital. You're no longer a voluntary patient. You're detained. So they can detain you, they can hold you, and I'll tell you, it's happened to me where personally, and obviously when I was working for the ambulance service, they would keep them in because they're such a high risk. They're a risk to themselves, and they need to have the assessment. If they go into the assessment and they go, I'm not talking to you, piss off, you know, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. But the psychiatrist then can say, okay, yes, they're at a risk, and then we're going to detain them to go to a mental health hospital. Or they're going to release them, where then they now don't become under the Mental Health Act. We're going to release them, and home treatment will pick them up. And then they're no longer under the section. But if they're under a section of a 136 or a 137, they have to remain in hospital till that happens.
Well, I've dealt with patients that don't. They just get a taxi.
The thing
home.
is, though, Brummy, if they refuse treatment, they can't force you to do something if you refuse.
I'll tell you.
If you've gone to the hospital, okay, fair enough. If you've gone to the hospital, not necessarily willingly, but if you've not necessarily kicked off about it, you've not like hit police officers or whatever,
Hang on,
right?
Jack, hold up. I'll tell you a quick story, Amy. And this is a friend that it happened to. He found out his mother was being abused from his family. So why he did it, he smashed next door neighbor's fucking yard, or his glass. The police came, picked him up, didn't want to deal with him, took him to a hospital, all right, left him there. He fucked around in that hospital, all right? And he did. They held him down, they drugged him. They gave him a set of drugs, okay, for 2 years after releasing him after 6 months. All right, they did this straight out till they stopped her. Now he's come back. I'll give you that. They calmed him down. These drugs made him a bit lethargic and weird. And he still to this day, I think he's not the same personally. But that happened to him. No, and he's a rich guy. I mean, he's wealthy. He drives like a house of a car.
It's not rare that it's surprising.
No, but it happened to him. All right,
when
he called me, okay, and said, "Oh, David, sorry." Dox myself, but I there's many Davids, some are Dave. Anyway, so yeah, it was like, oh yeah, I need your help, and I was like, okay, what's going on? He says, they're holding me. I said, what have you done? He kind of gives me a bit of a brief, and I tell him, okay, I'll give you this. I say, tell them you're a gay Muslim. and you know that's the problem here. And they'll let you go, and he didn't listen to me, and they drugged him up in the end because he fucked around there. But they took his rights just from smashing a fucking window. That's the point. They took him and drugged him from just smashing one window.
You in the comments, I've had that. I've kicked off that much that I've had security at hospital. They've sedated me because I was too much of a risk to myself and other people. And that was under But that was under a section.
But that you can refuse it. If you're not considered a high risk to the public or yourself and you're just having a meltdown, you can refuse it.
As far as I'm aware, the police, right, regarding the Mental Health Act, right, they don't interfere in any medical procedures, right, when it comes to the hospital. All the police do is the powers that they are given, in this case 136 of MHA, that power is to detain you and to then take you to hospital, of which then and to stay with you until the hospital has conducted the necessary procedures that they need to do. However, they aren't to get involved in what the hospital do. Right, that's got nothing to do with them. They've only detained them.
They're not meant to get involved in a lot of stuff, but they still do.
But yeah, they do. But no, it says here that there are situations where you can lawfully be given treatment for your mental health problem without your consent. Then you can also be lawfully restrained in order to give you that treatment. So what you just said, Brommy, and what you said,
if you're deemed unable to make those decisions yourself, and that would have to be if you're being sectioned, not just a 137 where you're going in to have an assessment. You have to be sectioned in order for the police to be able to do that. As far as I'm aware, if it's just a 136 or a 135 or 136 or one, I can't remember what one.
136, 137.
136, 137. I believe the police can take you to a hospital. I believe, without looking this up, by the way, I believe it's then down to the hospital to get the assessment done, and if they think that you are a danger to yourself and a danger to other people, and you don't have the capacity to make decisions for yourself, you can then be sectioned. At which point, I believe the police can hold you, physically detain you at that point as well. I
think the state holds you rather than the police, because
the only time they can do an actual full assessment is by taking you to a mental health hospital, where it has to be a policeman, a psychiatrist, and a social worker make the decision to hold you. That's when you can be sedated. I had a guy that had a massive breakdown, threatening the public. They took him to North Devon Hospital. The North Devon Hospital staff asked him to calm down. He did. After 2 hours of them talking to him and him refusing all treatment, they put him in a taxi to come back from North Devon to Exeter, which is like 40 odd miles, on his own. No support.
Sorry, Tina, I've got to disagree with you there.
Well, this is a true story. You can't disagree with it, Brommy. This is what
No, I'm just saying about the sedation, because I've been sedated.
You can't do it in hospital. You can't.
I've been sedated in A&E.
Well, you shouldn't be. That's against the law. And if you say no, it's no.
Right, let's all remember one thing, because I want to move on because we've been talking about this for about half an hour or more now. So I want to move on to something else as well. But just, before we do, we've got to all remember that what they are supposed to do and what they do are two very different things.
Yeah.
Where they're not, if they're not supposed to do something, for example, sedate you, okay, pretty much guaranteed that it's happened at some point to somebody where they have sedated them. If the police aren't supposed to put their hands on you for some reason, it's guaranteed that they have. So remember what they're supposed to do, what's not supposed to do, and what they actually do are, in a lot of cases, very, very different things. So
the biggest scare. Do you remember that guy, Dan, that we had the video of that had the police enter his property and they dragged him to the floor? Do you remember that one back along? And they got into his place on a section 136. Do you remember that one? Months ago now.
Is that the guy that? No, he was on video, wasn't it? He had the video going, and they said that he had a sword or something in his house.
That's right.
Yes.
Well, they did a 136 on him, and he was released hours later because he wouldn't talk to anybody.
And that was a PTSD episode as well.
Yeah,
Was,
but they released
he
him.
was he in his own house?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it would have been a weird 135, not a 136.
They kicked the door down.
Yeah, 135 gives them the right to kick the door down if there's immediate.
Could also have been a section 17 because his neighbour complains that he had seen him with a sword or a blade of some
Yeah,
description.
so to save life and limb or whatever, they could have used
That's the
that.
time they can. The police can keep you in the hospital. There's no dispute on that because they are security for the hospital staff. That's what their role is when they're there. They can handcuff you to a bed.
Hold on.
That's correct.
So 135 warrant to search for and remove patients if it appears for a
Yeah,
justice.
but like we
abuse,
say, Jack, it doesn't matter what words are written down on there if they don't follow the book. Then they don't.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Let's move on to something else. Let's move on to something a little bit more cheery because that was quite a bit of a hint.
Sorry.
I know.
You noticed me looking down, haven't you? There's a cheery thing, you know.
It's fine. So, I've told everybody before. We'll talk about whatever on here, but sometimes we do
dwell too long on one subject.
Well, sometimes we get wrapped up in a subject and we go on for ages, and I'm guilty of that myself. But just to change the subject slightly, it's only 3 weeks till my birthday.
Woo! How old are you going to be, Dan? Are you going to admit your real age?
I'm 25 again.
Ah, right. So you didn't know.
The answer to that question is no.
When's your birthday again? It's the 15th or the 16th?
It's the 16th of June. I'm having a meet up on the 17th of June.
Okay.
Because the 16th is a Friday. A lot of people are working on a Friday.
Yeah.
People coming up to Liverpool to come for a drink and whatnot. And I've decided to do that on a Saturday. That way people haven't got to rush in from work and try and get here.
Yeah.
Or they haven't got to worry about any of that stuff. So, yeah. So 45.
Unfortunately, Dan, I don't have 45.
45.
You can't reverse yours then. I'm 62. I'm 62 this year, so I'm going to reverse it. So I'll be 26.
You're still looking young now, Tina. You're still looking young now.
Thank you, dear.
I'm like Dan. Dan, for his birthday, he has to be handcuffed to a hospital bed.
No,
right.
No, he doesn't. Hey, well, at least he's not sleeping in the fridge, knocked out.
Yeah, as long as I get bed bathed by a couple of nice nurses, a couple of naughty nurses, so I don't mind.
I'm going to send you a birthday present up in the next couple of weeks, but you got to be tempted not to fucking open it till your birthday.
What's that? Officer naughty.
But I can't come up. It's too far for me, and I can't travel that distance.
No, I know. I don't want anything, Tina.
I'm sending you a package, whether you fucking like it or not.
I don't want anything.
I don't give a shit. In the package. Remember, I know where you live.
Our birthday is very close to each other.
I'd just be quiet if I were you, Dan, because you're just going to get roasted off Tina if you carry on.
Last person said they know where I lived. They said they was outside. Then they was outside Greg's, and they was heading off the wrong fucking direction.
That's right. Yeah. That in that white van, wasn't it?
I know where you are, Dan. Don't worry. I could, if I was able to come up physically, I would. But I wish I could come and see some of you guys, but I can't travel. So hopefully, I'm hoping to bring you down this year on your own, just to see what if you want to come down. So
we'll sort something out soon, Tina. I'm more than happy to meet with anyone if if it's feasible. Again, I'm hoping to move back down to Essex, which will be a lot closer to you.
No, is it?
No,
Essex closer to me?
Essex is closer to you than where I am now.
No,
is it? Everyone says down south. I'm south. This is south in my area, Devon. That is way down south. So
Essex is closer to you. Essex is south of London, just south of London, and at the moment I'm nearly 300 miles north of London.
So right, how many miles is it from Essex to my city, Exeter?
I don't know.
A long way. All right.
It is a long way, mate. Yeah.
I just wanted to go out there and say that I'll be 21 on the 19th of June. So
we'll send you nice gifts, Dan. Dan. Nice card.
214 miles.
Kid.
Wow.
Where I am now is 251. So it's not that much closer, but it's still closer.
It's closer, okay. But yeah,
If
we'll
I
arrange
die-
one in the year so you can come down for a stay. So at the moment, I can only have one person at a time. I've only got a 2-bed house, folks. So you just have to wait until I win the lottery, then I can buy a bigger one.
As long as you're well enough. As long as you're well
Hey,
enough.
it's okay. I'm Gandalf. I can just like grow a tree and stuff.
I've got an 8-man tent I can put in the garden. It's a big round one.
I'm gonna punch you. Yeah, you shall not pass.
And I've got a big tent I can put in the garden if anyone don't mind sleeping outside. So
Happy birthday for Wednesday, Lisa.
So there's a rule when you visit my house, Dan. Once a guest, second time a pest. So if you want tea, biscuits, cakes, or whatever, you help your fucking self. If you don't, you're going to starve. I'm not here to wait for you.
I'll bring a bottle of Jules. I'll bring a bottle of Jules.
Not putting any booze in my house. That's for sure.
Worrying
I don't
the
have alcohol in my
local
property.
wildlife will get
Can I,
you arrested.
can I play that? Can I play that Happy Birthday Lisa song for the Simpsons?
That's why I live outside.
I do not allow alcohol.
Get the copyright struck again, Sonic.
Again, aye. Happy
Again?
birthday,
What do you mean again? What,
Lisa,
Right,
happy
sing it.
birthday.
Sing it. You're not playing it.
I'll get you
Dan,
some non-alcoholic stuff, Dan, all right?
I need to find it now.
I'm going to jump back into the comments. It's been lovely to debate with you all. And I
You
will
too,
speak
Brummy.
to you
Take
soon.
care, don't.
Take care.
By the way, Brummy, I saw
Appreciate what you
your
do, Brummy.
I saw your comment when you first came in, Brummy, and well done again for
Yeah, you're doing well, mate.
staying on top of
Appreciate
things.
I went to my first AA meeting as well. Didn't do much talking, but
You'll get there. Just take
Well,
your time.
take a while for you to get used to going
It
to
does,
one of those.
yeah.
It takes some steps, though, doesn't it? But you're on the right track.
It's
Keep
one
it up,
step at
buddy.
a time.
Just turning
It's
up is
just-
a
yeah,
well
it's
done.
just though it's so much like connected to religion, and it's just like just
Oh,
can't
I
be
know.
bothered.
They do get a bit like
Yeah.
that in meetings.
Some of it's unnecessary, to be honest.
Open yourself to God, and God can cleanse
Oh,
you.
trust
and
me.
You'll never drink again, and it's like, oh God.
Some of us have had enough of
Well, you
hearing
keep
about
talking
God.
like that, mate, and I'm going to go straight to the pub after this.
Don't forget, you off it, drink, no fucking drive you to it.
One day at a time, Brummy. All right, mate?
Yeah, appreciate you all. Take care, and I'll speak
Take
to you
care,
soon.
mate.
Bye-bye.
Look after yourself, Brummer.
I went to
Jesus.
each faith has got its own way of doing things. As you know, I'm Buddhist. So I went to a particular meeting to do with Buddhism in the Western view. So I went to this particular meet and greet. Everybody's wearing all the gear and they got all the beads and everything else. And they said, oh, we're going to go to the park this afternoon. I thought, oh, this is cool. You know, I don't mind doing this, having a go, meet new people. So I decided to go to the park with this lot. They started hugging trees. And I was like, what? You want me to do what?
Are you sure they were hugging trees and not doing something else with the trees?
Well, I didn't ask. They were getting very close. So please come and try the tree. It has life. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm hugging a tree. Why? What's that got to do with Buddhism? So I don't understand. Oh, we are a different group. We are this way inclined, that way. I said, you're inclined on something and I haven't got a clue, so I'm leaving. So,
I'll tell you what that reminds me of. I remember years ago seeing This Morning, a program, This Morning with Holly and Phil.
Oh, yeah.
And, there was some woman on there talking about being one with nature, hugging trees and listening to the trees. And I would always remember that now as Philip Schofield, the dirty pervert, hugging a tree. So anything to do with hugging trees is going to remind me
hugging a tree.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. But
Don't
you've got to get.
you guys remember them hugging each other through plastic? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, do you know what? It
Like
looked
a
like they
big
were wearing a
condom,
huge.
you know what I mean? Like,
I was just about to say that. It looked like they were wearing a huge joint
Yeah.
or something.
Exactly. Like, oh no, just give me a little. I know you're gay.
Barking nerds.
Crazy.
I saw a
think?
picture about that. I saw a meme to do with that on Facebook with Holly
Yeah.
hugging Phil through a plastic sheet. Roger knows what I'm talking about. I'm sure he's seen the picture I'm
It was
talking about.
on Facebook earlier
Do you know
today.
what? To be honest, I actually think this whole him coming out as gay, it's a bit sad. Because I mean, we already know what happened. He lied to his wife for I don't even know how many. Was it 20 plus years? Was it? Or was it long? Or was it? I don't know.
Jack, I'll put you straight there. No, he didn't.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. I won't tell you why and how I know, but he didn't. He didn't lie to her at all.
Wait,
They had an open relationship,
right, okay.
and that means they could have other partners. So
Right, okay.
It wasn't actually an open relationship either, Tina.
it was kind of like that. They knew she
No, it
knew what he
wasn't.
was
No,
doing.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And I'll tell you why now, because a very, very good friend of mine is his cousin. He's not connected to anything, but he's still a very, very good mate of mine.
Right, okay.
Well, it'll come
And
out
I've
soon.
actually met all of them.
So, okay then, why did he... So, if he wasn't gay, why did he come out as being gay in the end? Suddenly, and then... I don't understand.
He actually came out before it was released in the press. They got out with it first.
Oh, right.
I heard apparently
I'm not going to say too much on it out of respect to me, mate. I've never brought it up, and that's why I never speak about it on my channel.
Because I heard apparently it was something to do like
But
a 15-year-old.
what a lot of people are saying, I won't go into the new stuff that's come out. I know nothing about that. But I know the original situation, and what people are saying and what they're thinking is an absolute load of
So how long
bollocks.
have they been? I don't know how long they've been married. Those two.
They've been married quite a few years, and I can even tell you the story of where Gordon the Gopher come from originally. So,
Oh, well, I remember Gordon the Gopher. Oh, God, that takes me back. But now I feel old.
I know the whole story.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a fucking mess, isn't it? It's a mess.
It is a mess. We just got to
As I
wait.
say, like people, the public, right, looking at that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're all right about it, but me, if I find it sickening. I find it fucking sickening, the whole thing.
Well, if you got
they all
people that
fucking
are
knew.
right about it,
They all
you know,
knew
it
and
is
all,
sickening,
you know.
right.
Come on.
It is sickening. You're right.
And he's got like he's got proper bank out of it, right, for being whatever, you know, whatever he fucking felt like on whatever day, and you know what I mean. And it's like he made pure bank out of it. He got a nice £2 million pad and all this, and it's like, hang on a minute, dude. You know, I think I've seen like a couple of interviews of him, you know, like where they've clipped it, and I think he was asked, you know, like, you know, how do you do this? How do you keep it up? And he just says, oh, I just got to keep getting away with it. It's just simple as that.
Yeah, yeah.
So he'd known early on, quite early on, that he was deceiving people. And I mean, deception. I mean, I think I hate deception in any form. Right? But the way he's done it, the way he's done it so publicly and everything.
The thing that's interesting for me, Saul, is this is not a new thing. This the transgender, the homosexuality, cross-dressing, all those kind of things have been around for centuries. All right, the first.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know it's well embedded in different cultures and stuff.
I think most people are getting frustrated. I think personally, myself as well, when people are coming out talking about the other side of their life. Well, why can't you be honest in the first place with your partner, your wife, your husband? Why can't you just say how you feel? Why would you go into a relationship if you have other feelings? That's what gets me. Why does it have to be kept
so
hidden?
fucking fake, man. So fake.
Well, the thing is, when it comes to who you are as a person, and
you should be proud of it.
What you prefer, who you prefer.
It's all right, Danny. Don't worry about it, mate.
Which gender you prefer in that? I mean, for one, it doesn't matter to other people because it's got nothing to do with them. And two, at least for me, right? It does sound like a fart, then. It's not. I think it was the chair.
Are you sure?
It wasn't me.
I think it says that something's trying to come out.
No, so for me, the thing is, right, is I think you mentioned it once on your channel recently, Dan, when you did one of your videos. I can't remember, but it was I think it might have been to do with the drag queen stories that they were going when you were doing
the
videos
libraries,
about them. Yeah, the libraries, yeah, and most of them come out as gay, but they say they're gay. It's more of, I mean, at least how I see it, not for myself, but just what other people are doing now. It's like a craze, it's like a trend, rather than people actually coming like noticing things about themselves as they grow up. They are doing it simply for for a following of some degree, or to be
Attention
noticed.
seeking.
Attention seeking. Yeah. Now I have, as I've been growing up, I've started to notice myself that I'm not necessarily interested into what
Just
most
rolled
people
another
would
bloody
be
fag in there.
interested in.
buddy.
You know,
Hey,
women
Jack.
and stuff like that. And
Hey, Jack. Hey, you're going 21, right? My 21st,
Almost, yeah.
my
Almost.
21st birthday, I was in a Sanger. Yeah, you know what a Sanger is?
No, I don't.
Okay, yeah, I was in a Sanger watching people like from a distance. Yeah, for real. A Sanger is like a watchtower in Northern Ireland. Yeah, and we were, yeah, that's my 21st birthday there, buddy. You know, you all these things that that are coming to fruition with fucking
Thank you,
dirty
Jackson.
celebrities.
Thank you, Michael.
It's a whole hindrance of really what's going on. So
thank you.
I mean, what do we want? We grow up to fucking find ourselves anyway. Now we're interfering with that. The kids have social media. I didn't grow up with this social media bullshit. You did.
Yeah.
I do remember like 486s, 386s. I did Pascal. I did C++, Borderland, C#, SQL back in the day. You know, my day when I was growing up, sort of thing. But I ended up being in the military. Well, I chose to be in the military as a volunteer, first of all, for Her Majesty. So for me, it was a good thing coming from Africa. So these days, I see the workmanship of men and young people. They're fucking ridiculous. Some of them like, oh yeah, I got great muscle, but they have no sort of finesse or dexterity is the main thing. And how they do it, it's like, what the hell, man? How do you think? Dude, it's fucking ridiculous. And it's hard to find this. And you wonder why this is now with men that want to be girls at 50-year-olds. What? Because their lives are meaningless and they realize all their fucking time has just been about paying for the bills and doing the good life. They've never been able to be free or knowing what is that. And you know, India is a powerhouse that's coming. And believe me, I mean, these Indians are now realizing, fifth generation in this country, like Rishi Sunak even, and before, is that their parents don't dictate who they can be anymore. And that's a new thing to them. Where the West, us guys, you know, for the Western Foundation and shit, we've been all these free thinkers all the time, and and we forgot that struggle.
Well, I don't know, you know. I mean, I look at people like Sunak and some of these other minorities that are on the front bench and in cabinet, and I think to myself, they're just in this to get back at us.
Yeah,
it's like slavery in reverse, mate.
Yeah,
you
but
know?
this is sold out. Everything is sold out right now. Okay, the world is sold out. No matter how we try to put it right, it ain't going to be right. All we can be is right together. We can be that upright thing. We don't have to prove shit to anyone. It's just, again, no, you know, and again, be good at your works. Because if the state comes after you and all that other crap, if you're good in mind, you're going to be good in soul and all that. You know, clean your room, buckaroo, all that shit. There's a reason.
If you look at society today, we have a service that's been put in place by our government which alienates you and I. This new thing about nouns and what I want to be identified as. So I wanted to identify myself as a human biological female. There was a student in town, stuck his mic up my face. I'm a human biological female. And he said, you can't say that. Says who? That's my thoughts. You don't control what's up here. That's
No.
Why were these ideas given to him to be so brazen to you, ma'am? That's what I would say. I'd be disgusted by anyone that has any reason to say anything to anyone like that in that manner.
Well, he was shoving a microphone in everybody's face, and the best one came from a little old lady. She said, I'm a pensioner whose husband went through World War II and served this country. I'm a woman. I gave birth to children, which you cannot do because you're a man. So she said, why don't you just go and fuck off? And this was a woman in her 80s. And I was like, go, grandma, get in.
Yeah,
He was literally shoving the mic in people's faces. You can't say that. So when I greet someone now that I don't know, hello, human is what I say.
I'd be straightforward.
I'm not doing shit in what they there, whatever. Hello, human.
To be honest, it's another thing. It's another thing that is like 100 genders. I mean,
We're fucking doing my head in that. 100.
Good.
How
But the
many?
government has said, the government,
yeah. That's
on the
that's how many
100
genders there are apparently.
there
so,
is,
but-
right, but the government have said, Jack, what you identify as, someone else must accept. What you identify as.
I identify as a biological
That's
male.
called fascist, isn't it?
I identify
Right?
as a cunt.
So if you want to say what you are, that's what
At
you
least
are.
you,
No one
at
can
least you
change your
admit
mind.
it. At least you admit it, Stuart.
Does anybody remember the punk era, the punk era with all the hairstyles and the piercings and the tattoos and stuff back in the day?
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, excuse me.
Right. So you remember all that sort of stuff, and that was being downgraded. They're criminals, they're drug addicts, they're this. And these were normal, everyday folks that wanted to follow a style. But the government tried to criticize them by saying these were all criminals, and they weren't. It's like it was brought into, I think it was brought into law about tattoos and piercings about 20 years ago. So now an employer cannot refuse to employ you with tattoos and piercings.
Yeah.
The only place that don't allow piercings is in kitchens when you're cooking.
Yeah.
So.
A good example.
That's fucking brilliant.
A good example of the type of style you're talking about. A good example of that is Crybaby with Johnny Depp in, where they were wearing like really weird clothing and wearing all pierced. You know, one of the women were wearing lots of piercings, for example.
Exactly. But in Queen Victoria's time, it was not unknown for men to secretly have, like in the Victorian houses, they had the posh front room, and that was reserved for the men with their cigars and their whiskies and things. But they would dress up as women in these rooms. They would go out and buy women's clothing and just sit there with ladies with all the whiskey and the cigars, and that's what they used to do. It was not uncommon.
I'm a lady.
Yeah, seriously.
I could do that, boys.
They used to buy all the gear, the corsets, the knickers, everything, and just dress up like a woman and entertain.
Don't forget the big holes. Don't forget the toilets that had big holes in them, and you couldn't flush or anything like that, so it just stunk.
Oh my god! Yes, the pit, as they used to call it, the shit pit.
Dan knows quite a lot about him because he's lived that long.
Not as long as me.
Oi, hang on a minute. I am not as old. This one.
Don't mention the war.
Hey, don't just blame Roger. Me and Roger are the same age.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
Oh, I'll put you up there as well.
There you go. See, proud of it, Roger, aren't we? We're proud of our age, aren't we, darling?
I'm already 62.
Guys, can I
I'll
ask
be
a
there
question?
soon.
Can I ask a question to you? Why do you think like Britain gave up in Africa, like selling out Rhodesia, and then South Africa, and probably in that Namibia,
Why did Britain give up? Why did Britain give up in Africa? Did you say?
Yeah, especially
Well, they done their job, didn't they? They let the virus go and then fucked off.
Nah, can't be like that.
They might have dressed up as ladies back then, Dan, but they
Shouldn't have
couldn't
done
do
it,
a lot with the
Shouldn't have
makeup.
done it.
They
They
once-
gave it to China now.
Once Africa had its own independence, like India, we pulled out. It's just finance. That's what it comes down to. You can't keep going after all these countries far away because the money runs out.
It's not about it's the influence you can do.
Yeah, but if someone has their own governing body, like when we lost to the Americans, and the Americans made their country, it's the same anywhere that you go to.
But Pan Africa was generally funded through the communists. It was. That's why we had the fight with Angola, to kick out the commies.
Well, I had my neighbour was when there was I can't remember what, in the 70s they were inviting the English to go over to parts of Africa to take over African-owned farmland. She went over there with her husband. They had 4 kids there who became South Afrikaans, and they got kicked out years later when the Africans took control of these farms back again and gave it back to the original landowners. So they had to come back to this country.
I'm going to dispute this because many of the actual African farmers were from the Dutch heritage anyway.
Some were, but they took over a black area of farms. They had slaves as well. They told us that. Sharon and her husband were sent back to the UK in 1990 something as destitute British citizens. They lost their farm, everything. It was taken off them by the government.
Yeah, bloody bastards, right? We should have shut them up more, huh? Hey, do you know the Zulus that still control the ANC will
We
always
get the
say
business niggas
influx
love
from,
flavor.
from the north? I mean, really, that happened. So
Yeah.
where does the concrete come? Should we pay reparations?
Oh, that is
Andy, when you
hilarious.
say the old ones are the best, do you mean knickers?
kept them on for like 2 months or whatever. And they got all crust there.
I still like the fact, to be honest, that we are a diverse country, and I've known homosexuals, I've known transgenders all of my life. I got a transgender lady to come and talk to my kids at 14 and 16, so they could understand that there were different people out there to protect them, and they thoroughly enjoyed the conversations they had with that person for many years, teaching them about the differences. As long as you don't try and pressure me, that's fine. But when you start to try and push the narrative onto me and make me wrong because of my choice of gender that I am, you can't do that. You cannot force your issues on someone else.
Just tell them, fuck off, grasshopper.
I was educated about trans people as an adult. I remember going to that club. I remember waking up in the morning. No, I'm joking. No,
Tina.
Yes.
Tina, respect my pronouns. Woman, right?
Yeah, me too. Woman.
Yeah.
But I'm a human biological female. That's the way I choose to stay in
too.
town with the microphones in your face. Why don't you just piss off? So go find some. I did have a nice.
I'm going to say good night. I'm going bed now.
You take care, honey, and we'll catch up soon. All right.
All right.
Take care, lovely.
See you next Sunday, yeah?
Yeah.
On the live
Yes,
stream.
members only.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Sweet dreams.
For me, it's about just protecting your. They don't control our thoughts. They don't control what's in our heart, what's in our mind about what we want to be. So that's it.
Yeah, this John and
Non-binary. Oh my god, that's a good
I know.
one.
Dude or girl.
I think that's actually the worst one we've heard tonight. I think that's the worst one that's been in the comments tonight. I had to share it because it was the worst one.
If you do start going to your local town centres, it tends to be student groups that are doing these microphone things in your face to try and get a reaction. Just ignore them and tell them to go away. So it is becoming ridiculous where they try and think you can take over your thought. You can't say that. I just fucking did. What's the problem?
Fucking ridiculous.
Night Crafts is off. Right.
Good
night,
night,
Crafts.
Good night, Crafts.
Night. Send me an email, hon. Respond.
Hello, Paul. Again. Your connection is still quite bad. You're really jittery.
I hope so.
There's definitely a big delay in when he responds to anything that we say. I think that's to do with this internet.
It's really lagging as well.
Yeah.
But we'll see we'll see how we get on anyway. We'll see how we get on, Paul. How are you?
I'm left here.
Say again.
I'm okay. I'll not stay on here for long. I've just been trying to get on here. I'll not stay on long with you.
I'm sure your signal will see to that.
No,
you keep dropping out, man.
It's not happening.
Yeah, he's dropping out.
If you've got something you want me to share, if you've got something that you want me to share, type it in the private chat and I'll read it out for you if that helps. You've obviously come on for a reason, and I don't want your connection to prevent you from saying what you want to say. So if there's anything you want to say and you want me to say it for you, type it in the private chat and I'll relay it to everybody.
The poor cunt's only trying to say hello.
Yeah, he's probably going to say, we're all the best. FP. You're not wrong.
We haven't heard much from you today, Gabby.
How are you doing, Gabby?
I'm better eating.
Is that a double decker?
No, a fudge.
Oh, nice.
Fudge it now, man.
Yeah, go fudge yourself.
Well,
to give your kids a treat. That saying that song now it does not have the same meaning to it, does it?
No, it doesn't. I'll ask a question of Roger. Do you remember the 10p mix-up, Roger?
The what one? Sorry,
the 10p mix-up that they used to get at the local post office with the little chocolate mice in, flying sauce.
Oh yeah, they just used to fill the paper bag up with. You used to
Right.
get a penny's
It used
worth
to
at
cost
one
a penny. A penny. It used to cost a penny. Now it's about £4 to fill a little bag.
You get the fruit salads and the blackjacks.
That's right. Yeah, I used to love the blackjacks.
The bananas and the shrimp.
Say that anymore. They're called non-white jacks.
No, they're still blackjacks, mate. In my language, not changing.
Apparently, bananas are called tree dicks.
The same as downstairs in my front window. In my front window, I have a gollywog in my front window.
Nice.
On show to the public.
I used to have one when they complained about the fucking noose around its neck.
I have a gollywog toy.
Talking about sweets, I remember when I'm the youngest in my family. I'm the youngest of 6. And when I was old enough to start going across the shop to the sweet shop, my brothers used to say, right, here's a quid, go and get me £1 worth of penny sweets, but don't let them pick them, you have to pick them. Right, little bastards they were. So I'd get sent over by my two brothers, right, £1 each, and I used to have to go over and go, 2 of them, 1 of them, 5 of them, 3 of them. They're all fucking 1p sweets. It was like 100 sweets. I had to get them to stand there and pick 100 fucking sweets.
Oh my god!
Okay,
I think Woolworths were the best because they always had the big sweet counter at the front of the shop.
Oh,
so as kids, you'd send someone in with a bag, and it was grab and get out. So with a bag of fucking sweets.
Right at the front of the shop. Absolutely, you'd go in, flip the lid up, grab a couple. You'd walk past, flip the lid up, grab a couple, walk around the shop, and on the way out, you'd grab a handful and fucking gone out the door. Yeah.
And they always kept the sweet shop at the front.
No wonder they went out of business.
They're online still. They're online. You can still buy stuff from Woolworths, including their pick a mix.
Surely I wasn't the only one who went down and got the weirdest possible sweetie so you could get the most in it as you possibly could.
Ginger lives matter. No one turned up. Right. What about that one that what was the name of that sweet where you put it on your tongue and it used to fizzle on your tongue?
Fuck. Oh, that's
Is that crackled in your head?
Yes.
Aye.
The popping candy.
Yes.
Popping candy. Yeah, popping candy.
We had little N-word.
Oh, I had my Rottweiler Jinx used to love like little bit of sweet now and again, so I thought I'd try him on this popping candy. It was so funny. He's got it in his mouth and he's thinking, "What the hell?" Got this grin on his face coming up, going, "Oh, this is not actually that bad." And he sat there with a big grin, going, "This is fucking cool." And so yeah, he come back for a bit more, stupid idiot. At first, he was like, "What the hell is this?" Yeah,
I can just see this on one tonight, eh? We had little N-word balls that we used to suck. They changed the name to black balls. They were called literally N-word balls. I can't say it here, but you know what I mean? We call them black balls now. Yeah.
Oh my god!
You get some of that. You should get some of that fizz one. Get some of that fizz one, right? Put it in the dog's arse and then watch his reaction next time he goes to lick it.
Right. I'll ask you a question. Has anybody tasted Mega Sours?
Mega Sours?
No. Mega Sours is a fizzy sweet which has got 10 times the sour power, and you have to do a test. You got to put one in your mouth and see how long you keep it there. And I can tell you now, some of the shows on YouTube, people are going, "Oh fuck, what's that? What's that in my mouth?" It literally takes all the saliva out of your mouth with how sour it is. And people can only keep one in their mouth. One guy tried 2 and he almost vomited. No, spit it out.
A bit to go again.
I've tried toxic waste in the past, and I only tried one, and I couldn't have any more because of how bad it was. Right, and literally, I just threw the whole thing away afterwards. And the thing is, I hadn't even eaten it. I had it in my mouth for 30 seconds. Like, no, thanks.
These Mega Sours are so bad. They got a coating around them, and it's so bitter, and it literally sets your whole mouth on fire, and your saliva just goes. And this one guy did it in front of his wife, and she got a video of it. And I could not stop laughing at what he was doing. Oh no, my mouth's gone. It's gone purple in the face, and he spat it out in the end. Mega Sours.
So Mega Sours was brought to you by chemicals. What's the worst thing you've ever had in your life? I mean, like really, when you've had to eat it and go like, "Why am I eating it?"
I thought you was going to say, "What's the worst thing you've ever had in your mouth?" And I was
Yeah,
waiting for something to pipe up.
food, not like
Food wise, I can't stand Brussels sprouts or broccoli. I won't eat that.
Sorry, let me just quickly say, Saul, can you let Stitch know? I'll respond. I'll respond tomorrow with information.
Oh, sure. Yeah, she's yeah.
Yeah.
She heard you. She's going to call you tomorrow.
Huh?
He'll let you know tomorrow about that thing.
Oh, thank you.
No worries.
Thanks
no
for
worries.
that, Dan. Yeah.
No problem.
Appreciate
Sorry,
that.
carry on, guys. I just wanted to respond, so you didn't think I was being rude.
So if anyone wants to be really strong, go and get a packet of Mega Sours from a local shop and try one. I guarantee you won't keep it in your mouth long.
We were brought up in the right generation where you were given false tobacco as sweets and cigarettes.
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Have a laugh. Can you show yourself on camera after you're in the
What
back
was those
there?
chocolate cigarettes, Roger? Wasn't it the chocolate cigarettes? Do you remember those?
You had little white candy ones with the red dye on them.
That's right. Yeah, I do remember those.
I'll bring you up. Have a laugh. We've got somebody in the back here that wants to ask a question to the panel. I'll bring you up if you want to go back off camera. Okay, there we go. Hello, have a laugh.
Hi,
How are
Evelyn.
you all right?
Hello.
Not so bad, mate. Yourself?
Genuine question for everyone on this panel here.
Go on.
What is the biggest problem in the UK?
Biggest problem in the
That's
UK.
interesting, that is.
What do you mean, from our point of view or the government's point of view?
Government department.
Government departments. Well, they are the problem.
And there's another side note to the people. What matters to you as people? You get what I mean?
You want what government department?
Well, it's the people that are running the country, the people that are supposed to be running the country, isn't it? I mean, they're to blame for the way that the police are at the moment. They're blamed for the way the NHS is. They're to blame for what we're all going through at the moment, this cost of living crisis and everything else. So it would be Parliament.
No one on this panel. I take it no one on this panel was anything to do with World War II. Yeah?
No, of course not.
I'm
My
all
granddad,
for
maybe,
the-
my granddad, maybe, sir, but
No, my father-in-law was. He was a Royal Marine in World War II.
Well,
Hang on.
having a laugh, Dan, I'll answer that one if I can. Everybody that was born before 2018 was involved in World War II because that's when we finished fucking paying for it.
Yes, with you, 100% agree. 100% agree. But have you ever respected a politician in your life?
No.
No.
So
No.
have a laugh.
No.
Hang on. Have a laugh. What I would say the bigger problem is bureaucracy and the fact that we have such a big government. We shouldn't have a big government.
What would I say the problem is?
No. But it's, you're not listening. It's the big government of the overall arching. Well, don't you think it is the bigger problem here? Because most of the time our society has been built on this ideal of having somebody challenge this, the laws that. Our government is too big, way too big. The biggest employer, like the second or third biggest employer on the planet, is the NHS.
But who's the
Is
biggest
the NHS,
people
bro?
in the world? We're the biggest people.
We are.
The
We're not.
The Western Foundation is, sir, and that's what we're part of, and that is why we are, from our ancestors, standing on the shoulders of giants.
Do you know what really annoys me? We all sit here moaning. We all sit here bitching. We all sit here going on about this and that, yeah? But we are the biggest people, the biggest percentage of anything that does nothing but sits and moans.
Right, I would like to challenge that because there are a lot of people out there taking on the government. There's a lot of people taking on local councils. I do it on a daily basis. I do petitions. I get groups together. If you know what to do, this is the problem. If you know where to start, you can change things. Right, just hang on. I send letters out en masse to the councillors in my area. Sorry?
Where's that get you?
It does get changes, mate. You're not. No, hang on. Listen, Avila. Listen. No, you listen. Please listen. I have had, with the help of many people in this area of the United Kingdom, make changes to policies by going after the people we pay to do their job, writing emails, email bombing, and it works.
You happy?
Me?
I am, yeah.
I'm happy, yeah.
Are you happy with our country?
No.
With the country as it is, yeah. No, because Parliament are shit. They should be blown up.
Look,
so are you happy in our country?
I am not happy with the way the rich are trying to put their boot on the poor. I'm not happy with that.
So all your letters are pointless.
They're not pointless. I want no races.
All right, Avila, calm yourself a little bit, Avila.
Hang on,
sorry.
Jack.
I
was going to say, Dan, have a laugh. If you ask a question, at least be quiet while people are giving you their answer.
I understand it's something that you're obviously passionate about, and I get that, and you've got every right to be passionate about it. But just so because we don't want to fall out.
I'm passionate about it, mate. We all want something that we know we should have.
Yeah,
you can't have that right now, sir. The only thing you can have is your community around you, your parents, your family, your friends, and that's what you can do to be better around them. Okay, you can't expect everyone to fucking take on the mantle of being the brave fucking knight. It doesn't work that way.
I think
the chivalry are over. God, there's a chivalry.
That might be, being around your friends and family and stuff is great.
Government departments, you tell me they're working, right?
No, they're not.
They don't. A lot of them don't.
Working or failing.
Right. Can I ask you a question, Avalar, please?
Yeah.
How many times have you taken on a council or a government by writing emails, by petitioning? How many times have you done that and been successful?
You can't get successful in that way. It's irrelevant. They do not listen.
Oh my God.
Avalaf, can I just say, right? And the thing is we invite your opinion on the panel, and everyone else has got their own opinion, and no one's gonna scrutinize you for your opinion. Obviously, we might have a disagreement, but that's a lot different to having an argument, I guess. But my opinion on it, and obviously I don't really read a lot into it as much as because I'm not really interested in it, because it doesn't I say it doesn't concern me. I'm not into all that kind of stuff. I don't get involved.
Name one politician you like.
None.
There's one.
None.
Anyone else?
No, none.
Does it count if they're an ex-politician?
What did he say? Sorry, what did he say? What did he say? What was
including ex-politicians?
Who represents you as a person you are and how you feel? Who represents you?
I do. No one else does.
I represent myself.
I have never yet met an honest politician who actually does their damn job. They don't work for the public. They don't work for the public at all. I've done 40 years in civil service work.
Listen to what I said to you. Who do you value as a politician?
None.
None.
No, you just back my point up then, ain't you?
Zero. But I do take effort with these people. I've done civil service work for 40 years. Now I'm retired. So what am I doing now? I'm going against politicians. I'm going against government.
Have a laugh. Okay then. Let's put the question to you then.
No, listen.
I'm asking a question. Please let me ask you a question. I'm asking you a question. I want you to be respectful. Come on. So, if you're annoyed at the fact that that we don't value, let me finish, please. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
There's no one to vote for.
Please let me
yeah,
finish.
we were aware of that, mate.
We know that.
Listen to Jack. Listen to Jack. Let him get it out.
That's my whole point.
Look, I don't want to disrespect people. I don't want to be horrible to people. But if you're going to speak over me, I don't like it when people speak over unless there's a reason. Okay, so please be respectful. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. So look, again, I've not really looked into it on the matter, but the thing is, right, is a lot of people are going to have different views to you. Yeah, a lot of people are going to have different views to you. Let me please. A lot of people are going to have different views to you, right? Now, I appreciate the fact that you've asked the question, and people have got their own opinions on it, right? Everyone in this panel has the right to respond to what you've said and give their own views on it, like Tina's done. You've disagreed with what Tina said, and
I don't disagree with
just
that.
let me finish, please. Okay, we've all given you the respect to speak. Now let us do the same. Okay. What you've got to realize is what does it even if
who do you value?
Wait a fucking minute, man. Let him talk.
Who do you value? Who do you vote for and value?
Having a laugh.
I don't want
shut up for a minute so you can be answered.
Yeah, but he's spitting like crap, isn't he? He's just muttering on. Who is the politician?
No, he isn't.
You're
No, he
speaking
isn't.
like a bit of a twat
You
as
need to
well.
be patient,
so somebody
mate.
else a chance.
Let him patient.
Please let him finish.
There's 10 people on here, right? Yeah. And well, including yourself, right? So we could all speak at the same time if you like, right? But just try and tone, just the tones, lower that a little bit, right? And then try and expand what it is you're saying slightly. It's no good just saying who do you value,
right?
You know, when there is no value in any.
I'll just say
600 of them down there. They're trying to run a country, right? And they can't run it. You know,
Can we let the gentleman start talking again?
As Saul just said, I just want to make something very clear. Saul just,
that man was right who just said that. They've got a job to do to run the country no one values. He's bang on.
yeah, but just remember, there's 10 people on the panel, and if you ask a question, there's going to be at least several people that want to respond to that question. So let's.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but get your answer out. Don't keep blurping and spitting out like a bumbling idiot. Get it out.
Hang on a minute. Listen. There's people on this channel, me myself, me included. Okay, sometimes my brain doesn't work quite as fast. Okay, sometimes I forget words and I have to stumble a little bit. There is somebody else on the panel who also struggles the same way as I can sometimes. Okay, so to say that, okay, is disrespectful, and I'm not going to say that again. Okay, please don't be disrespectful to people. If you've asked a question, let people explain themselves in their own way, okay, in order to respond to the question. Please. Okay? I don't think we've been on the panel before, and I don't want to fall out with you, but we need to let people respond.
Fall out about is that?
I'm just saying, I don't want to fall out because you know, disrespecting people. I'm going to have to step in, and I don't want to kick people off the panel for it. So all I'm saying is, please let people respond. If you've got something to say, just wait for them to finish, and then respond to them that way, so we can all hear what everybody's got to say as well. Okay.
Deal.
Thank
Right.
you.
So the question that Andy Noble put forward, I think that should go to Avalon. What do you suggest is the solution to the problem?
What? To the whole of the UK in general?
Yeah. What do you suggest is the solution?
Right, you ready then, Bab? Yeah? You
on.
ready? We adopt the Australian policy about immigration straight away. Right? Hold on, let me explain, yeah? Right? Number 2, NHS. If you have not paid into the NHS or had NI on your pay slip, you are not entitled to that. That is not a pay-per-view. That is something that we as UK people pay every week into. Yeah? Justice and crime, much tougher. Get like the American. We need to get so tough on crime because it is taking the piss out. Average normal people can't walk the streets without being in.
You see, now you're opening up a different door because you see.
You asked me how to serve the UK, right? We need to get a lot tougher on crime, a hell of a lot tougher. Immigration, we need to be specific. We do not even know who's in this country and who them people are, right? Number 3, to have a British identity should be a privileged thing. We are one of the most elite countries in the world that is tiny but has so much to offer, and all these things like the Premier League and all that all comes from our country, right? We are lions led by donkeys, and we've been took the piss out of. All of us that go to work and now we're struggling to pay for butter and all this and all that crap, right? It's just a joke. And you got people staying in hotels on thousands of pounds a week and given hundreds of pounds a week that some people, who've got children, can't afford to give them, is a joke. We need to get tough on our little island. Fairly.
And we all, I think,
And
I think the schools are tightened up enough as it
I'm not
is.
being racist, I mean fairly tough.
Right.
Yeah, but look.
Avalon, basically, the immigration system is still being fought through. I've not seen a parliament yet ever take any bloody action, okay?
Hold on, sweetheart. How can they take 3,000 pounds to come over on the boat? Hold on. When some Albanian can pay 3,000 pounds to travel over on a boat, he's got enough money.
Yes.
You're not listening. Stop it, Evelyn. Stop it. Man, listen to people. Shut up, man. Shut up, bro.
Sorry, have a laugh. Listen, I've got to mute you there because Tina was talking, and again, we're allowing you to talk. I even asked Saul to hold back while she was asking your question. So let's have some respect. I can't keep saying this. Let's have some respect to everybody else that is responding to a question, please.
Right. So as far as government is concerned, when we started to look at the immigration system back along when Boris was in power, the actual immigration policy we have introduced mirrors the Australian system. It's still not been put into place because of arguments in Parliament. And that's what the problem is. They can't agree. The second point is anyone who's not a national in this country who comes here on a visa, even some European people who've arrived here don't have British citizenship, they have to pay for the NHS. They have to pay. They have to have insurance. Everybody does. But the Australian system was put in.
£7 million a day is good.
Right. The actual illegals that are coming here, refugees, we've always helped. The ones coming on the boats are illegal. They are illegal immigrants. Right, let me give you an example. Just hang on, Avalon, just hang on. Who gave the law and created the law to give these migrants money when they land here? Do you know that answer? Who gave them the right to get money?
This is the whole, Babby, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. They got given that power.
Yeah, but the person that introduced the law was Sir Keir Starmer. He introduced that law allowing illegals to come here and get money. And that's 30 years ago.
Yeah, but you're going back to my whole point. Red or blue, they're all corrupt and horrible.
I know that. But what I'm saying is nothing changes. As far as the justice system is concerned, since coming out of the ECHR and the judicial courts in the EU, we are now giving longer sentences in court. The parents that killed baby Finlay have now got 27 years each. But we've still got to abide by the judicial laws that are in place. You can't change it overnight.
That's what I said. Higher justice, higher criminal. Rob all back to, are you happy with your country?
Me, yeah. I'm happy with the people that live in it.
Jack, check the private.
Hey, how many countries have you ever lived in? How many countries have you ever lived in? How many countries have you lived in, sir? How many have you lived in? Besides serving in or working?
Well, to live in the greatest country in the universe.
No, we don't. Have you been into any other country?
Lunatic, yes, we do. We have got the most beautiful little island on the whole of this planet.
Yes, we
and
created.
It's been ruined.
Calm down, man. I mean, I'm just telling you how many countries. I'm asking a question to you. How many countries have you ever lived in outside of England?
I don't want to live in any other. I like where my grandmother was born from and my beautiful island.
Okay, then clearly you want to protect your island.
I love where
I'm how to.
Why do you think everyone comes here? You see us lot fucking off to Germany? No.
You don't know this. I know this, sir. I know this. There's an affront to us.
We have got
It's
the most
happening in America as well.
land in the universe, yeah? Not the universe, in Earth, right? We've got beautiful little bit of land, and we are not allowed it anymore. We are all struggling. We're all pissed off. We're all depressed. We've all had enough. and none of us know what to do properly. None of us do. But we'll all sit here and bitch and moan.
I know what to do.
What you do is you complain to your local councils, you write to your MPs, and you do your letter.
Don't tell a man that.
What?
Because he's not like that.
Just write to people.
He understands not. He doesn't have that avenue of knowing.
I think Avalaf is more inclined for the revolution type of response.
Exactly.
Listen, dude,
That's what I say,
people
yeah.
knew what a fucking revolution was. They'd be hiding under their fucking tables. All right.
Dan, can I go back and answer his first question?
Okay.
Right, I want to make this clear. I'm going to let Roger say his piece, and then I'm going to go to Jack because Jack was talking a little while ago. He got interrupted, and he's not been able to finish what he was saying.
Yeah, sorry,
I'm
Jack.
Quite right.
Right. Having a laugh right at the beginning, you asked what is wrong with this country. Yeah. Yes, or no?
Yes,
Right.
mate. Fundamentally, yes.
Right. I'll tell you what is wrong with this country. It's the people of this country.
100%.
Are you going to shut up and let me answer? I've been sat here peacefully listening to your crap. Now listen to mine. Now, the people of this country could fight back if they stood together. The government have split everybody up into their own little groups. They're fighting for their own little thing rather than fight for the big thing. That is what is wrong with this fucking country.
Agree 100%, man.
Atomization.
Agree,
Okay.
agree with that man 100%. He's bang on.
Now I want to go to Jack because Jack was talking. Hang on. Jack was talking a few minutes ago and he got interrupted and he's been sat there and not been able to finish what he was saying. So I'm going to go to Jack and I want Jack to be able to finish what he was saying, please. Go on, mate.
Right. I don't even know where I left off because I've just been listening and thinking about other things. Does anyone know where I left on or I was
Jack.
at before?
Jack, I remember. I don't remember what you were talking about, but I remember sticking my oar in, so to speak, because I noticed not so much that I knew so much about either side of the conversation, but I realised that there was like a shift in the context of the conversation going on, and what you were talking about, Jack, kind of got swamped by another sort of sea change of context, and it was more. It wasn't even that you could even.
Look, I'm sorry to come on and cause disruption. I value
I was interested in what you were saying, to be honest, Jack.
I genuinely mean that. I value everyone's opinion, right? I mean that. I might have been a bit loud, a bit abrupt. I genuinely like everyone's opinion and everyone's input into it. I just know as people of England, we ain't happy, man. This ain't how it was supposed to be after fucking the war and that. You know what I mean?
Dude, this is happening in Europe and fucking America. This is
everywhere.
happening everywhere, bro. This is happening
The whole
everywhere.
The whole world
Absolutely. So relax. So relax and be brave. Be that fucking. Carry on, Steve.
Thanks, man. Dude, you've got the most diplomatic voice I've ever heard in my life. But
Yeah,
I was
it's
going
great.
to say that is it are we, because we're talking about a kind of loggerhead thing here, like maybe it's the coming together of two sort of things which seem to be
Do
opposite.
you know what it might be? I missed that.
But I would like to say about that sort of thing, just before there's a history of people talking over it. Talk long enough, I might just get back onto the point if I can remember.
Good night, Mrs. B.
It was that this thing about people. Just let me finish, please.
Night, Heather.
People are saying, "This is the state. I mean, how are we supposed to live like this? And you know, this is wrong and that's wrong. This, the other side of the argument, it seems to be like that is a cry that says, where is the thing that's supposed? Where is the external factor that is supposed to put me right? As opposed to looking inside yourself for internal factors. And it is a loggerhead. Maybe one's right. We're going to have the argument for a while because it's yin and yang. No one's going to go, oh, now we all agree. But at least let's recognise the terrain.
So I am, first and foremost, a Christian. And I believe, again, in most things, is don't judge one another. Let them be, but do not be weak on that. You know, be brave. Again, the English Empire, be it for what we have used. I know I'm bitching about it, but the semantics here is also why we have law and order and all that crap. It's all corrupted. We know it. But you know what? Be fucking good. Be the best. Be the best you can.
You can't change it overnight. It takes a lot to change the idealisms that are being put forward. And yeah, you're right, Avalar. This country consists of 67 million people, but we are not connected. We've been separated. As soon as they did the pandemic breakdown.
That's what that's what annoys me, man. And it's not about going back to the patriotic days of putting the bunting out and this and that, right? There's just a disconnect in the English society in a minute that's running deep.
And who do you think put that in place?
The politicians, everybody, the whole world.
Right, darling. Of course they did. And they still are subdividing people. It was the government. It was the government.
The politician.
Hang on.
Let Tina finish.
Can you please stop talking over everybody? It's really rude. Like Jack was trying to talk and he started talking again. And then other people were trying to get back into it. And then you're interrupting Tina again. And to be honest, you are just really rude. So can you please stop shouting because you're literally stressing everyone out. You've made Mrs. W leave because you couldn't deal with hearing your shit no more. So can you please stop being so fucking rude and be quiet, please?
Well said. Well said.
Fucking hell.
So,
Sorry.
thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Pap.
No,
I
it's
didn't
all
mean
right,
to do
darling.
that
No,
on your
you've
channel.
got
I'm really sorry, but it was stressing me out.
You've
Thank you for that. Thanks for that, Stitch, because I wouldn't have said that better myself.
Stitch.
You're welcome, Jack.
When a parliament is run by the wealthy, what are you going to get? Do they care about the person at the bottom of the ladder? Do they shit? Okay. So until the common man is allowed to work inside parliament to run this country, you will never have that freedom that there was once before, because everybody is after money. That's all it is. Money.
But what can't happen?
What do you
By
mean?
the people, for the people.
Where is the common man to stand up for us all?
So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do to make a change? What are you physically going to do yourself?
What, to make a change?
Yes. What are you going to do? You only are telling everybody what we should be doing. What do you do to make a change?
Well, how would you advise someone to go about it?
Write letters to your councillors, to your parliament. Send email bombs as often as you can. Start a petition. If we gather together as a community and start sending it in, change happens. I've done it. And many people I've helped have done it themselves by taking on, at the beginning, your local council. Start bombarding all the councillors who we pay wages to. Then you start from the bottom to the top.
Hey, Tina, I'm just going to tell you a real hard fact, okay? You're at the end of your life, Coil. I'm not denying that. I'm in the midterms. Yeah, of course. You
Don't go
useless
anywhere, Tina,
many years ago. I'm not. I mean, I don't like to, but
I'm at the end of my life. I doubt it.
Life coil.
Jeez,
So
hang
the end
in
of your
there,
life,
if
the
you
life
can.
coil.
You said that?
So you, yeah, but it's
Really?
it is. Yeah, yes.
No,
I'm sorry.
I've got another 40 years
No,
yet.
it's thanks they do.
Fair play, then there's 40
life
years.
cycle, you-
The
But
Grim
most people,
Reaper
what
or
do they
what?
have? The
We'll go
20-year-olds
go
have
again.
nothing.
I got another 40 years to go yet.
The very your £4 of stamps have done jack shit, have they, really?
Well, for me,
Really?
I feel the same way. I feel the same way in what I've gone through and how old I feel. You know, I'm not denying that because I can fucking, you know.
I am still fighting on a daily
Yeah.
basis against legislation.
Yeah,
I am still helping people do the same. Dan knows what I do, so do a lot of people in the chat. I help others to find their courage and take on a local council.
Get nowhere, sweetheart.
They do.
Right, guys. Jack's asked in the private chat if he can have his input after Tina. So I'm going
Yeah,
to
I'll stop now. Yeah, I'm going to shut up.
Saying a minute ago. So Jack, go on, mate.
Carry on, Jack.
Right, okay. Oh, person's gone. Oh, he's gone.
It's all right. Carry on. So what
Okay.
you're saying.
So, right, okay. Since it's already been aired,
You'll have peace to fucking say it now.
to be honest, the actual question that I was actually answering originally, I forgot what that was now. So there's no point me even trying to remember what it was. I'll just say something else, right? I'm sorry, but do you know what? That's really pissed me off tonight. I'm sorry. I have been in such a good mood up until that point. To complete the thing is, right?
Don't let one person upset you. Don't let one person upset you, mate. Come on.
Man, you walk away from that shit. That's only semantics,
The
dude.
thing
It's
is
all in
you
your
can
head.
have. I was going to say to him before Tina started talking. I'm not being horrible, Tina. I know you were.
No.
You were
Hi, Jack.
answering a question. He was talking about having a. I don't know if he said it or if I said it in my head or not, but I was going to say to him about everyone has a passion to do something, right? He has a passion about what he believes, about what he feels about the country at the moment, and all these different things that he asked, right? But yeah, and you're right, Tina, in what you said. What he actually done to help or to try and change things? Well, nothing. He's just coming up with different arguments to try and curtail his narrative, right? To make him, or to make the situation he's talking about look worse than what it actually is, or whatever, right? But to be rude and disrespectful to someone, right? Now the thing is, I don't mind free speech. I have no issues. If people want to disagree with me, that's totally fine, right? Sometimes I can go a bit off of the tracks, and I can swerve out of context, and I can go a bit off topic. Sometimes it happens. It even happens at home all the time, right?
We
When
all
I'm talking to my parents, right?
We
And
all
I can't
can.
help it, right? But there was no need for him to speak to me the way he did. And well, it doesn't necessarily upset me. It pisses me off to know that there are people like that, because my opinion isn't his. My opinion isn't the same as his. He has an issue and he wants to take it out on other people. But so,
Unfortunately, Jack, there is
I know
always
that's how the world is, though. But
it's a shame, but
yeah.
you know, it's whereas, you know, I like to listen to other people's opinions, and it does piss a lot of people that watch this channel off, okay? Because I will give people more time than a lot of you will, okay? And I get that. I understand why. Do you know what I mean? I do understand why. Fuck me. Well, see, now I'm doing what happened to you.
It's totally fine if you forget. It's okay.
People's opinions.
But
you know,
but I never. Sorry, Jack. I don't dismiss other people's opinions. I will debate with them about their opinions. Like, if I think they're wrong, I'll say to them that I think you're wrong, but I'll give them a reason why I think they're wrong, and why I think I'm right. And if they can come up with a better reason why they're right and I'm wrong, then I'm more likely to turn to that way of thinking.
Yeah.
When you've got somebody that shouts you down because of your opinion, okay, all that does is it strengthens this entire divide that's going on in the country between
exactly what I was going to say earlier. Exactly what I was going to say.
different fucking groups of people, or whatever, however many there is now. Okay, and it just creates more infighting. When we shouldn't be fighting, we should be discussing properly. We should be saying, "Well, okay, look, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that's going to work." And this is why I don't think that's going to work. When you shout people down, all it's doing is it's stomping on people's opinions, and people are going to dislike you for that.
Yeah.
No, we need to come together, not fucking help strengthen the divide that's going on between people. There's things that me and Roger don't agree on. There's things that me and Tina don't agree on, and I'm sure the rest of you disagree with me on something or other. But,
Yeah, you don't like being nagged about your brandy drinking.
but the thing about a majority of us is we'll talk to each other about it. We won't shout each other down, you know, and dismiss their opinions, because that is rude. That is rude. And again, all it does is it makes people feel unheard. It makes their opinions feel unwanted, and it makes people dislike you. And if you're trying to get something done, you want people to like you. Okay, you want them to respect you just as you should be respecting them.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I get from the panel, Jack, with yourself as well, with all of our opinions. I like the fact we have a diversity of opinions, and sometimes we can bond with that. We reach a middle ground. But to shout somebody down, and when he's asked our direct question, what have you done to make any change? He turns off.
It's all about saying, like, get to the point and stop flailing around and all these different things. And I just think to myself, how rude, what a rude and disrespectful cunt. Very simple.
But I mean, I mean, he may come back and make amends.
Trust me, you won't see me say it around my parents or any swear words, to say the least.
The reason I didn't get involved a lot is because I've just spent 2.5 years doing fucking videos about exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah, I think Gabby wants to speak
Yeah. No disrespect to Flute,
Stitch,
but
I want to
coming
thank you,
on and
Stitch.
preaching what we
Roger,
already know.
just Roger, just Roger.
Yeah.
There's people talking. Stop
I want
over-talking.
to. You go on, Gabby. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack and Tina, I think he was drunk. I wouldn't take any
I
notice.
couldn't care less if he's drunk.
Don't-
I mean, Dan
don't
has said
take it-
himself.
That's what I mean. Don't take any notice of him.
Yeah,
Don't
fair
take
enough.
any notice of him.
Dan has said himself, right? If he's, I mean, I'll just use this as an example because I remember a live stream that happened in the past that Dan said, well, if he did or said something, right, he'd have to take his actions would have consequences, right? So if you kill someone, right, if you're drunk, like, and you say, oh well, I don't know what I mean, just thinking that as an example. You're still, yeah, exactly.
Right,
So it's like your action, you still have your actions will still have consequences, regardless if you are ably bodied or not. Like if you know what you're doing or you're mentally stable or whatever. But I just want to thank you, Stitch, because you actually gave me the courage to speak up about him.
Yeah, it's really good. Well done.
The tosser.
Basically, when you challenge a government, if you don't put it in writing and all you do as a group is sit around having a cup of tea and a sandwich and complain, all you're doing is winding each other up. When my website started over, 2022 in the early January, February, I set up the website. It's now being rebuilt because the one we originally had was really shit. So the emails were coming through willy-nilly. So now I've got a new one coming up and it's going to be an easier format. I have helped over 62 people in 12 months. Get information about councils, governments, etc. I don't do the work for them. I give them the actual courage to do it for themselves. So what I do is whenever there's a legislation they're challenging against the council, let's just give an example, Fitness for Human Habitation. That law came in 2017. So a council has to comply with that law. It's a massive fine if they don't. So I got one young lady with 2 kids living in a flat. The whole of her roof and the ceiling was covered in mold and her 2 children had asthma. I wrote a letter for her outlining the legislation they must follow, got her to take photographs of the mold, got her to put it to her local council up north. She was moved out of that flat within 2 weeks. She got another place just temporarily. They did her whole flat up, new kitchen, new bathroom, and got rid of all the mold, redid her garden, the whole lot. She sent me a lovely thank you email, and I said, you're welcome. But you did most of the work. All I did was provide you the law that you can challenge them on.
I think, if you don't mind me speaking, I think that it works better on a local level than it does.
It does.
I mean, I think, and I'm not sticking up for anybody. I think what Ava was talking about is the government as a whole. Okay.
Yes.
When you're talking about what you do, which I know what you do, you've helped me with certain things, and that works better on a local level. When you're dealing with something nationally, it's a lot harder to get a letter to do what you want it to do. But on a local, but you did say you start at the bottom and you work your way up. So I do agree that the letters can work when you're talking about or dealing with a local level issue.
But I've also written to Parliament and got changes made in certain things. We also got groups together to write to Parliament. It's not easy. Taking on a corrupt government is not easy, Dan. It's not. It really isn't. It's not an easy thing to do. But by getting people together on the right mindset, you can actually send letters to your MP and other MPs to get things done. You can get those changes put into place.
My wife was a lawyer and worked for a charity firm, and one of the things she did was with the one of the councils up north, and they shut down what is it, an LD sort of difficult, these kids creches, if you will.
Right.
Yeah, and the reason they shut it down is because there wasn't enough, I guess, diversity there in the region. Because basically that was the excuse completely. That's how the council were able to shut that shit down, because that's what now the law is and states, right? So how do you again challenge all these other things they're adding to us constantly? It doesn't matter what you fucking think, how many fucking letters you can write or how many we can write. That's why the guy came in so angry, because he thinks, yeah, you get time to sit on your ass writing letters, where we have to go to work and we have to work our asses off, and every day we're eating fucking McDonald's or fucking apples and seeing people like living their life, because that's how he feels. Be it if he even, you know, I'm talking about the other guy before that was rude and noxious. Nevertheless, I felt that he was, yeah, of course, but he was very angry because he couldn't articulate it correctly. And every time somebody was trying to beat him down, it's hard to kind of bring somebody. You have to bring them up. You can't push them down.
No.
And the best thing is you're right. You're right, Tina, because I've always said, like, if you want to fuck up the EU, all of us should write letters to the EU, information or freedom requests. Every one of us. It costs us a $5 to a $10 a letter, but it will cost it. No, but it will cost them like $50 fucking bucks to send one back to go. No,
yeah,
yes.
exactly.
You crush them through bureaucracy.
Yes,
I'm not denying that, and that's the power of us. But how many people fucking want to know that, want to do that? Think, oh yeah, if I do this, I'm on their watch list. No, you're not. It doesn't matter.
The letters that I do is to encourage people to do things for themselves. Okay, I will back them up every step of the way if they get stuck.
Okay.
My biggest one is I do PIP reviews and DLA reviews. I do those, and I go to the tier appeal. What I do is I use their own laws against them to win. Their own laws. I've got books here from the DWP, which is the PIP Assessments Guide, the actual DM Assessor's Guide, and I can fire back with laws to get the person the benefits they're entitled to. That's what I'm retired. I have worked since I was 15 and a half years old. I retired in 2019. With that retirement, I made it my promise to the friends and the family I know and the people I've worked with. I will basically go against all these people that I've worked for, because I know the laws. I've worked for these companies. I know how they work and how they tick. And that's why I chose to do what I do. I can't work because of my disability.
Tina, was it no Gandhi that said you must be the change that you want to see in the world?
Roger never said that at all.
What did I say? I said Gandhi, no Gandalf. Gandhi.
I just want to say something, Jack. I know you've seen it. Have a laugh. I see what you put in the private chat there. I know you've gone off again now, but I'm not going to let you on now for that reason, because I know you're going to come on and you're going to want to fight with somebody, and it's not going to happen on this live stream. Okay. If Jack thinks that somebody is a cunt and he expresses that is down to him, right? Same as you don't agree with some of us on the stream, and you're probably thinking in your head, what a wanker. Okay, you might not have said it, but I guarantee you've thought that about some of us, because you haven't said what you wanted us to say. Jack had the balls to say it out loud what he thought, and he's got every right to say that. Okay, but I'm not going to have arguments on here. That's why he said what he said, and then we moved on.
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't have said it if he wouldn't have treated me like that. He treated me like shit. Like, I'm being honest. If he wouldn't have treated me like that, I wouldn't have said anything, because he treated me the way he did. I have got every right to.
You said it, and then we moved on.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
Exactly.
And no offense, but he's come back in. He's put what he's put in the private chat, and that he wanted to come back on a panel. All he would have done if I'd have let him back on is he would have had a go at you over what you said. Well, that's not happening.
Oh, the Lord was in now new one.
But listening to the panel every time I've come on to Dan's sites, I appreciate other people's opinions as well. I really do. I learn a lot. I learn a lot from different people, different characters. That's what the world should be about. It's about reaching that middle ground with each other, rather than starting to get angry, shouting, screaming, all those. There's no need for that, and insults. There's no need for that.
You don't get anywhere from doing that. In fact, you're only making you're making it worse for yourself to start with, right? You're putting yourself under quite a bit of stress, and you're getting yourself angry and frustrated when you don't need to. It's like with Have a Laugh, right? I'm not going to talk about the whole. all it is, right, is if he would have just put his point across and just been respectful and let other people have their say, I couldn't help the fact that I was going off on a tangent a little bit. I couldn't help that, right? That's not my fault, you know. And if he wants to slate me about it, he can do that. But I'll just call him a cunt again. So
but the thing is, Jack, you got to make a little bit of allowance there. I'm being honest here, because he probably doesn't know that you've got a bit of autism as well.
I understand that, but the thing is when you in life, if you want respect, if you want people to treat you
got to
how
give
you
respect
want to
to
be
get it.
treated,
Yeah,
exactly. You want to be treated. If you want to be treated right, then you also need to
Play the game.
I know what I'm trying to say. It's difficult to spit my words out. If you want to be treated right, then you know, you treat people right, you know. And clearly he didn't care about what the people were saying, because he was, you know, with you, Tina, when you was answering his question, he was saying, I forgot what it was now. What was the main thing he said? Oh, fuck.
Well, it's like, who do you value? You know. And
there were certain things he asked. There were certain things he asked. Tina responded. Tina gave him decent answers, and he was like, you know, about Tina saying about sending emails, letters, petitions, and all these things.
He kept on going back. Do you hate your country? Why do you hate your country?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you angry?
He wouldn't
exactly,
respond to what Tina was saying. So it's
of course
like
he would. He wasn't listening. He was in this moment. I think Pap said he was very passionate, and passion is anger. So Pap got it on the head there. He nailed it straight when he said, "Look, calm the fuck down." Sorry, excuse my language, but
no, you haven't got every right to that.
Pap
Got every
said
right,
it.
mate.
You know,
So fucking one.
very elegantly, Pap. You said you're very passionate, because I would have gone like, "Look, boy." Now I'm not saying, you know what I mean, but yeah, it's a difficult one here where you got these ideas and others. Again, I do these spaces, on Twitter. I go fucking everywhere, this stuff, and a lot of the time when you get this hate, it is good to hear it out, because it shouldn't be hidden. Because you can take it to the why do you feel like this? What dragged you here? As long as people have that sort of cognitive and the capacity to mandate their minds to fucking bring it out as words. It's just how you do it, and what you bring to the sort of web of understanding to where we are today.
Good night, Angela.
There's a lot of sorry, is everyone
Yeah,
there?
Angela.
There's a lot of reasoning and rationality here to why we are in this fucking cesspit of hurt, and where we can either take it or lose it altogether. Because the main ideals are actually looking at younger people than us, because they are now growing up in a world that's so influenced, they don't get to be kids anymore.
No, they don't. I agree with that.
And that's scary. And I want to be mainly about let families be families, let them grow, let them prosper, and let kids find out who they are, not with any other fucked up influence.
No,
especially
I agree.
the sort of,
That'd be good in an
that they
ideal
see.
world, you know what I mean? But when it's got to the point where governments and shit like that with a bullshit propaganda, they've got people so fucking twisted and turned against each other. You've got your own fucking family members doing nasty fucking shit to each other just because they disagree with shit. We're fucked.
Exactly.
We're absolutely
Like
fucked.
totalitarianism.
We need to come to fucking together, you know what I mean, and stand in common ground and grow a backbone. That's what fucking pisses me off. When these people, right, they sit and they bitch and moan and they whine and they fucking preach about what should be done. If they're not getting a backbone to stand up their own 2 feet themselves and go out and do what they're fucking preaching themselves, then they need to sit down and shut the fuck up. As far as I'm concerned, you know what I mean? They need to just shut the fuck up, man. If they're not getting a backbone to do it themselves, then nah, fuck them. I mean,
It's
be the
not-
change you want to fucking see in the world.
I agree, Stuart.
I mean, even the individual can change the world. That's what I mean.
What it takes is one person. What it takes is one fucking person to have the ball, to go up there and do something, and other people will say, you know what, I'm with him, I'm going to follow him, and more people will fucking join.
And we come into that age. Yes, sir.
I think instead of thinking to yourself,
If this is true, then
Sorry, Steve.
it's probably the
If I
most
don't-
important thing.
Sorry, if it's in me, if I start talking and I don't say it, I forget it really quickly because my brain's shit. So now I'm already struggling. Yeah, it makes one person. You're right, and what a lot of people are looking at is they're saying to themselves, "We need to get everybody to do this." If we just get people to think, "I can do this," and everybody takes that step themselves, rather than thinking, "I can't do it because no one else is doing it." We need to think, and say, "I can do this. I need to do this." And the more people that say, "I need to do this," turns into a "we can do this."
But they find that when you do it in front of them, when you change, when you're not a cunt, you bring them up. You do not put them down, and you do something like unexpected. There was this time I went into like an African pub here in the UK, okay, full on African, and I was like, I like my Guinness, so I ordered 3 big fucking Guinness because I was going to put them in a bag and fuck off home. And this one guy came up, on the bar and grabbed one of my Guinness and pulled it across, and I looked at him and I grabbed it back. I pulled it in, and then he did it again. And I was like, what the fuck? I pulled it back. He said, do you want a drink? And he went, yes. And he pulled that one. And I grabbed it back, and I said, okay, do you want a drink? And he said, yes, I do. And I went, okay. And I looked at the bar lady, and I said, get him a drink. Guinness for this boy. And this guy, it wasn't, but you know what I mean? And I put my drink in. I had one with him. And I walked out that pub, and it was the younger ones that sent this fucking African guy after me, thinking, because the younger ones, I'm saying, they were like sort of Europeanized, and they were like, this white guy can't come in our turf, and he used this guy, they clearly a Nigerian or something, paying him, oh yeah, just pick on him, take his beer, see what he does, let's have a reaction. They never thought that I'd be like so strong to go, fuck off, you ain't stealing my beer, but do you want one? I'll give you one if you ask one. I'll buy it for you.
And he rubbed you blind.
Yeah, no, they did not. But no, because come on, no, fuck that, man. I've fucking been in fights and I've been in fucking danger.
Plastic, are you sure you weren't in prison? They were trying to nick your contraband.
They didn't have any contraband on me.
Try to steal your soap.
I'll be back in 5 minutes, Dan.
All right, Roger.
Be quick, because I'm probably shutting down in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, it does. DJ hit the nail on the head. It takes one person. And in the time I set up my website, I've now got I've done over 60 plus cases. And a lot of these people are now getting the courage from what they've learned from me to pass it on to others. And it's what they call pay it forward. So I had a lady that did, I helped her through a Zoom call to do a PIP application. She got confidence in that. But she would come to me for advice. And I said, you're doing exactly the right thing. You're following what I've sent you in the letter. And she actually helped someone challenge PIP in a tier appeal by representing them the same way that I've done, physically representing people in my area, turning up at a tier appeal, taking on the judges. So it's not about me. It's about how I can help someone else lift themselves up to get the confidence to fight back.
That's right. I mean, if I can use... Sorry, Stevie, why? I was just going to say, if we can use this baldy fucking English twat here in the top left as an example, what's happened to him with fucking... honestly, but right, what's happened to him with his fucking pigs and what they've done to him? He stood up, put a video out there, reported on it, and then started making reports about all these fucking arsehole pigs, and then look, how many fucking subs have you got, mate?
Yeah, it's got to be a few by now, Dan.
As I should have.
Oh, come on, really? Really? But it's true.
Proving the point. One fucking video, just because of that one fucking thing. You stood up against them, started reporting on them, and look at them now. Look at the fucking channel now.
Yes, exactly. One person. That's all it took.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to break camp. No
worries.
I've got a busy day tomorrow. Actually, still busy.
No worries.
Thanks.
See
you later, so.
Sure, guys. And take care and stay safe and everything. Huh?
You too, Saul. Take care, mate.
See you later.
Nice night, Saul.
Oh, good night, Lofa. Jesus, man. I'll talk to you later anyway.
Yeah, text me. I'll ring me tomorrow. I'm not working till midday.
Okay, buddy. Right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, mate.
Take it easy, buddy.
Good night.
How you doing,
better late than never.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to give it about 5 or 10. I'm still tired from the hospital stay, so I don't want to be too late tonight.
Don't push it, man. Don't push it.
No, not worth it.
I'm really glad that I've had to pimp my arse out to convince you to buy that book.
The thing is, Loafer, I made a mistake.
The book has been revised. It was a brief history of crime. It's been revised. You've got a brief history of crime. You have to get the updated version. Sorry.
Yes.
Oh my God, you got to spend some more money, man.
It's very good. I've read them both. He had to revise it. He had to add some stuff on because Tony Blair brought some legislation in with regards to the public order and act. Well, let's just say countdown killer. Tony Blair brought in more legislation during his years as tenure than the previous 100 years of prime ministers. Did you know that?
No, I heard that.
Petty, little, vindictive pieces of legislation that was basically designed to impinge on ordinary law-abiding citizens' rights. That man was evil.
Did you might be able to answer this, Loafer. I remember reading somewhere recently. I might be slightly wrong. I might be getting this confused with somebody else. But wasn't there during Tony Blair's time? Wasn't there like 7 pieces of legislation that they were trying to push through every single day or something?
Yeah, there were loads. A massive inundation of new legislation. Tiny stuff. Things that you wouldn't ordinarily disagree with. You know, like, he brought in dog licenses. I think the Monster Laving Looney Party were pushing for that. I think he brought in dog licenses, stuff like that. There's a great a great 6'2" lesbian Australian academic and lawyer called Helen Ward. You need to check her out. She's been doing the rounds recently. She's jumped on people's streams that possibly we may be aware of. Lotus eaters, people like that. And she wrote a great book on it, basically. But there's been more petty legislation brought in by the Tony Blair government. And do you not remember when Princess Diana died that Tony Blair said, or one of his aides said, when Princess Diana died, this would be a great day for burying some... I've had too many bits. This would bad news. That's it. Thank you, Steve, for filling it in the blanks. This would be a great day for burying bad news. Tony Blair, was a Machiavellian demon, and I don't trust that bloke. I was a member of the Labour Party, and I went door knocking and leafleting for that motherfucker. And like I say, people change their minds. People do change. If you've got any fucking sense of historical perspective, you realise that New Labour was evil. And Cameron just completed it. He just said, I'm completing the legacy of Tony Blair, and whatever you've had since then is inevitably a uni party. You cannot get away for fucking slim line of fucking difference in between the present Conservative Party or the Labour Party. We've got a uni party. What do you get when you get a uni party in line with big government and international corporate fucking... It's essentially it's fascism. We've got worldwide fascism.
Don't you say it.
Right.
That's
a
it.
Fucking warmongering scumbag piece of shit. Fucking Tony Blair.
Do you know what? These are the wrap up. If we are kind of closing down, I just thought as a kind of like a thought for the day sort of thing, thought for the stream. There was a main theme where our good friend Avalaf was at loggerheads to the flow of the conversation. But before thinking any more in that direction, I was going to make the point rather that it's funny to consider that no one for a second would imagine that we're actually on opposite sides of the argument as far as having a different worldview goes. Avalaf obviously sees the same, sees the world in the same as we kind of do, except for all our individual differences, of course. But it was just, there was a separation, even though we were agreeing. His world outlook, very similar to our, as if there was a him and an us world outlook. And it was, I'm just trying to think what these things are, because I know I've done it before. And it's like, and especially because I've been looking at Ian McGilchrist and his theory of the two hemispheres of the brain, and it seems like the emphasis rushes to the left hemisphere of the brain, which sees things as a system and says, this is what the world is, there's nothing outside of what I can see, and this, as opposed to the left I mean the right hemisphere, which looks at the bigger picture. Because if it comes to moving forward, sort of thing, which it surely should, if time does exist, then what's going to happen when we find it's called factions, isn't it? When we start arguing within our own group, we're all here because we agree, but then even though someone agrees with us, we're somehow a loggerhead, if you can have a loggerhead, did arise, even though we're all on the same side.
We are in a way.
We want the same thing, don't we? It's just different people, different ideas of getting to that point, and we have to allow people to do what they're comfortable with. We can't force people to stand up and pick the pitchforks up and the torches. Do you know? We can't force people to do that. People have to make that decision themselves. So all we can do is we can just make sure that everybody feels that their opinion is validated. Okay, I'm not talking about what's the word? What's the word that OWV used to use?
No,
not that one.
How are you spelling that?
No, where
there's a few ends and a lot of E's in there. I know that much.
You have to have people acknowledge what you're saying. What's the word that's used to use?
Affirmation. External
Affirmation.
Affirm. That's it.
Affirm.
I'm talking about affirming everything people say, because if you just affirm everything people say, then nobody's challenged, nobody's views change, nobody's learns. Okay, so you can't affirm everything, but as long as people feel that their opinion is valid, okay, even if it's wrong, it's a valid opinion, it's their valid opinion, and give them the strength to stand up for their opinion. And when more people have the strength and the willpower to stand up for their own individual opinions, I think more and more people will start to take steps that we can take to make change. But at the moment, there are more people who are scared of standing up or don't want to stand up than there are who is trying to stand up at the moment. And it's going to take some time before we get enough people on the other side of that fence.
Right. I would like to say to the panel here, there is one country that takes on their government on a regular basis and holds them to ransom by stopping what they're doing. And they will literally not return to work and not provide services until that is done. And that, I hate the French, but they will get their government in knots when they go on a riot. Okay. They do not take any nonsense from Parliament. When they wanted a pay rise, the government said no. So what did they do? They took dustbin lorries right through Paris and dumped it full of rubbish. And they said it stays there until you change your mind. When they wanted their fuel prices lowered, they did the same again. But the French are very powerful at getting their words across. The people literally run Macron, who's supposed to be the bloody Prime Minister of France. He's got absolutely no power when it comes to the people in France. And I admire the hell out of that. They stand together. That's what we need. Not riots, but standing together.
Is it more like left wing as it should be?
Well, Macron is close to losing his presidency to that lady, isn't she? She's
But I mean, the people standing up against the oligarch, that sort of thing. It's a bit left wing.
No, if everybody that we're used to. If everyone turned around and said "fuck you," first of all, we've discussed this before. If everybody turned around and said "fuck you," I'm not paying the gas and electricity bill this month. I'm not just talking about a few people, because a few people, the gas and electricity companies, can deal with that because they're still getting money from everybody else. If everybody turned around and went "fuck you," I'm not paying you, right? That would cripple the gas and electricity companies. If everybody done the same thing with their council tax and everybody turned around and went "fuck you," I'm not paying my council tax, that would cripple the whole system. Okay, if everybody turned around and said, everybody that was working in, again, in hospitals, for example, I mean, they can't do it necessarily because they've got an oath, and there's a lot of people in there want to help people that are sick. But if everybody turned around and said, we are all striking today, that would cripple the fucking, the country. That would. The country, it would fuck everything up, right? But there is not enough people that will stand up and do it because they're afraid. Oh, I might get fined. Oh, I might go to prison. You're not going to go because they can't fucking lock everybody up. They can't fine everybody because you just turn around and say, "Fuck you, I'm not paying a fine." Again, they're not going to be able to lock everybody up who doesn't
they
pay
were
the
prisoners.
there's no fucking room. So they're not going to do it. They're
Now
gonna
you
have
know why they want to bring in
concede.
the credit scoring system and the
They will
cashless
have to.
society.
Well, this is the thing. They will have to concede at that point. If everybody working in waste management, for example, done the same thing and went, "Fuck you, we're on strike this week," imagine the fucking damage that would do to the local councils. They'd
It
be
did in
fucked.
Birmingham. I think the Birmingham dustbin lorry event took place maybe 8 to 10 years ago, and they hadn't had a pay rise for 10 years. So they literally took all their dustbins out, dumped their rubbish in the streets, and said, "We're not touching it." They had to call in environmental health at a huge cost to the council.
what a
Get it
fucking
moved because of rats, because of bugs. There was mold everywhere, and it was left on the streets for 18 weeks. And they had to cave in to the bin men. They had to give them their pay rise.
Of course.
Do you notice that when they pay the WDP, when they pay people in the welfare state and that, no one's dole, I mean, I stand to be corrected, but it's a very rare occasion if anyone's money ever goes in 1 second later than it's supposed to, or if it's ever not there. My point, the larger point I'm making is that the state, the machine, whatever we're calling it, because it is a bit amalgamous, if you know what I mean, a bit amorphous at the moment.
Yeah.
To say exactly what this machine type thing it is, a spiritual battle is what a lot of people are saying these days, which refers to the same thing. But what I'm saying is that, if I could remember it, is that the state is very, very good, almost faultless, spotless at some things. But for doing other things, the fellas didn't turn up on time, and then there was the materials, and then there was someone didn't pay. So there was what I'm saying is that it's very convenient how they're absolutely. If you fail to pay your tax, for example, they're very efficient. But when it comes to the other things, suddenly lackadaisical, and it's the fault
I
of
agree.
some sort of subsidiary.
Yeah, I agree. But you can, like water, for instance, there is no way in the United Kingdom that your water can ever be turned off because it's a human right. And I know people who have not paid a water bill for 10 plus years and they've never been taken to court.
Don't get me started on water, Tina. I'm a plumber. I know shit.
I
Carry
know,
on.
mate.
I
Sorry.
thought because you
Carry
needed
on.
to take a piss.
It sounds like you've got right fucking shit,
Talk
Joe.
about water.
But they can't cut your water off. Now,
Guys,
in
come on.
certain parts of the country, several people had during COVID, their meters exploded, the prepayment meters, they burnt out. So the people that have the tenancies went to the council and said, how are we supposed to do our electric? Hello. So it took them 12 months to put in a new meter. So these people are getting free electricity all this time, right? They're not able to charge the meter. So then they finally decided to go in and put a new meter in, but it's still not working. These people have been ringing the council, and they're writing it all down and everything. And they're still not paying any electric for the past 2 years. And they can't claim it back because it's not their fault. It's the company's fault. There's no way they're going to pay it back.
Been fucking lovely. Hey, Cyborg. I want to know that
Yes.
iron in your head. I'm sure you were fucking one day. You
no
sitting
hair to
there.
be-
No. He was truly fucking. You know where Pagglesham is? I swear he was walking down Pagglesham, and the aliens got him. Yeah, I swear to God, man. You don't
Pagglesham's
remember
an
it.
obscure place, and nobody watching this will know where Pagglesham is.
I
apart from
know,
people
but me and
in
you
that
will. Exactly.
You're
Yeah.
not saying that Dan is part of
It
the
was-
Borg
was
now,
it-
are you?
No. When I came to this country, okay, I had nothing here. And I still remember, okay, I couldn't get a job. I didn't have a national insurance number, none of that shit. I still remember the cost of getting stuff next to me. I was like, I need some fucking help. And they were like, you haven't contributed enough. I'm like, well, have they contributed? I still fucking get fucking riled up about this.
Yeah,
But also, this is February, and I'm from fucking Africa. And this is fucking February, March. And I see these kids playing with ice in Pagglesham. As I went onto a barge, sort of not a barge, but it was a fucking trawler, and we were fishing. Kids, like I was making fucking everything, and these kids were like, yeah, playing with ice in this mud. I was like, oh my God, these guys are the hardiest cunts ever. I was like, I ain't ready for this. It's still to this day. Like that's why you have that piece of lead in your head, man. You were one of those kids in panel shop taken out.
The next generation of our children, like my grandchildren, I feel sorry for, because the changes that are coming for them are not good with all this woke crap about. And basically now the new Gen Z under the age of 21 don't even want to get a job, because one person talked in a chat and he said he wants a 5-day-a-week paid job, but he only wants to turn up twice a week because he gets tired and he doesn't like being shouted at. And he couldn't understand why he was turned down for the post.
Last week we lost another friend to the war in Iraq. He killed himself in London. He killed himself in London. He hung himself without a note or anything. No, one of my old servicemen. His body has to be repatriated to South Africa. And, I mean, it's just like out of all of us that live here in England still, we would always think that they can come and talk. But, when somebody wants to choose that, there's there's nothing nobody can do. It's not a cry for help. It's just a done deal. And it's not like now, there's too many now. Too many for me. And it scares some of my friends that are just leaving now with 26 years service. And it's just like they go like, I don't want to, I don't want to die. And that's what they're more fearful of, is that they'll just go, fuck this. Because people don't know what it's like living in that sort of life,
No, they don't. None of us could understand
trauma. I understand trauma very well. But I also want to say that people, it's not the man of attitude, it's the understanding of the man and the person you are, and the woman. Because, it's one of, we're two different things, so be brave, be good, be that light for everyone. And I know you can.
DJ Sonic, dude, I something I've been thinking a lot recently is like an answer to these times, if such a thing were possible. I wonder if my ideas overlap a bit with what you're saying when I'm thinking about something you might call, or a lot of people are calling it, the meaning crisis, which
Oh, you mean like the whole fucking, like the transgender and all that kind of shit? Like,
no, I'm not saying identity crisis. No, I'm not saying that at all. Jesus.
No, I just thought the people that don't know the meaning of who they are in there kind of thing.
Yeah, the meaning of themselves, the purpose, these sort of deep things, because maybe
bearded veteran. He was One Rifles, or the Gloucestershire Regiment. When I knew him, when I served him. So I hope not as well. It happened last week. It's fucking awful. It's fucking
sorry for the loss, mate.
No,
it's not nice.
It's not that. I think when we come together, as in the group come together in Britain, because we're not going to go to his funeral. His funeral's in South Africa. Only a few of us will get to fly out there. I don't have the money for that, let alone I don't have the time. But when we come together, I hope that many of us will realize that it will bring us closer together again. Weirdly, it has already. It has already. It's all of a sudden everyone's going, "What the fuck, man? What the fuck?"
I know. They still don't look after.
Oh, so hard.
They still don't look after the soldiers that fought in the wars. There is a lot of improvement because the councils are so bad at helping the veterans that are injured and have come out with PTSD.
No, this guy was working for Heathrow. He wasn't doing bad. Yeah, he wasn't doing bad. Yeah. He just
probably reached his end, and that's it.
Just one of
I understand that.
The black dog come and get him.
Well, my father-in-law was a Royal Marine, and he had 16 campaign medals, but even he had nightmares, and he wouldn't talk about it with what he witnessed. He wouldn't talk about any of it.
Not being funny, Tina, but he might have had more nightmares than most.
He had loads of nightmares, mate. Honestly. And he didn't want to accept his medals either, because he didn't believe in it. He said it's the real hero are those that have given their lives, not me.
See, that's the question I've got to fucking ask, though, is like, really, when you think about it, what are they fucking fighting for? They're getting across and fighting foreign fucking wars for the sake of what? See if every country's armies and shit, right? Stayed where they are, defending their own fucking countries instead of interfering with other countries, they'll all be a better fucking place.
Yeah, but so in my enlistment, about 80 people enlisted, about 86, and only about I'd say about 17 or 18 kind of went to their units. That's what the enlistment was so hard to do. We were volunteers. We knew what we were doing, and they tested us to the utmost limits of survival, of understanding, to break us down and make us their unit. And we went off. And then you get to your attachment, and then you learn all the other fucking malarkey that you need to do to be the greatest infanteer, with your mission. What is, and I'm not denying that again, I said this many times, people, why we're so fucked is because we were fucking around in Iraq, and okay, Afghanistan was something I really believed kind of in, because that really affected me. But Iraq, I was very confused with Iraq. I was like, oh, what are we doing here? We shouldn't have been there. And it just became this tumbleweed that just fucked around the whole fucking us, everything.
Conflicted.
Yeah. Oh, it's bad, man. I mean, Africa ain't letting it go, bro. We gave Saudi the degree of influence more than what Iraq was. So we changed the whole dynamic within that region, and people don't realize that. They think it's just some sort of some fucking bullshit, but it ain't. It was a strategic fucking avenue. Why do you think they're fucking making that big fucking silver thing through the desert? Because they got the money. Because they wouldn't get the money without fucking us tumbling Iraq. It's real. This shit's fucking real. And people do, I don't believe in God, but I believe in something. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of town. When you die, fine, I'll see you. But much love,
guys. I'm going to wrap it up here. My back's starting to hurt.
All right, mate.
So I need to move around.
Good night,
nice one, Dan, man.
I'm going to go.
Tends to happen when you've been laid on it for 3 days.
Dan, take care, mate.
No, goodbye, Tina. Thank you for jumping on.
Take care, everybody.
Bye bye.
Jack,
cheers, boss.
Gab,
Thank you.
Sonic, Steve, Saul as well, who jumped up, and some of the other guys that jumped in. Thank you for jumping up and for being part of stream tonight. Everybody that's in the chat, much appreciated. Thank you all. I will try and get some videos out this week. I need to get back. I tried to get back to normal this week, last week, and then fucking shit happened and ended up in hospital for several days. So I will try and get back to as close to normality as possible this week.
Don't push it too much, because you'll end up back in there.
Bear with me. Roger, I've not sent those cameras down to you yet. My apologies. Obviously, been a bit of a mad week.
Mate. You've had other things on your plate. Don't worry about that.
I will try and get them down to you this week.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No rush.
But again, thank you to everybody that's joined in. Appreciate you spending your time with us this evening. Thank you to those of you who have supported with super chats and that. Again, genuinely appreciate all the support that we get on the channel, and to the new members as well. I look forward to seeing you on next Sunday's live stream, which is a members only live stream.
And the new ones in the chat as well. Just because you're not member doesn't mean to say you're not as much part of the community.
Of course. Angela, Mickey's not getting banned. He's not done anything that would warrant him getting banned. So there we go.
Mickey needs to take a chill pill, Dan. He needs to take a chill pill. He's on one. We all get it.
Well, if like Lost Souls has said, if Mickey doesn't want to be on the channel, he has every right to leave the channel if he wants to. Oh God, Brian Peace again. Thank you, Brian.
Fucking hell.
Moomahu, Klimu, Tacoma, Matt Schaefer, Big Ben, all names I've never heard of before.
Tacoma, I know he's one of my subs. He's a photographer in America, and Mumua is a recent sub of mine as well.
Excellent.
It's not very often you see somebody sub-gifted channel memberships.
Guys done it a few times.
It happens quite often on here, to be honest.
Really?
Fucking legend. Aye, aye.
There you go, Dan. Climo, his beard, his vets, missus.
Right. Got that. Excellent.
I usually see that thing by Nathan CJ Hood, who gifts. He must have loads of money. He normally gifts channel memberships on Academic Agents live streams. Nuno Panini, Nima Parvini. Right. That's another good book. He's a friend of Sargon. If you've not subbed to Academic Agents, then it might be worthwhile. Just saying.
No worries. Well, Brian, thank you. Much appreciated. It's very kind of you.
Brian PC's donated a good few times, isn't he?
Yes.
Fucking legend, man. Fucking legend.
But I am now. See, I feel bad for fucking off now.
What's a bed? Chill.
I have to go because my back is starting to really fucking hurt at the moment.
A decent fucking stream tonight though. Pretty decent.
But I want to go get myself into bed. But
we had one hiccup. We had one hiccup tonight, but that was about it.
There always is. There's always one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, always one. But I'm off ski, so good night, everybody. I will hopefully look forward to seeing you in some comments this week when I put some videos out. And I have asked him, but he's not responding. I've asked him if he wants to explain why he's the way he is this evening, but he's not responding to it. But he's not getting banned. He hasn't done anything to be banned for. So, good night, everybody. Broadcast is now ending. See you soon.
Roger,